249. Considerably more than a demonstration, but less than a revolution. The demonstrators were fired upon and the streets of Petrograd ran with blood. On the night of July 4, a conference of members of the Central Committee and the Petrograd Committee, presided over by Lenin, passed a decision to stop the demonstration and called upon the demonstrators to disperse peacefully to the factories, barracks, and ships. The Bolshevik Party managed to withdraw its main forces out of range of the counter-revolution. In the days that followed, mass searches and confiscation of arms were carried out among the workers. Revolutionary regiments were disarmed, arrests were made among the soldiers. The British ambassador in Petrograd Buchanan demanded that the provisional government should disarm all Petrograd workers, reintroduce capital punishment at the front and deal summarily with the participants in the July demonstration. An attack was immediately launched on the Bolshevik Party, and on Lenin. On the night of July 4, the premises of Bolshevik organizations were raided. Early in the morning of July 5, officer cadets wrecked the Pravda editorial office. Lenin, who had called there just before they raided the place, nearly fell into their hands. The Trud printing plant, which had been bought with money contributed to the Bolshevik Party by the workers, was also raided. An unbridled campaign of slander was launched against Lenin. Alexinsky, an agent provocateur and slavenderer of the worst kind, had told the Petrograd Journalists Committee on July 4 that he possessed documentary evidence confirming the charge that Lenin was a German spy. This statement was so fantastic that Chkij, the chairman of the Central Executive Committee of Soviets, on his own behalf and on behalf of Tsar Italy, a member of the provisional government, telephoned all the big Petrograd newspapers asking them not to print Alexinsky's libel. Only Zhivoye Slovo, a tabloid catering for the most backward sections of the city's population, published Alexinsky's slanderous allegation. The frantic attempts to smear Lenin grew even more violent, and incitement to murder Bolsheviks took an even more threatening form. Lists containing the names of those who were to be killed were being circulated among the soldiers. The Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party issued a proclamation to the population of Petrograd, to all honest citizens. 25, p. 171. 250. Completely refuting the slander against Lenin, and took steps to protect the great leader of the working class. But now, though forced to hide from the provisional government, just as he had from the Tsarist authorities, Lenin went on with his party work. In the evening on July 6, Lenin went into consultation with members of the Bolshevik Central Committee in the Vyborg district to discuss the situation. It was suggested to him that he should remain underground. On July 7, provisional government issued warrants for the arrest and indictment of Lenin and a number of other Bolsheviks. The Constitutional Democrat and Menshevik newspapers demanded that Lenin should appear in court. Certain Bolsheviks, who did not fully understand the situation, also considered that Lenin should not remain in hiding, that he ought to appear in court. If he did not, they said, it would be bad for the party's prestige. Lenin was so indignant at the monstrous slander against him that he decided on the spur of the moment to appear in court and expose the slanderers. He even asked his comrades to inform the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee of his decision. In his reminiscences, Gr. Honikij described how the matter of Lenin's appearance in court was discussed. Nogin rather tentatively spoke in favor of Lenin's appearing and putting up a fight at a public trial. This opinion was shared by a considerable number of the Moscow comrades. Vladimir Ilyich with characteristic clear-headedness argued that there would be no public trial. Stalin was firmly against any appearing before the authorities. The officer cadets wouldn't take him to the prison, they'd kill him on the way, he said. Ilyich also seemed to be against the idea, but hesitated because of what Nogin had said. A decision was taken to send Nogin and Gr. Honikij to negotiate about the conditions under which Lenin might be detained in prison. Honikij categorically demanded that he should be given a full guarantee that Lenin's life would be in no danger. As Honikij later reported, he was told that all necessary measures would be taken but that there were no guarantees. To this Arhonikij replied indignantly. We will not give up Ilyich to you. That evening there was a meeting at Aliluyev's flat attended by Nogin, Arhonikij, Stalin, Yelena Stasova, and others. Everyone. At the appointed spot Lenin and his companions were met by Nikolai Yemlianov, whom the Central Committee had entrusted with the task of hiding Lenin. Yemlianov had bought tickets in advance and for safety's sake took Lenin to the train by way of some stationary trucks standing in a siding. Lenin mounted the steps of the carriage. His comrades gave him farewell glances and soon the train moved off. Lenin reached Razhlov station without mishap and a few minutes later was in Yemlianov's cottage. Lenin at Razhlov. The Sixth Party Congress. Lenin was temporarily accommodated in the loft of a barn, which had been used for storing hay. A bed was made in the hay and a table and 2 chairs were provided for work. Since the Yemlianov's yard and garden were well screened by trees and lilac bushes, Lenin was sometimes able to go outside for a breath of fresh air, though he still had to be careful. The hazards in Sestroresk and Razhlov were increasing. Detectives were combing the area for Lenin. To provide Lenin with a more secure hiding place, Yemlianov rented a mowing plot on the shore of Lake Razhlov, 5 or 6 kilometers from the station, in a marshy, wooded locality. Lenin and Zinoviev, who had come with him, were rowed across the lake, and pretending to be Finnish mowers, they took up their quarters in a kind of tent built of branches and thatched with hay. The tent was next to a hayrick, in which a nest had been made to serve as a bedroom on cold nights. In a dense thicket near the tent a small space was later cleared for Lenin to work in. Lenin used to refer to this jokingly as my green study. In this nook there were 2 logs, one to serve as a desk, the other as a stool. Not far away was the kitchen, a pot hanging from a crossbar supported by 2 forked branches. Food and newspapers were brought across the lake by Yemlianov's wife and sons. Lenin demanded a huge number of newspapers, every paper, in fact, that was then published in Petrograd. In order not to arouse suspicion by such large purchases of newspapers, Yemlianov's sons arranged among themselves what papers each should buy. They also maintained a watch. The provisional government's detectives were scouring the country for Lenin. There was a big price on his head. Holiday makers sometimes came across the lake to gather mushrooms in the 253 marshes, and Lenin had more than once to transform himself quickly into a typical Finnish mower. But while keeping strictly to the security arrangements, Lenin managed to go for walks, enjoy the sunshine, go swimming in the lake late in the evening, and sometimes do a little fishing. Today the tent on the shore of Lake Razhlov is preserved just as it was in 1917. Close by stands a granite memorial with an inscription carved upon it, here in July and August 1917, in a tent made of branches, the leader of the October Revolution hid from pursuit by the bourgeoisie and wrote his book The State and Revolution. In memory of this we have built here a tent of granite. Workers of the City of Lenin *1927. By the lake a museum has been set up with exhibits that acquaint the visitor with the life and activity of Lenin in July and August 1, 1917. Lenin worked hard, reading and writing, although neither living nor working conditions were easy. From his hiding place Lenin continued to direct party activities. All this time the party heard the confident voice of its leader and felt his wise, cautious, and yet firm guidance. At Razhlov Lenin wrote his article entitled The Political Situation, the booklet on slogans, and the articles Constitutional Illusions and the Lessons of the Revolution. In these writings Lenin gave a profound analysis of the changes in the political situation following the July events and outlined the tactics the party should adopt in the new conditions. The July events, Lenin wrote, were a turning point in the development of the revolution. Dual power was a thing of the past. The counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie had organized and consolidated its ranks, and had, in effect, seized all power in the state. It had placed that power in the hands of a gang of militarists. The Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries had completely betrayed the cause of the revolution and deserted to the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie. Under their leadership the Soviets had become a helpless appendage of the bourgeois provisional government. All hope of peaceful development of the revolution, Lenin pointed out, had disappeared. The revolution had entered upon a non-peaceful course. The power of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie could now be overthrown only by force. Lenin called upon the Bolsheviks to act as they had done under Tsarism in 1912-14, combining illegal forms. In 1924, Petrograd was renamed Leningrad. 254. Of struggle with legal forms and marshalling their forces for an armed uprising. The radical change in the internal political situation demanded that the party change its tactical slogans. In his article The Political Situation and the pamphlet on slogans, Lenin proved the necessity of temporarily withdrawing the slogan "All Power to the Soviets." This slogan had been correct during the period of peaceful development of the revolution, when state power was in the balance and was shared, by voluntary agreement, between the provisional government and the Soviets. Now the slogan was no longer correct because the present Soviets, being dominated by the Socialist Revolutionary and Menshevik parties, had failed. To call for the transfer of state power to these Soviets would in fact amount to deception of the people. At the same time Lenin explained that the temporary withdrawal of the slogan "All Power to the Soviets" did not mean that the Bolshevik Party had given up the idea of a Soviet republic as a new type of state. He was convinced that with a fresh upsurge of the Russian Revolution Soviets possessing full power would appear, but not the present kind of Soviets dominated by socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks, not organs of compromise with the bourgeoisie, but Soviets as organs of revolutionary struggle against it. With the victory of the socialist revolution the Bolsheviks would build the whole state on the model of the Soviets. Though forced to remain in hiding, Lenin maintained close contact with the party's Central Committee through comrades, who had been specially assigned to this task. Lenin's The Political Situation, on slogans, the lessons of the revolution and other writings of this period formed the basis of the decisions of the 6th Congress of the Bolshevik Party, which met in Petrograd at the end of July and the beginning of August 1917. The Congress approved Lenin's proposal for the temporary withdrawal of the slogan "All Power to the Soviets," and called on the party to fight for the complete abolition of the dictatorship of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie and for the seizure of state power by the proletariat and the poorest peasantry by means of an armed uprising. In complete accordance with the Leninist doctrine, the Congress stressed that the alliance of the working class and the poorest peasantry was an important condition for the victory of the socialist revolution. The Congress upheld Lenin's theory of the socialist revolution and Lenin's proposition on the possibility of the victory of socialism first in one country, Russia. 255. The Congress also discussed whether Lenin should appear in court. 10 delegates took part in the debate. In Arhonikij's report on the matter and in all the speeches there was a sense of anxiety and great responsibility for Lenin's safety. And this is understandable. The judicial authorities of the provisional government intended to try and convict Lenin for treason and for the organization of an armed uprising. The speakers approved Lenin's action in refusing to appear for trial by rabid counter-revolutionaries. By a secret ballot the 6th Congress of the RSDLP elected a central committee headed by Lenin, with twice the original number of members. The Congress nominated Lenin as the Bolshevik Party's first candidate for the Constituent Assembly. All Congress decisions were aimed at preparing the working class and the poorest peasants for an armed uprising, for the victory of the socialist revolution. This is what gives it its main significance for the history of the party and the revolution. As soon as the Congress was over, the Central Committee sent out Lenin's pamphlet on slogans to 400 party organizations. The Congress decisions were also soon published. Lenin goes to Helsingfors. When the haymaking season was over, Lenin found it difficult to keep up the pretense of being a mower. A new and safe refuge had to be found. The Central Committee passed a decision to arrange with the Finnish Bolsheviks for Lenin's removal to Finland. Arhonikij passed this instruction to A. Shotman, who together with the Finnish worker Aino Raja, a Bolshevik, immediately set about making the necessary arrangements. and Yemlianov obtained an identity card and a pass made out in the name of the Sestroresk worker Konstantin Petrovich Ivanov. A Bolshevik D. Leshchenko took a photo of Lenin in makeup and a wig. The photograph was stuck in the card, which had the actual stamp of the Sestroresk Militia Committee. After investigating all the possible ways of getting into Finland, the comrades suggested to Lenin that he should make the journey on the footplate of a locomotive, as a fireman. When he agreed, they arranged with Hugo Jalava, an engine driver they knew well, to get him taken across the frontier. Late in the evening of August 8, Lenin left his tent. Ahead of him lay a walk of some 10 kilometers to the next station on the 256 finish line. He was accompanied by some of his comrades. On the way they strayed off the path and came to a river, which they had to ford. They made their way on through a forest, parts of which were on fire. The going was dangerous because peat was burning underfoot and there was the risk of floundering into a swamp. Nevertheless, they had to avoid the fires. This, too, was dangerous, because the frontier was near and there was a grave risk of running into officer cadets. Eventually, hungry and utterly exhausted, they came out in the middle of the night at Dybunny station, which was guarded by a party of cadets. Lenin managed to hide in the bushes at the bottom of the embankment. Yemlianov went out to reconnoitre and buy tickets, and was immediately stopped by the cadets. When a train came in, Lenin and Raja slipped quickly into one of the end carriages and traveled safely as far as the station of Udalnaya, where Lenin spent the night at the flat of a Finnish worker, E.G. Kalsk. The next day they went back to the station. Before getting into the train, Lenin handed Shotman a blue-covered notebook and asked him to look after it well. In this notebook, with the inscription Marxism on the State, Lenin had brought together and analyzed the ideas of Marx and Engels on the state and formulated a number of highly important propositions about the destruction of the bourgeois state machine during the socialist revolution, about the dictatorship of the proletariat, and about proletarian democracy, socialism and communism, which were thoroughly developed and substantiated in the book The State and Revolution. Lenin exposed the views of the opportunists of the Second International and the anarchists on the socialist revolution and the state. The work Marxism on the State is of great independent importance. A part of the material which contained an analysis of the most valuable theoretical legacy of Marxism was not used in the book The State and Revolution. Engine driver Hugo Jalava took Lenin aboard his engine as a fireman, and Lenin worked hard throwing logs into the firebucks. The going was good as far as the frontier station of Belostrov, but at the frontier the guards began checking the passengers' documents. The train crew's documents might also be checked, but the experienced Jalava knew how to deal with the situation. Pretending the engine needed a filling up, he uncoupled it and drove it off to the pumps and did not return until the station bell had rung 3 times. He then quickly recoupled the engine, gave a sharp blast on the whistle and put on steam. 17 to 826. 257. In a few minutes Lenin was in Terryhoki and had recovered his notebook from Shotman. Soon afterwards he arrived in the village of Jalkala, about 12 kilometers from Terryhoki. Here he put up at the house of a Finnish worker, P. Parviainen, that stood aside from the village on the edge of the woods. According to Aino Raja's reminiscences, Lenin did not live in the cottage itself but in one of the outhouses. Lenin maintained contact with Petrograd through Lppa Arviainen, a daughter of the master of the house. In Jalkala, Lenin worked hard, writing and reading, and in his spare time helped the mater of the house with the ploughing and mowing, went to the forest to gather mushrooms and bilberries, bathed in the lake, and went rowing and fishing. His friends were Parviainen's little children, for whom he showed great affection. Lenin always enjoyed being with children. Jalkala provided only a brief refuge for Lenin. With the Russian frontier so close, it was dangerous to stay longer. Lenin lived there while a suitable lodging in Helsingfors was being found for him. It was not long before 2 Finns arrived from Helsingfors to take Lenin deeper into Finland. They were Kuzela and Kallio, young workers, members of a Helsingfors FS amateur dramatics society. They made Lenin up as a Finnish pastor. With them Lenin took the train from Terhoki to the little town of Lahti, 130 kilometers from Helsingfors, and put up at a flat belonging to a correspondent of the Finnish Social Democratic newspaper Tiomies, Axel Koski, who had once worked at a shoe factory in St. Petersburg. Then Lenin made another day's stop at the station of Malmi, at the country house of a deputy to the Finnish Diet Karlaik whom Lenin had known since 1910. With his assistance Lenin set about getting in touch by post with the bureau abroad of the Bolshevik Central Committee in Sweden. In Helsingfors, Lenin lodged with a Finnish Social Democrat Kustarovio, who was at the time acting chief of the Helsingfors police. Nothing could have been better for Lenin from the point of view of secrecy and protection. Rovio's flat consisted of one room and a kitchen, and it was vacant because Rovio's wife was in the country at the time. While he was in Helsingfors, Lenin also lived at the flats of the Finnish workers Josenius and Blomqvist. Rovio kept Lenin in touch with Petrograd through engine driver Jalava, who lived in the Vyborg district, not far from the flat where Krupskaya was in hiding. 258. Very few Bolsheviks knew Lenin's whereabouts. But his articles appearing, in the newspapers Proletary and Rabaki, which the Bolsheviks were bringing out to replace the banned Pravda, were read by the whole party in the joyful knowledge that its leader was at his post and safe from danger. At that time Lenin wrote with great pride and gratitude of the Bolshevik party, "We trust our party. We see in it the intelligence, honor, and conscience of our times. We see the only guarantee of success for the emancipation movement of the working class in a world alliance of revolutionary internationalists." Lenin's moving words contain the highest appreciation of the historic services rendered by the Communist Party to the Russian and international working class movement, of the Marxist theoretical maturity, its selfless dedication to the cause of the socialist revolution, and its splendid moral qualities as collective political leader of the working people. The resolute, consistent, selfless struggle for the interests of the people enhanced the authority and influence of the Bolshevik Party considerably. This was particularly apparent in the period of the putting down of the Kornilov Mutiny, prepared by the counter-revolution and aimed at setting up a military dictatorship in the country, abolishing the Soviets and restoring the monarchy. The mutiny instigated by the Cadet Party began on August 25, 1917. The Supreme Commander-in-Chief, General Kornilov, a henchman of the landowners and bourgeoisie, moved an army corps and some Cossack units from the front to march on St. Petersburg. Lenin worked out the Bolshevik tactics for the struggle against Kornilov. The masses rose against Kornilov and the counter-revolutionary mutiny was put down in a few days. On September 1 Lenin wrote his famous article on compromises in which he refuted the ignorant, Philistine idea supported by the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks that the Bolsheviks were fundamentally opposed to any sort of compromise. He showed the true attitude of the Marxist Party of the working class to compromise. The task of a truly revolutionary party is not to declare that it is impossible to renounce all compromises, Lenin wrote, but to be able through all compromises, when they are unavoidable, to remain true to its principles, to its class, to its revolutionary purpose, to its task of paving the way for revolution and educating the mass of the people for victory in the revolution. After the putting down of the Kornilov plot came the renewal of the Soviets and their transition to the platform of the Bolsheviks. Lenin again returned to the question of the possibility of the peaceful development of the revolution in Russia in the event of all power being handed over to the Soviets in the center and in the localities. The concentration of all state power in the hands of the Soviets, Lenin pointed out, was the only means which could make the further development of the revolution gradual, peaceful, and calm. Lenin considered that in the new conditions the slogan "All power to the Soviets" had acquired a new content, for the Soviets had become different. Now this slogan meant a direct approach to the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the organization and state arrangement of this dictatorship. The peaceful path of the development of the revolution in Lenin's interpretation had nothing in common with the reformist and revisionist idea of the growth of capitalism into socialism. From the Leninist viewpoint, the peaceful path, like the non-peaceful path, was the path of the revolutionary transformation of society, the path of the most active class struggle of the broad masses of the working class and the toiling peasantry led by the Marxist Party, a struggle for power, for the dictatorship of the proletariat, for socialism. While he was in Finland, Lenin worked hard on the theoretical problems of Marxism. In this period he wrote his outstanding works The State and Revolution and The Impending Catastrophe and How to combat it, and Can the Bolsheviks Retain State Power, in which he developed the Marxist teaching on the socialist revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat, formulated the fundamental principles of the internal and foreign policy to be adopted by the proletarian government and outlined the immediate measures it should take. The State and Revolution. In his book, The State and Revolution, written between August and September 1917, Lenin most comprehensively and systematically expounded Marx's teaching on the state, which had been distorted. 25, p. 309. 260. Bykovsky and other opportunists. At the same time in this work Lenin developed the Marxist teaching on the state on the basis of the new historical experience, in particular the experience of the Russian revolutions of 1905-07 and 1917. It was extremely important to examine and interpret this teaching correctly because with the socialist revolution maturing in Russia and other countries the question of the role of the state had arisen as an urgent theoretical and practical issue, demanding immediate action, and, moreover, action on a mass scale. Bourgeois ideologists, echoed by opportunists in the socialist parties, put forward numerous theories of the state intended to justify the rule of the exploiting classes and to gloss over the real class nature of the bourgeois state. In their opinion, the bourgeois state was an institution above classes, whose function was to reconcile the interests of the various classes of society. Lenin rejected this assertion as unscientific and insisted that it was Marxist doctrine that had for the first time provided a genuinely scientific explanation of the origin of the state and revealed its true nature. The state in the proper sense of the term, so Marxism teaches, is a machine for the suppression of one class by another. Like other instruments for ensuring the exploiting class's dominant phone over the people, the state came into being when private ownership appeared and society split up into antagonistic classes. Not only in slave-owning and feudal societies, but also in capitalist society is the state an instrument for exploiting and oppressing the working people, who form the overwhelming majority of the population. Especially in the epoch of imperialism, in the epoch of monopoly capitalism growing into state monopoly capitalism, Lenin wrote, the bourgeois state machine is greatly intensified, there is an unprecedented increase in its bureaucratic, police and military apparatus, which is directed against the revolutionary proletariat and the popular masses, the national liberation movement of the oppressed peoples, and so on. All former revolutions, said Lenin, improved the bourgeois state machine. All kinds of bourgeois states arose, but they were all essentially the same. They were all dictatorships of the bourgeoisie. The proletarian revolution must destroy, smash the bourgeois state, and do away with its main instruments of oppression, the FLRMY, the police, the bureaucratic machine, the courts and the pre-FI. However, the destruction of the bourgeois state did not mean that the new society created by the proletariat could exist and develop without a state, as the anarchists held, proceeding from the idea of the incompatibility of any state with the triumph of democracy. We are not utopians, wrote Lenin, and we understand that the idea of doing without any sort of administration, any sort of subordination immediately is an anarchist dream and totally alien to Marxism. Contrary to cowardly revisionist opportunist attempts to evade at all costs a dictatorship of the proletariat, Lenin stressed most strongly that the teaching on the dictatorship of the proletariat is the main thing in Marxism. Only he is a Marxist who extends the recognition of the class struggle to the recognition of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In The State and Revolution, Lenin gave a comprehensive substantiation of the vital Marxist proposition on the law-governed nature and inevitability of the dictatorship of the working class and its historical role in the development of mankind on the path to communism. Between capitalist and communist society lies the period of the revolutionary transformation of the one into the other. Responding to this is also a political transition period in which the state can be nothing but the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. Quoting in his book The Statement of Marx's From a Critique of the Gotha Program, which had been forgotten by the opportunists, Lenin showed its genuinely scientific truthfulness and program importance for Marxist parties. Marx bases this conclusion on an analysis of the role played by the proletariat in modern capitalist society, on the data concerning the development of this society, and on the irreconcilability of the antagonistic interests of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. In defining the historical role of the dictatorship of the proletariat, Lenin, in full agreement with Marx and Engels, never reduced it to violence. In The State and Revolution he stressed the great creative role of the dictatorship of the proletariat in the building of socialist society. He proceeded from the fact that the main aims and tasks of socialist construction, economic, socio-political, and cultural are attained and solved by the development of the broadest creative initiative of all the working people, by widespread democracy, by drawing the whole working people into the management of the state. With the deepening of the socialist revolution and the successes in building the new, classless society, violent methods of struggle increasingly fade into the background, and eventually class coercion inside the country of victorious socialism disappears. The dictatorship of the proletariat is fundamentally different from all exploiter states. The dictatorship of the bourgeoisie or of other exploiter classes is always a dictatorship over the working masses, over the people. It is the power of the minority over the vast majority. The dictatorship of the proletariat is power which expresses and protects the vital interests of the revolutionary people. It rests on a close alliance of the proletariat and the working peasantry and aims at eliminating all exploitation of man by man, at building a socialist society. Again and again Lenin draws Marxists' attention to the fact that the transition from capitalism to communism is certainly bound to yield a tremendous abundance and variety of political forms, but the essence will inevitably be the same, the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin showed the decisive role of the Communist Party not only in winning but in consolidating the dictatorship of the proletariat, in the building of socialism and communism. The party of the proletariat is the organizing and directing force in the system of the dictatorship of the proletariat, in the political system of socialist society. The Marxist doctrine, as expounded in The State and Revolution, on socialism and communism as the two basic phases through which communist society passes in its development, on the conditions under which the state withers away, is Lenin's great contribution to Marxist theory. He showed that socialism and communism inevitably replace capitalism and develop on the same type of economic basis as autheal ownership of the means of production, which excludes exploitation of man by man. The difference between socialism and communism is determined by the degree of their economic, political and cultural maturity. Socialism is the first, the lower phase of communism. The level of development of social production at this stage is such that society can put into effect, as yet, only the principle, from each according to his ability, to each according to his work. Society still bears the traces, the birthmarks of the old society from which it emerged. Since people have different qualifications, unequal talents and working capacity, and different family backgrounds, it is natural that, given equal pay for equal work, their incomes are in fact unequal. But this is inevitable in the first phase of communist society. Society cannot leap straight from capitalism to communism without passing through the socialist stage of development. From capitalism, said Lenin, mankind can pass directly only to socialism, i.e., to the social ownership of the means of production and the distribution of products according to the amount of work performed by each individual. Accounting and control by society and the state of the measure of labor and the measure of consumption are therefore of the greatest importance under socialism. Under communism, i.e., in the higher phase of communist society, which develops through the consolidation of socialism, the basic principle is, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. This is possible, Lenin pointed out, only in the higher stage of development of society, when the essential differences between mental and physical work have been overcome, when work becomes man's primary need and when, on the basis of an enormous increase in the productive forces and the development of the new man, material and spiritual wealth flows in a broad stream and there is abundance in society. In The State and Revolution, Lenin went deep into the question of the economic basis of the withering away of the state. The withering away of the state depends on the rapidity of development of the higher phase of communism. He emphasized that this was bound to be a long and gradual process. The state would be able to wither away completely when people had become accustomed to observing the fundamental rules of the community and when their labor was so productive that they would voluntarily work according to their abilities. The state would finally wither away, Lenin explained, only when there was complete communism. Lenin formulated the profound idea that politically, the distinction between the first, or lower, and the higher phase of communism will in time, probably, be tremendous. He considered the further development, the perfection of socialist democracy to be the political prerequisite for the withering away of the state. The State and Revolution was a great contribution to the theoretical knowledge of the Bolshevik Party. The ideas which Lenin developed in this work guided our party in achieving victory in the October Revolution. In building socialism, they guide the party today in tackling the great tasks of the full-scale socialism, the immediate building of communist society. Salvation from the impending catastrophe lies in socialism. By the autumn of 1917, in the fourth year of the imperialist war, the economic position of Russia had taken a sharp turn for the worse. Railway transport was disorganized. The flow of raw materials, coal and metal to the factories dwindled, horribly. Output of metal and coal dropped steeply every month. There was a catastrophic fall in the production of consumer goods. The disorganization of the economy was leading inevitably to famine. The Tsarist autocracy and the bourgeoisie, wrote Lenin, had brought the country to the brink of disaster. Far from taking any measures to avert the impending economic disaster, the bourgeoisie deliberately aggravated the situation. They counted on being able to throw all the blame for the catastrophic state of affairs on the revolution and hoped that economic disaster would lead to the destruction of the Soviets and strengthen the power of the bourgeoisie and the landowners. The capitalists deliberately sabotaged production and adopted a policy of closing down factories and throwing workers out into the streets. Mass unemployment increased, the prices of bread soared. Many provinces in the central part of Russia were gripped by famine. Tens of millions of people were in danger of starvation in both town and country. An army of 10 millions was enduring terrible privations in the trenches. There was no end to the sufferings of the people. At this anxious and difficult time the Bolshevik Party elaborated, and offered to the people, effective measures for combating the impending catastrophe, and acted as the party of true patriots of Russia. Lenin gave the party a program for preventing disaster and renovating the country economically in his pamphlet The Impending Catastrophe and How to Combat It, which he wrote in Helsingfors in the middle of September 1, 1917. Control, supervision, accounting, and regulation of production and consumption by the state, these were the first essentials in the fight against ruin and famine. All the belligerent imperialist countries had long ago adopted extensive controls. But these controls were everywhere exercised in a reactionary and bureaucratic fashion, in the interests of the ruling classes of exploiters, landowners, and capitalists. To this type of control Lenin counterposed control by the workers over production and distribution. As priority measures to combat the impending catastrophe he proposed, nationalization of the banks, insurance companies, and enterprises belonging to the capitalist monopolies, nationalization of the land, abolition of commercial secrecy, compulsory amalgamation of separate capitalist enterprises into syndicates, organization of the population into consumer societies to achieve an equal sharing of the burdens of the war and also control by the poor over consumption by the rich. These measures, Lenin said, would evoke a great political arid spiritual upsurge among the people, enormously increase the country's power to defend itself, and save it from subjugation by the Western imperialists. At the same time, Lenin added, these measures, if they were carried out in a revolutionary and democratic manner, would speed the country's advance. It is impossible in 20th century Russia, which has won a republic and democracy in a revolutionary way, to go forward without advancing towards socialism, without taking steps towards it. Asterisk in the pamphlet The Impending Catastrophe and HOW to combat it, Lenin's proposition on the possibility of socialism being victorious first in one capitalist country alone was further developed as applied to Russia. Lenin resolutely exposed the disastrous policy of the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries, who were still asserting that Russia was ripe only for a bourgeois and not for a socialist revolution. These short-sighted politicians completely failed to understand that the war had accelerated the growth of the capitalist monopolies and their transformation into state monopoly groupings in all the bourgeois countries, including Russia. And state monopoly capitalism, wrote Lenin, is a complete material preparation for socialism. The threshold of socialism. Lenin developed the important proposition that it would be necessary to preserve the accounting and registering apparatus set up by capitalism. This apparatus, he taught, must be taken out of capitalist control and put under the control of the proletarian Soviets. It must be made much wider, more versatile, and comprehensive. Lenin also advanced the important thesis that the victorious proletariat should draw the bourgeois intelligentsia into the work of socialist construction, bank employees, engineers, agriculturalists, technicians, and specialists of all kinds, creating favorable conditions for them to work in and putting them under all-round workers' control. The measures to be undertaken by a proletarian government in building the new, socialist life that Lenin mapped out on the eve of the October Revolution have since been applied with great success in the USSR and the countries of the socialist community. This is quite natural because these measures are in line with the principal objective laws characteristic of all countries that take the path of socialist revolution and building socialism. Before the assault. In the middle of September, Lenin wrote a letter to the Senal Committee and the Petrograd and Moscow committees the Bolsheviks must assume power, and a letter to the Central Committee Marxism and Insurrection. On the basis of a penetrating and comprehensive analysis of the international and internal situation, he set the party the task of preparing and organizing an armed uprising in order to seize power. In his letter Marxism and Insurrection, Lenin showed that the Marxist treatment of insurrection as an art had nothing in common with Blanquism and conspiracy. Taking the views of Marx and Engels on insurrection a step further, he wrote that to be successful an insurrection must rely on the advanced class, a revolutionary upsurge of the people, and on that crucial moment in the development of the revolution when the activity of the advanced citoyens of the people is at its height and vacillation among the enemies and among the weak, half-hearted and irresolute friends of the revolution is strongest. If all these conditions are present, to refuse to treat insurrection as an art is a betrayal of Marxism and the revolution. With the revolutionary crisis developing in Russia at such speed, Lenin decided he could not remain any longer in Helsingfors. From so far away it was difficult to direct the party at this critical revolutionary time. The mail arrived late from Petrograd. The morning papers did not come till the evening of the following day. Lenin told his host Rovio that he wanted to move, and asked him to get him a wig and arrange a combination in Vyborg. At the end of his stay in Helsingfors, Lenin had a talk with Zero Vykusinen, a member of the Central Committee of the 267 Social Democratic Party of Finland. In this talk Lenin advised the Finnish left-wing Social Democrats to press strongly in the Diet for breaking off relations between Finland and the Provisional Government of Russia. The Bolshevik Party supported the recognition of the independence of Finland, Lenin said, and it would be easy to reach an agreement on this when power in Russia came into the hands of the revolutionary working class. In the talk, Lenin mentioned that he was leaving next day for Petrograd. When 0. V. Kosinin, worried about Lenin's return to Petrograd and the renewed threat to his life, asked if he could not delay his departure for a while, Lenin replied firmly, no, he could wait no longer. The situation of the decisive combat for the power of the Soviets was coming to a head very rapidly. In late September, Lenin was in Vyborg. He was provided with lodgings by a member of the staff of the local workers' paper Tyojuhoke Latika, who lived in Talikala, a working-class suburb of the town. As usual, Lenin set to work immediately. Latika recalls that Lenin kept to a strict timetable. At 7 in the morning he was at his desk, and all through the day he maintained regular hours for dinner and supper, for discussion, and for his afternoon rest. Only the hour for going to bed was irregular. That must depend on how productive the day has been, so that nothing is left undone, he used to say. In connection with the preparations for the uprising, the role of the party as the leading and guiding force was particularly enhanced. It was necessary therefore to strengthen its ranks, to strive for the unity of action of all Bolsheviks, and to increase the organizational role of the party. In a long article, "The Crisis Has Matured," Lenin noted fresh changes that had occurred in the internal political situation at the beginning of October, and that called imperatively for an immediate armed uprising. The growing peasant revolt, the mounting strength of the national liberation movement in the country, the refusal of the Finnish troops and the Baltic fleet to obey the provisional government, the readiness of the soldiers of the Northern Front to support the Bolsheviks, the unwillingness of the soldiers of the other fronts to fight for the imperialist aims of the Russian and foreign bourgeoisie, all these things proved irrefutably that a nationwide revolutionary crisis had matured, that a great turning point had arrived, compelling the party of the proletariat to take energetic revolutionary action against the bourgeois provisional government. The whole 268th future of the Russian Revolution is at stake, Lenin wrote. The honor of the Bolshevik Party is in question. The whole future of the International Workers' Revolution for Socialism is at stake. All the time he was in Vyborg, Lenin was longing to get to Revolutionary Petrograd. More than once he asked the Central Committee to allow him to come to the capital. On October 3, the Central Committee passed a decision, to suggest to Ilyich that he come to Petrograd to ensure regular and close contact. Unfortunately, there are no documents confirming the exact date of Lenin's arrival in Petrograd from Vyborg. The recollections of his contemporaries on this matter are contradictory. Some maintain that Lenin arrived in Petrograd at the end of September, and state the day as being either the 22nd or the 29th. Others consider that Lenin arrived at the beginning of October. The only official document that has been preserved is the Central Committee decision mentioned above. Judging by this decision, Lenin must have arrived in Petrograd soon after October 3. According to certain sources, on October 7, Lenin in disguise and accompanied by Ano Raja took the train to the station of Rayvola. There he boarded the tender of locomotive number 293 driven by Hugo Jalava, an engine driver with whom he was already acquainted. After crossing the frontier safely, he got out at the station of Udalnaya. Nadezhda Krupskaya had a secret apartment ready for him at the house of Margarita Fofanova, one of her colleagues in the Cultural Commission of the Vyborg District Duma. Lenin set about preparing the party for organizing the uprising with tremendous energy and persistence. On October 8, he wrote his famous Advice of an Onlooker. In this article and others, Lenin builds the statements made by Marx and Engels into a comprehensive and integral Marxist doctrine on insurrection and develops this doctrine as applied to the new epoch. Pointing out that armed uprising is a special form of political struggle, one subject to special laws, and that it must be treated as an art, Lenin reminds the Bolsheviks in his Advice of an Onlooker of the basic rules of armed insurrection formulated by Marx and Engels and states them specifically as follows. L. Never PLQY with insurrection, but when beginning it realize firmly that you must go all the WQY. 2. Concentrate a great superiority of forces at the decisive point and at the decisive moment, otherwise the enemy, who has the advantage of better preparation and organization, will destroy the insurgents. 3. Once the insurrection has begun, you must act with the greatest determination, and by all means, without fail, take the offensive. The defensive is the death of every armed rising. 4. You must try to take the enemy by surprise and seize the moment when his forces are scattered. 5. You must strive for daily successes, however small, and at all costs retain moral superiority. Guided by these rules and taking into account the concrete circumstances existing in Russia at the time, Lenin wrote, the Bolsheviks must organize an attack on Petrograd and carry it out as swiftly and unexpectedly as possible, simultaneously both from within and without, from the working-class district of the capital. And from Finland, Revel and Kronstadt, the whole fleet must be brought into the operation and a gigantic superiority of forces created over the counter-revolutionary forces of Kerensky. It was essential, he said, to combine the three main forces, the fleet, the workers, and the army units, so as to occupy without fail and hold at all costs the telephone exchange, the telegraph, the railway stations and, above all, the bridges. It was also essential to select the most resolute elements, the shock detachments, the young workers and the best of the sailors, and form them into small units for occupying key points and for taking part in all important operations. On October 1, a meeting of the Central Committee of the party took place, which was presided over by Lenin and which played a vital part in preparing the party for armed uprising. In the report on the current situation, Lenin pointed out that politically the ground for seizure of power by the Soviets was fully prepared, but that since the beginning of September there had been impermissible indifference towards the question of insurrection among the leading Bolshevik circles. Technical preparations for the uprising must now be the major aspect of the party's activities. The Central Committee adopted the historic resolution proposed by Lenin, in which it was stressed that an armed rising was inevitable and the time for it was fully ripe, and that the whole work of the party should be subordinated to the tasks of organizing and carrying it out. This historic meeting of the Central Committee ended late at night. It would have been a long way for Lenin to return on foot to the Vyborg district, so he spent the night at Ano Raja's flat. Out of consideration for his host, Lenin refused to take a bed, and went to sleep on the floor with some books for a pillow. In the morning of October 1, Lenin returned to Fofanova's apartment. After the Central Committee meeting of October 1, Lenin devoted himself to further work on the plan for an armed uprising and had meetings with Central Committee members at Mikhail Kalinin's flat. At H. Jalova's flat on October 14, Lenin discussed the practical problems of the uprising with leading party workers. On October 16, an enlarged meeting of the Central Committee was held. Lenin made a report defending the Central Committee's resolution on armed uprising. Zinoviev and Kamina opposed the resolution. They both condemned the uprising, on the plea that the Bolshevik forces were still too small and greatly outnumbered by the forces of the counter-revolution. Instead, they demanded that the party should wait for the convocation of the Constituent Assembly. They counterposed their tactics to what they called the conspiratorial tactics of Lenin and the Central Committee. Dzerzhinsky, Kalinin, Krylenko, Sverdlov, Stalin and others criticized the position of Kamina and Zinoviev. Nearly everyone present stated his opinion, and the debate went on till morning. The question was put to the vote. By 19 votes to 2, with 4 abstentions, the Central Committee passed the following resolution, proposed by Lenin. The meeting fully welcomes and wholly supports the Central Committee's resolution, calls upon all organizations and all workers and soldiers to make thorough and most intensive preparations for an armed uprising, and for support of the center set up by the Central Committee for this purpose, and expresses complete confidence that the Central Committee and the Soviet will in good time indicate the favorable moment and suitable means for launching the attack. On October 1, a plenary meeting of the Petrograd Soviet endorsed by a vast majority the decision of the Executive Committee. Tea and Soldiers section on the creation of a revolutionary military committee. On the basis of the historic decisions passed by the Party Central Committee on October 1, 0 and 16, preparations by Bolshevik organizations for the armed uprising were launched in all parts of the country. In many towns and districts, revolutionary military committees were set up to give direct leadership in the working people's struggle for the establishment of Soviet power. On the night of October 17, Lenin met the leaders of the military organization of the Central Committee. Lenin paid special attention to the selection of Red Guard commanders with regard to their military qualifications, skill with weapons, knowledge of street fighting tactics, and so on. Lenin said that the directing force of the uprising in a socialist revolution was the working class. The Red Guard detachments that had been formed at many enterprises in all districts of the capital and consisted of workers should become the chief military force, the force on which the success of the uprising depended. In saying this, Lenin had no intention of belittling the importance of the revolutionary military units. That same night the entire Bolshevik military organization 53 immediately set about putting Lenin's instructions into effect. On October 1, just when preparations for the armed uprising were in full swing both at the center and in the provinces, Kamina, acting on his own behalf and on behalf of Zinoviev, gave an interview to the semi-Menshevik newspaper Novaya, in which he stated his disagreement with the decision on the armed uprising that the party was preparing. He thus betrayed to the enemy the secret decision taken by the Party Central Committee. This was a monstrous piece of treachery, which might have caused irreparable harm to the cause of the revolution. With anger and contempt, Lenin branded Kamina and Zinoviev as strike-breakers of the revolution and demanded that their conduct should be condemned and they themselves should be expelled from the party. I should consider it disgraceful on my part if I were to hesitate to condemn these former comrades because of my earlier close relations with them. I declare outright that I no longer consider either of them comrades and that I will fight with all my might, both in the Central Committee and at the Congress, to secure the expulsion of both of them from the party. On October 20 the Rabotchi Put published a letter from Zinoviev containing a completely unsupported denial of Lenin's charges against him. That same day, Lenin's letters about Kamina and Zinoviev were discussed at a meeting of the Central Committee. Lenin was not present. Most of the Central Committee members who were present did not support Lenin's proposal. By 5 votes to 3 it was decided to accept Kamina's resignation from the Central Committee, and by 6 votes to charge Kamina and Zinoviev not to issue any statements against the Central Committee's decisions and the line of work it has adopted. A proposal that no member of the Central Committee should make any statements against Central Committee decisions was also accepted. But Trotsky took a stand dangerous for the fate of the revolution. Though making no open declaration against the Central Committee's decision on armed uprising, he continued to foster constitutional illusions in the party and urged that the uprising should be postponed until the Second Congress of Soviets opened, which would in fact have meant wrecking the uprising altogether. Lenin vigorously attacked this flabby attitude. To wait for the Congress, he wrote, would be downright idiocy or downright betrayal. Having exposed and isolated the opponents of the armed uprising in its own ranks, the party went ahead even more energetically with practical preparations for the uprising. In all districts of Petrograd and in many other towns, fresh contingents of the Workers' Guard and Revolutionary Committees were formed. The Red Guard, the principal fighting force of the Socialist Revolution, was trained and armed. Meanwhile the counter-revolutionaries, too, were mustering their forces. On learning of the Bolsheviks' decision, the Menshevik and Socialist Revolutionary Central Executive Committee immediately resolved to postpone the Congress of Soviets till October 25, in order to upset the plans of the Bolsheviks, allow the provisional government to take the initiative and make better preparations for crushing the forces of the revolution. For many weeks Lenin had zealously prepared the party and the working class for the uprising, worked out its basic rules and plans, checked up to see whether the party organizations were ready for it in practice, and had kept a close watch on the development of the revolutionary situation in the country as a whole. He had worked hard to determine the moment for the uprising, the correct choice of which he considered to be decisive. Lenin insisted that the provisional government must be overthrown before the Second Congress of Soviets, so as to anticipate the enemy, who were expecting the Bolsheviks to attack on the day the Congress opened. On October 24, while still in hiding, Lenin learned from E. Raja and M. Fofanova that government forces were raising the bridges over the Neva. He immediately wrote a note to the Central Committee, asking permission to come to the Smolny. Soon afterwards Lenin wrote his historic letter to the Central Committee members demanding that the uprising be launched immediately. I am writing these lines on the evening of the 24th. The situation is critical in the extreme. In fact, it is now absolutely clear that to delay the uprising would be fatal. With all my might I urge comrade and to realize that everything now hangs by a thread, that we are confronted by problems which are not to be solved by conferences or congresses, but exclusively by peoples, by the masses, by the struggle of the armed people. We must at all costs, this very evening, this very night, arrest the government, having first disarmed the officer cadets, and so on. History will not forgive revolutionaries for procrastinating when they could be victorious today, while they risk losing much tomorrow. In fact, they risk losing everything. Lenin's exhortations were fully in keeping with the mood of the revolutionary masses who were full of enthusiasm and impatient to go into action. Lenin sent Fofanova with this letter to the Vyborg District Party Committee to be passed on to the Central Committee. The same evening he himself decided to go to the Smolny at once. With the help of Ano Raja, who was attached to Lenin as a messenger, he found an old overcoat and cap and tied a handkerchief round his cheek. In this effective disguise he set off. The note he left for Fofanova read as follows: "Gone where you didn't want me to go. Till we meet again. Ilyich." It was by no means a safe journey. On the way he and Raja were stopped more than once by patrols of officer cadets. Lenin might easily have been arrested. But Lenin had the invaluable qualities of a revolutionary leader of the proletariat. In moments of danger he was particularly daring, brave, and resourceful. All the hazards of the journey to the Smolny Institute were successfully overcome. 26. Pages 234 and 235. 274. Lenin's last spell of hiding was over. Throughout this exceptionally difficult period in his life and work, the workers, the rank-and-file party members had risked their own lives to protect his. They had given him every care and attention. Lenin deeply appreciated this warmth of affection that sprang straight from the heart of the working class. Now at last Lenin was at the headquarters of the revolution Smolny. The leader of the party had taken the whole course of the armed uprising under his firm and resolute control. The revolution triumphed. On that historic night the Smolny was a magnificent spectacle. It was brightly illuminated and humming with activity. Red Guards and representatives from the regiments and factories came from all parts for instructions. The Revolutionary Military Committee was in continuous session on the second floor. From time to time fresh guards were mounted at the doors and gates. Hundreds of messengers from the Red Guards and revolutionary regiments came and went continuously. In the great assembly hall workers and peasants, soldiers and sailors had gathered as delegates to the Second All-Russia Congress of Soviets. Armored cars, lorries, and motorcycles roared across the square in front of the Smolny Institute. Field guns and machine guns were mounted at the gates. The whole building was guarded by sentries. More and more contingents of workers, young and old, marched in and placed themselves at the disposal of the Revolutionary Military Committee. The bonfires blazing in the square lent a fantastic glow to the whole scene. Soon after Lenin's arrival at the Smolny, dispatch riders rode off to the factories, districts, and military units with orders to begin the uprising. The workers' Red Guard detachments, sailors, and regiments of Petrograd moved into action. A planned and lightning-swift drive to block all the streets leading to the center of the city and seize key points and government offices was launched. By the following morning of October 25 all the bridges across the Neva, the Central Telephone Exchange, the Telegraph Office, the Petrograd Telegraph Agency, the wireless station, the railway and power stations, the state bank and other important buildings had been occupied by Red Guards, sailors, and soldiers. With the exception of the Winter Palace, where the provisional 1875 government had taken refuge, and the Petrograd military area headquarters, the whole city was in the hands of the armed proletariat and the revolutionary troops. Lenin urged that the Red Guards, sailors, and soldiers occupy the Winter Palace. The uprising was already victorious. On the morning of October 25 an appeal to the citizens of Russia, written by Lenin, was published on behalf of the Revolutionary Military Committee. It stated, "The provisional government has been deposed. State power has passed into the hands of the organ of the Petrograd Soviet of Workers and Soldiers deputized the Revolutionary Military Committee, which heads the Petrograd proletariat and the garrison." The same morning this appeal was published in the Bolshevik newspaper Rabochi I Soldat. Telegrams about the victory of the revolution in Petrograd were sent out all over Russia and to all fronts. At 2:35 p.m. an extraordinary meeting of the Petrograd Soviet opened in the Great Assembly Hall of the Smolny. The chairman's announcement that the meeting would be addressed by Lenin and Lenin's appearance in the hall roused jubilation and prolonged tumultuous applause from the deputies. It was a long time before the cheering and clapping died down. "The workers' and peasants' revolution," said Lenin, "about the necessity of which the Bolsheviks have always spoken, has been accomplished. From now on, a new phase in the history of Russia begins, and this, the Third Russian Revolution, should in the end lead to the victory of socialism." Amid a roar of applause Lenin proclaimed, "Long live the world socialist revolution." By an overwhelming majority the Petrograd Soviet passed a resolution written by Lenin which stressed the extraordinary solidarity, organization, discipline, and complete unanimity demonstrated by the masses in this unusually bloodless and unusually successful uprising. It expressed unshakable confidence that the Soviet government of workers and peasants would advance steadfastly towards socialism, that the workers of the towns in alliance with the poorest peasantry would show firm, comradely discipline and maintain the absolute strict revolutionary order essential to the victory of socialism. On the evening of October 25, the historic shot from the revolutionary cruiser Aurora was fired and the assault on the Winter Palace began. It ended a few hours later in complete victory for the insurgent workers, soldiers, and sailors. Lenin played a colossal role in the organization and carrying out of the October armed uprising. K. A. Mikhanashian, a member of the Revolutionary Military Committee, describes it as follows in his memoirs: "In the days of the October armed uprising Lenin had a full and most accurate idea of the course of the struggle at every moment. All the reports from the positions were sent to him, as the center, and he always managed to give the most valuable and precise instructions in good time, and to foresee danger in this or that spot in time. Comrade Lenin was the true commander-in-chief of all the armed forces of the October Revolution, and under his lead airship worked a headquarters such as no commander has ever had before. Lenin can boldly be called our first Red Marshal. Thanks to the great fiat of the working class and the peasants of Russia, accomplished under the leadership of Lenin's party, October 25, 1917, had become the glorious day of the victory of the great October Socialist Revolution in Russia. It was past 3 in THG morning on October 26 when the Second All-Russia Congress of Soviets received the news of the capture of the Winter Palace, the last stronghold of the counter-revolution. The announcement of the successful storming of the Winter Palace and the arrest of the ministers of the provisional government was greeted with a thunderous hurrah and shouts of joy and approval. Amid a storm of applause the Congress adopted the proclamation to the workers, soldiers, and peasants, written by Lenin, which announced the transfer of all state power in the capital and the provinces to the Soviets. The Soviet state, a state of workers and peasants, was born. The Congress called upon the workers and peasants, and particularly the soldiers in the trenches, to defend their state from any encroachments by the imperialists. Lenin was not present at the first session of the Congress. He was at the revolutionary A military committee directing the final operations of the assault on the Winter Palace and planning the first steps to be taken by the Soviet government then being established. He had not slept for 48 hours. Only after the capture of the Winter Palace and the arrest of the ministers of the provisional government, did Lenin leave the Smolny and go for a very short spell of sleep and rest at the flat of Bunkbruyevik, who lived not far away. A room had been prepared for Lenin, but for a long time he could not fall asleep. Taking care not to disturb anyone, he got up, quietly seated himself at a table and began to draft the decree on land, which he had thought out in advance, while in his last hiding place. On October 26, 1917, Lenin also drafted the decrees on peace and the formation of the Workers' and Peasants' Government of Russia. The SECO.ND and last session of the Second All-Russia Congress of Soviets began in the evening on October 26. It was just 8:40 when a thundering wave of cheers announced the entrance of the Presidium, with Lenin, Great Lenin, among them. A short, stocky figure, with a big head set down in his shoulders, bald and bulging. Little eyes, a snubbish nose, wide, generous mouth, and heavy chin, clean-shaven now, but already beginning to bristle with the well-known beard of his past and future. Dressed in shabby clothes, his trousers much too long for him. Unimpressive, to be the idol of a mob, loved and revered as perhaps FEW leaders in history have been. A strange popular leader, a leader purely by virtue of intellect, colorless, humorless, uncompromising, and detached, without picturesque idiosyncrasies, but with the power of explaining profound ideas in simple terms, of analyzing a concrete situation. And combined with shrewdness, the greatest intellectual audacity. This is what John Reed wrote about those historical days, about Lenin. The first declaration of the newly born Soviet state was a declaration of peace. The report on peace was delivered by Lenin himself, the leader and inspirer of the October Revolution. When Lenin appeared on the platform, A. Andreev, a Congress delegate, recalls, the audience stood up and moved towards him. For a long time he was unable to begin his speech because of round after round of applause and shouts of "Long live Lenin!" The conference hall was an incredible sight. Shouts of joy mingled with the applause. Besides the delegates, the hall was packed to overflowing with workers, soldiers, and sailors from all over the building. People climbed onto window sills, ledges and chairs just to catch a glimpse of Lenin standing on the platform. Workers and sailors kept tossing their hats and caps into the air, rifles were raised aloft. Standing thus, the Congress listened to Lenin's report on peace. Having pointed out that the question of peace was the most urgent and painful question of the day, Lenin read out his draft of the famous decree on peace submitted for consideration of the Congress by the Bolshevik Party. The declaration called upon the peoples and governments of all the belligerent countries to start immediate open negotiations for the conclusion of peace without annexations or indemnities. At the same time, Lenin's declaration stated that the Soviet government was prepared to consider any other peace terms. The Soviet government proposed the immediate signing of an armistice for a period of not less than 3 months in order to conclude the peace negotiations, and also to convene conferences of the people's representatives with full powers to ratify the terms of peace. The declaration ended with an appeal to the proletariat of Britain, France, and Germany to help the Russian proletariat by all-round, resolute and supreme action to conclude peace successfully. When Lenin's report had been discussed, the Congress unanimously passed its first historic decree, the Decree on Peace. The Decree on Peace opened the way to a new type of international relations that the world had never known before. Lenin addressed the Congress on yet another important question of the agenda, the question of the land. During his speech, Lenin read out the draft of the Decree on Land, submitted to the Congress by the Bolshevik Party for approval. By this decree the landed estates were to be abolished forthwith without any compensation and turned over to the Volast 54 land committees and the Uyezd Soviets of peasants' deputies. Lenin proposed including in the decree on land a peasant mandate on the land 55 by which private ownership of the land shall be abolished forever. All land should be given over to the use of the working people and could neither be bought nor sold. Lands on which high-level scientific farming was practiced were to be converted into model farms and turned over for exclusive use to the state or to the communes, depending on the size and importance of such lands. The peasant mandate instituted land tenure on an equalitarian basis, i.e., the land should be distributed among the working people in conformity with a labor standard or a subsistence standard 5-6 depending on local conditions. Explaining the necessity of including the peasant mandate, which had been drawn up by the socialist revolutionaries, in the Decree on Land, Lenin Psych, does it matter who drew them up? As a democratic government, we cannot ignore the decision of the masses of the people, even though we may disagree with it. In the fire of experience, applying the decree in practice, and carrying it out locally, the peasants will themselves realize where the truth lies. Experience is the best teacher and it will show who is right. Let the peasants solve this problem from one end and we shall solve it from the other. Experience will oblige us to draw together in the general stream of revolutionary creative work, in the elaboration of new state forms. We must be guided by experience, we must allow complete freedom, to the creative faculties of the masses. Life had fully confirmed Lenin's brilliant scientific insight. Subsequently the peasants themselves abandoned the labor and subsistence standards, according to which the land was distributed among the farms, and in response to the call of the Communist Party voluntarily adopted collective forms of farming on the nationally owned land. The Congress greeted Lenin's draft of the Decree on Land with loud applause and passed it with only 1 vote against and 8 abstentions. Lenin's Decree on Land was of the greatest importance in the Bolshevik Party's campaign to win over completely the Russian peasantry to the support of the working class and in consolidating the victory of the Socialist Revolution. At the same session the All-Russia Congress of Soviets formed a Workers' and Peasants' Soviet government, the Council of People's Commissars, with Lenin at its head. The Congress elected the All-Russia Central Executive Committee. It was past 5 in the morning on October 27 when to shouts of "Long live the revolution, long live socialism!" and the strains of the Internationale the Second All-Russia Congress of Soviets concluded its work. The Lenin decrees on peace and land and on the formation of a Soviet government which the Congress adopted played a key role in strengthening the dictatorship of the proletariat and building socialism. The Congress delegates immediately LTFT for the provinces to help spread the workers' and peasants' power throughout Russia. On the international significance of the October Revolution, Lenin saw the historic significance which the October Socialist Revolution held for the whole world, primarily in the fact that it overthrew the political power of the bourgeoisie and the landowners, smashed their state machine, established a dictatorship of the proletariat, based on the alliance of the working class and toiling peasantry, over 1/6 of the globe, and affirmed the power of the Soviets of workers, soldiers and peasants' deputies, which constituted genuinely popular rule and a higher form of democracy. Soviet power, the Soviet Republic. This is what the workers' revolution has put in place of bourgeois democracy, this is the form of transition from capitalism to socialism, the form of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The October Revolution showed that it was impossible to put an end to capitalism and start building socialism without putting an end to the bourgeois state, the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, without replacing it by the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin pointed out that the October Revolution had for the first time in history liquidated the capitalists' and landowners' sacred rights to private ownership of the means of production. For the first time in history the working class, all the people of toil, had become masters of their country. All its riches, the land and its mineral deposits, the factories, the railways and banks had become the property of the working people. Lenin saw a great achievement of the October Revolution in the fact that it had proclaimed and put into practice in Russia a policy of genuine national equality, had proclaimed the right of the previously oppressed peoples to their national sovereignty, had unfolded before them broad opportunities for economic, political, and cultural development, for the broadening and strengthening of brotherly friendship on the basis of socialism. The October Revolution had created the most just political and social system on earth, a system based on genuine equality, on real freedom. Its great and humane ideas inspire the working people, all progressive humanity in the struggle for a bright future. Lenin regarded the October Revolution as an inspiring example of the workers' and peasants' most resolute and dedicated struggle. Asterisk. 29, p. 564. 281. Against the imperialist war, and for peace among the nations. The first Bolshevik revolution has wrested the first 100 million people of this earth from the clutches of imperialist war and the imperialist world. Subsequent revolutions, Lenin predictia, will deliver the rest of mankind from such wars and from such a world. Asterisk. The socialist revolution in Russia shook the edifice of world capitalism to its foundations. The world had split up into two opposing systems. The struggle between socialism and imperialism had become the pivot of world politics. World capitalism had entered the period of its general crisis. A state that put into effect new principles of equality, friendship, and cooperation in relations between peoples and countries had entered the international arena for the first time. Humanity had gained a reliable bastion in its struggle against wars of aggression, in its efforts to ensure peace and international security. Lenin regarded the leadership given by the Communist Party as a cardinal factor in the victory of the October Revolution. It was the party, headed by Lenin, that was always in the vanguard of the working class, that armed the movement with a scientifically based program of struggle, correct strategy and tactics, and political slogans that could be understood by the broad masses of the people. It was the party that forged the alliance of the working class and the toiling peasantry and converted it into the invincible force of the socialist revolution. The party struck a crushing blow at the Mensheviks and the socialist revolutionaries, and exposed their complete desertion to the camp of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie. The people realized the counter-revolutionary nature of the socialist revolutionaries and the Mensheviks and became convinced that the Bolshevik Party was the only party that kept its word, that it was the only party that was waging a selfless struggle to abolish all forms of oppression and exploitation and to save the country from the catastrophe that threatened it. The October Socialist Revolution, Lenin pointed out, had a tremendous revolutionizing effect on the working class of Europe and of the whole world. The proletarians, the working people, progressive men and women all over the world acclaimed the victory of the socialist revolution in Russia. There was not a single working class organization in the world, said Lenin, where the Soviet decrees on peace, on land, on the nationalization of the banks, and the other decrees of October were not greeted with enthusiasm. The asterisk. 33, p. 57. 282. Graphic example of the new socialist life being built in Russia fired the hearts of the working people in all countries. The victory of the socialist revolution in Russia marked the victory of revolutionary theory over reformism, the victory of Leninism over social democracy. It engendered the modern international communist movement. It placed the working class at the center of the modern age. The development of the world communist movement is proceeding under the banner of the ideas of the October Revolution. The example of the October Revolution convinced the world proletariat of how much it needed a party of a new type, a party of revolutionary action equipped with Marxist-Leninist theory, a party that leads the masses. The October Revolution conclusively proved the Marxist truth that the principle of proletarian internationalism is a law of the development of the international working class movement, the prerequisite of all its victories. The socialist revolution in Russia delivered a very powerful blow at the colonial system of imperialism. As Lenin said on many occasions, the First World War and the October Revolution awakened the East and made it once and for all part of the general flood of the world revolutionary movement. By setting up a Soviet republic on the junction between Europe and Asia, between the West and the East, the October Revolution rallied to its banner the proletarian revolutionary socialist movement of the West and the national liberation movement of the peoples of all countries oppressed by imperialism. After the victory of the October Revolution, the crisis of the imperialist colonial system began. The socialist revolution in Russia opened up a new era in the history of mankind, the era of the collapse of capitalism and the assertion of a new, socialist society. It has charted the road to socialism for the whole world and has shown the bourgeoisie that their triumph is coming to an end. Russia of 1917 was the weakest link in the chain of world imperialism. The working class in Russia was the most active force of the world revolutionary process in the period of the general crisis of capitalism, which began in the years of the First World War and the October Revolution. Hence the historical inevitability of the victory of the socialist revolution and the building of a socialist society, first and foremost, in Russia, on 1/6 of the Earth's surface. As Lenin foresaw and subsequent historical experience showed, the basic features of the Great October Socialist Revolution are of * 28, p. 44. 283. Not only specifically national, but also general, international importance. They have found embodiment in countries that have embarked on the path of socialist revolution and the building of socialism. The ideas of the October Revolution, communist ideas, are the leading ideas of our day, the great creative force of modern world history. The revolutionary cause started by the Great October Socialist Revolution is broadening out, growing stronger and triumphing. Socialism is the present for hundreds of millions of people and the morrow for the whole of mankind. The ice is broken, the way clear, the path blazed was the terse and vivid phrase that Lenin used to define the international significance of the Great October Socialist Revolution. 284. Chapter 10. The Great Founder of the Soviet State. Victory will belong only to those who have faith in the people, those who are immersed in the life-giving spring of popular creativity. Lenin. A new period in the life and work of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin began with the victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution. Now that he was at the helm of the proletarian state, it was his task to lead the Bolshevik Party and the Soviet people in the struggle to accomplish the historic tasks of the dictatorship of the working class, to build socialism. Introduction of socialist economic reforms. The proletariat of Russia began the building of socialism in extremely complex and difficult circumstances. The war continued to devastate and exhaust the country. The deposed exploiters, landowners, and capitalists, frantically resisted the dictatorship of the proletariat. They were supported by international capital. The enemies of the revolution had staked heavily on undermining Soviet power from within, by using the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks and also opportunist elements in the Bolshevik Party itself. The Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries acted as direct agents of the deposed exploiting classes in their struggle against Soviet power. Seeking to divert Russia from the path of socialist revolution and establish a bourgeois parliamentary system, they demanded the formation of a new, so-called all-socialist government from representatives of various parties from the Bolsheviks to the popular socialists in which they would play the decisive part. The Central Committee's message to all party members and to all the working classes of Russia, written by Lenin, stressed that at the Second All-Russia Congress of Soviets the Bolshevik Party had won a majority and that only a government formed by 285. This party expressed the will of the Congress and was a Soviet government. The Congress had approved the Bolshevik composition of the Council of People's Commissars. Nevertheless, contrary to the allegations of the bourgeois hacks who were shouting in chorus about Bolshevik intractability and intolerance, the Bolsheviks stated they would agree to share power with the minority in the Soviets, provided that minority loyally and honestly undertake to submit to the majority and carry out the program, proved by the whole Second All-Russia Congress of Soviets, for gradual, but firm and undeviating steps towards socialism. On these conditions the Bolsheviks invited the lefty socialist revolutionaries 57 to enter the government. After considerable vacillation, the lefty socialist revolutionaries, afraid of losing their influence over the peasantry, entered the Council of People's Commissars in December 1, 1917. The Menshevik and Socialist Revolutionary parties continued to exist for a time. But all these petty bourgeois parties disgraced themselves by collaborating with the deposed exploiter classes and the imperialist interventionists, by taking an active part in armed struggle against the people, against the Soviet Republic. When the Civil War was over, the Menshevik and socialist revolutionary leaders joined the counter-revolutionary underground or emigrated. Many rank-and-file members of the Menshevik and socialist revolutionary parties broke with their politically bankrupt leaders, and some of them, particularly those who were workers, later joined the Communist Party. That only one political party, the Communist Party, remained in the country is explained by the fact that the petty bourgeois partis of the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries definitely joined forces with the counter-revolution and suffered a total political defeat. Only the Communist Party acted as the true champion of the interests of the working people. As their leader, only this party gained indisputable authority among the people and earned the trust and affection of the whole nation. In principle, Lenin was far from treating the one-party system as an essential feature of the dictatorship of the proletariat. He emphasized, however, that even if several parties existed, the dictatorship of the proletariat presupposed that the leading role should belong to one party, the Communist Party, which should hold the majority of posts in the government. An essential condition for the participation of the representatives of other parties in the govern * 26, p. 307. 286. Meant was that they should acknowledge the dictatorship of the proletariat and the necessity of the transition to socialism. Lenin's conclusions have been confirmed by the experience of the socialist revolutions in several countries, where in addition to the Communist Party other democratic parties exist. Having consolidated the victory they had won in October, the Bolshevik Party and the Soviet government channeled the energies of the people into the great tasks of creating the new state and social system. In his speeches and appeals, Lenin called upon the working people to manage the affairs of state themselves, to rally round the Soviets, to reinforce them, to show initiative and act independently. One of the immediate tasks confronting the party and the working class after the victory of the October Revolution was to destroy the old bourgeois landowner state machine and set up a new Soviet state machine in its place. The central bodies of administration, the People's Commissariats, were set up under Lenin's direct guidance. He drew up their programs and selected the leading personnel. It was desperately hard work to build the new state. The proletariat had no qualified personnel of its own. The workers and peasants, who had only just broken free from the yoke of exploitation and tyranny, had no experience of government. The difficulties were multiplied by the fact that part of the bourgeois intelligentsia, the top civil servants and officials, made every attempt to sabotage the measures undertaken by the Soviet government. The party sent its best forces into the Soviet government apparatus and enlisted thousands upon thousands of men and women from the common people in the work of building up the Soviet state. Lenin urged the people at all costs to get rid of the old, absurd, savage, despicable, and disgusting prejudice that only the so-called upper classes, the rich and their hangers-on, were fitted to rule the country. He insisted that the rank-and-file workers and peasants were fully capable of performing organizational work provided they were literate, had a knowledge of human nature and practical experience. Difficulties may crop up at the start, one he said, giving the ordinary people confidence in their capabilities, due to inadequate training. But the art of practical government, which has been monopolized by the bourgeoisie, must be mastered. On one occasion, some working men who had been appointed to posts in one of the People's Commissariats came to Lenin and told him they were getting poor results. Could they go back to their factory? Lenin listened attentively and said, "I have never governed a state either, but the party and the people have entrusted me with this work and I have got to justify that trust. I recommend you to do the same." Lenin's appeals drew an eager response from the workers and peasants. Under the leadership of the Bolshevik Party they steadily mastered the art of government. Lenin saw the strength of the genuine People's Soviet state primarily in the stability of its social foundations, in the dedicated support of the working people, and their high level of political consciousness. The Soviet government at once initiated measures designed to satisfy the vital needs of the workers and peasants and improve their condition. It consolidated the gains of the October Revolution and was a powerful instrument in effecting radical socio-economic changes. In the course of a few weeks, the survivals of feudalism and serfdom, landed estates, the social estates, the inequality of men, and national oppression were eliminated from all spheres of social life. The church was separated from the state, and the school from the church. The party and the Soviet government paid enormous attention to the carrying out of the decree on land. In a country possessing so many nationalities as Russia, the fate of Soviet power depended to a great extent on how the problem of nationalities was handled. Lenin regarded the abolition of national oppression as one of the most urgent tasks of the socialist revolution. In the Declaration of Rights of the Peoples of Russia, published on November 3, 1917, the Council of People's Commissars proclaimed the equality and sovereignty of the peoples of Russia, their right to free self-determination up to and including secession and formation of independent states, the abolition of all national and national religious privileges and restrictions, and the free development of the national minorities and ethnographical groups inhabiting the territory of Russia. That the Soviet government recognized this right in practice was shown by the decision of the Council of People's Commissars, in answer to the Finnish government's request, on recognition of Finland's independence. Lenin personally presented this decision of the Council of People's Commissars to the head of the Finnish government. The Soviet government annulled the robber treaties concerning colonial and semi-288 colonial countries, which Tsarist Russia had concluded with other imperialist powers. Having given the peoples of Russia the right to self-determination, the Bolsheviks explained that it was essential for the working people of all nations to be united in the struggle for the victory of the socialist revolution, that the principle of self-determination must be subordinated to the principles of socialism. We give all peoples, said Lenin, the right to arrange their lives in their own way, and hold out to the working people of all nations a brotherly hand for common struggle against the bourgeoisie. Lenin's national policy gained Soviet power the confidence of many millions of working people of the formerly oppressed nationalities, brought the peoples of Russia together, and laid the foundations of a multinational socialist state. As soon as the October Revolution dawned, the working class of Russia set about building a socialist way of life. In his speeches and articles, Lenin emphasized the creative, constructive character of the socialist revolution. Developing Marx's propositions on the socialization of property as the economic basis of socialism, Lenin defined the ways and forms of its creation. He regarded the organization of workers' control over all enterprises without exception as one of the essential conditions. The setting up of workers' control over social production and distribution of products played a great part in safeguarding the enterprises from destruction by the capitalists, and in training the workers to manage production when industry was nationalist. When they encountered opposition from the capitalists, or ran into other obstacles, the workers often appealed to Lenin for help. He listened attentively to their requests and suggestions, questioned them about the mood of the workers, the situation at the factories, explained to them how to effect control over production and run the factories properly, and urged them to act boldly, in a revolutionary manner, and put a stop to sabotage by the capitalists. He strove to give the workers a clear understanding of the tasks of the dictatorship of the proletariat and pointed out that now that power had passed into the hands of the working class, it was responsible for the fate of the country. Lenin liked to chat with the workers. He shared some of his innermost thoughts with them, and their ideas and reasoning always interested him very much. They gave him a yardstick by which to check his own deductions and plans. And for the workers these 19 to 826 289 meetings and conversations with Lenin were a splendid school, which strengthened their fightly in the invincibility of Soviet power. I left the Smolny, a railway worker who visited Lenin in those days recalls, feeling sure that the revolution was in Safi hands and that there was no one else in the WPRLD like Ilyich, no one who knew the working man's heart like he did. Starting out from the idea that a national economy based on public ownership ought to be a planned economy, Lenin proposed setting up an economic center for the whole country. The first proletarian organ for regulating the country's economy was the Supreme Economic Council, a body formed by, and responsible to, the Council of People's Commissars. Lenin guided the work of the Supreme Economic Council and took part in the meetings of its presidium. Lenin considered the nationalization of the banks an important step towards socialism. On his instructions, the nationalization of the private banks was carried out unexpectedly, before the publication of the decree, so that the bourgeoisie had no chance of withdrawing their money. Nationalization of the banks was accompanied by socialization of share capital and the big deposits belonging to the bourgeoisie. The Soviet state turned the banks, formerly the financial stronghold of the bourgeoisie, into an apparatus of socialist accounting and control. By the spring of 1918, a considerable number of larger enterprises in Petrograd and Moscow, the Urals, and the Donets coalfield had been taken over by the Soviet state. The railways became the property of the whole people. With Lenin's participation, the decree on the nationalization of the merchant fleet was drawn up and passed by the government. Foreign trade became a state monopoly, and all foreign loans contracted by Tsarism and the bourgeois provisional government were annulled, thus freeing Russia from the stranglehold of foreign capital. The Soviet government conducted a policy of expropriating the big capitalists. With regard to medium and small-scale industry, the intention was to transform it gradually into socialist industry. Partial compensation for firms that were nationalist was conceded. However, sabotage by the capitalists and their violent resistance to workers' control compelled the Soviet government to excel. Irate nationalization of industry, and to do so by confiscating capitalist property. To counterbalance PTTY bourgeois conceptions of socialism, Lenin stressed that by its nature large-scale machine industry requires socialization on a state level. And this is precisely what the working class of Russia did. Not a single factory was appropriated by separate bodies of workers, they were all made the property of the Soviet state and put at its disposal, thus becoming the property of the whole nation. Socialist nationalization brought with it a fundamental change in the character of the production relations. Exploitation was abolished, the workers began to work for their own benefit, for the benefit of society, the people. For the first time after centuries of working for others, of forced labor for the exploiter, Lenin wrote, it has become possible to work for oneself and moreover to employ all the achievements of modern technology and culture in one's work. The bourgeoisie and the landowners, with the servile support of the Mensheviks and the socialist revolutionaries, refused to submit to the will of the majority of the people and put up savage resistance to the measures taken by the Soviet government. Egged on by international imperialism, they resorted to every means, including armed action against Soviet power, to strangle the revolution and restore the old regime. The victorious proletariat had to crush this resistance by the deposed exploiting classes. Lenin emphasized more than once that it was sabotage and terrorism on the part of the bourgeoisie that compelled the Soviet government to take stern retaliatory measures, including even terrorism. We are against civil war, Lenin explained. But civil war continues, the overthrown exploiters are waging war against the workers and peasants. How can we stop taking measures to put down an enemy that has not stopped its counter-revolutionary actions? Newspapers calling for open resistance or disobedience to the workers' and peasants' government were banned. The Soviet government took decisive measures to check the counter-revolutionary sabotage organized by the constitutional Democrats, the Mensheviks and the socialist revolutionaries. The revolts of the upper strata of the Cossacks on the Don and in the Urals were crushed by force of arms. When a revolutionary class, said Lenin, is fighting the propertied classes that offer resistance, the resistance must be crushed. And we shall crush the resistance of the propertied classes, using the same means as they used to crush the proletariat. No other means have been invented. A workers' and peasants' militia was set up in the first days of Soviet power to maintain revolutionary public order. Unlike the police, which in the capitalist countries stands above the people, the Soviet militia, as Lenin emphasized, expresses the people's interests and serves the people. At Lenin's suggestion, a special body, the All-Russia Extraordinary Commission for Combating Counter-Revolution and Sabotage, was set up in December 1917. It was headed by Felix Dzerzhinsky, a Bolshevik of long standing and one of the finest leaders of the party. The work of the Extraordinary Commission, as Lenin stressed, was directed by the Party Central Committee and the Soviet government. Lenin's decrees on the judiciary laid the foundation of the new People's Courts, which became an instrument for protecting the working people and for educating them in the spirit of socialism. The historic decree on the organization of the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army, passed by the Council of People's Commissars on January 15, 1918, was drawn up under Lenin's direction. Lenin described the first months after October as a time when Soviet power marched triumphant across the land. In AFEW weeks, Soviet power was established in the Central regions, in the Urals and over nearly the whole of Siberia, the Transbaikal, and the far east of Russia. Lenin kept a keen eye on the course of the socialist revolution in the national areas, where the Russian working class rendered fraternal aid to the working people of other nationalities in their struggle for liberation. By March 1918, Soviet power was victorious almost throughout the Ukraine and in Belorussia, the Baltic provinces, Turkestan and Baku. The tremendous pace of work began to tell on Lenin. He became extremely overtired. Krupskaya urged him to go away to the country for a few days. With great reluctance he agreed, only doing so because he hoped in calm surroundings away from the city to be able to write the articles he could not find time to tackle in the Smolny. On December 23, the Council of People's Commissars took a decision to grant Lenin AFEW days leave. Lenin spent them with his wife and sister Maria at a sanatorium in Finland. Here he wrote notes under the title of From a Publicist's Diary in Russia, if the pace of the world revolution slackened. On January 1918, Lenin submitted to a conference of responsible party workers his theses on the question of the immediate conclusion of a separate and annexationist peace. In these theses he shattered the arguments of the supporters of a revolutionary war and proved the necessity of concluding an immediate peace with Germany. He explained that Soviet Russia was not in a position to wage war. By concluding peace, the Soviet government was gaining a necessary breathing space to consolidate Soviet power and go on with socialist construction. As for the left communists who counted on a revolution in Germany, it was impossible, Lenin pointed out, to have a revolution just when you wanted it, and policy could be shaped on that basis. At this conference, 32 votes were cast in favor of a revolutionary war, 16 in favor of Trotsky's position, and 1-5 for the signing of a peace treaty on the terms proposed by Germany. The situation was extremely difficult. At a meeting of the Central Committee on January 1, the majority favored Trotsky's point of view. A number of local party committees did not at once take up a correct position. Even among the rank-and-file communists there were at first strong feelings against Soviet acceptance of these predatory peace terms. Lenin suffered deep anxiety. Nadezhda Krupskaya later wrote of Lenin that he was a man of intense feeling, who took everything that concerned the cause very closely to 298 heart. At moments of great anxiety, he would pace about the room quietly, sometimes on tiptoe, his thumbs in the armholes of his waistcoat, or sit absolutely still, absorbed in his thoughts. Sometimes he did not sleep for several nights running. But Lenin had great willpower and exceptional endurance. He was an optimist by nature, and during the critical period of Brest, as at all such times, he was unshakable. With characteristic courage, vision and adherence to principle he firmly upheld his line. He was sure that the party and the working class would support him. And, indeed, the party organizations and workers quickly grasped the situation and resolutely declared their support of Lenin's position. In spite of Lenin's instruction to conclude peace if the Germans raised the matter as an ultimatum, Trotsky, who was leading the Soviet peace delegation at Brest, announced on January 28 that Soviet Russia refused to sign any annexationist treaty, but was ending the state of war and completely demobilizing its army. This was a disgraceful betrayal of the interests of the Soviet country, and the German army took advantage of it. On February 18, it launched an offensive. The same day, at an evening session of the Central Committee, After a hard struggle, Lenin's proposal to send a telegram immediately to the German government, informing it that the Soviet government agreed to sign the peace treaty, was accepted. The telegram, in the name of the Council of People's Commissars, was sent at once. The German imperialists, however, deliberately delayed their answer and continued to advance. The Soviet country was in grave danger. The interventionists had to be repelled and the Republic defended. On February 21, 1918, the Council of People's Commissars issued a call to the people, written by Lenin: "The socialist fatherland is in danger." This stated that all the forces and means of the country are placed entirely at the service of revolutionary defense. It declared it to be the duty of all Soviets and revolutionary organizations to defend every position to the last drop of blood. The first contingents of the Red Army were sent to the front. Hard fighting developed at Pskov, Revel and Narva. On February 23, new and even harsher German peace terms were received. Germany now laid claim to the whole of Latvia and Estonia and demanded recognition of the treaty the bourgeois Ukrainian Central Rada had made with the powers of the Quadruple Alliance 59, under which the Ukraine became virtually a colony of Germany. The Soviet Republic was to demobilize its army completely, conclude unprofitable economic agreements with Germany, and so on. Such were the results of the adventurous, and in fact treacherous, policy of Trotsky and the left communists. Lenin pointed out that they had actually helped the German imperialists and hindered the growth and development of the revolution in Germany. At a meeting of the Central Committee on February 23, Lenin categorically demanded immediate acceptance of the German peace terms. "These terms must be signed," Lenin said. "If you don't sign them, you will sign the death warrant of Soviet power in 3 weeks." Lenin's inexorability, his firm stand decided matters. The treaty with Germany was signed by the Soviet delegation on March 3, 1918. It is incredibly, unprecedentedly hard to sign an unfortunate, immeasurably severe, infinitely humiliating peace when the strong has the weak by the throat, wrote Lenin. He fully realized the tremendous responsibility he was taking upon himself by deciding to sign the harsh Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. But he did not yield for a moment to doubt or hesitation. Lenin believed profoundly in the strength of the working class, in the invincibility of Soviet power. His articles and speeches united the masses, fired them with energy and new strength. On March 6–8, the extraordinary Seventh Party Congress was held in Petrograd. It was the first Congress of the Bolshevik Party since the victory of the October Revolution. Lenin delivered the Central Committee's political report. He gave a profound analysis of the development of the revolution in Russia, the balance of class forces inside the country and in the international arena, and proved the necessity of concluding the Brest Treaty. Lenin emphasized that the first and most urgent task of the party, of Soviet power, of all workers and peasants was to improve the discipline and self-discipline of the working people, to ensure revolutionary order in the country, to start a campaign against the chaos, disorganization and economic ruin that were the aftermath of the war, to form an army, and to organize universal military training. By a majority of votes the Congress passed Lenin's resolution on war and peace, which approved the signing of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. The Congress also heard Lenin's report on revision of the party program and changing the name of the party. Up till then it had been called the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. Lenin proposed calling the party the Communist Party. This title, he said, clearly expresses the fact that we are moving towards complete communism. After the victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution, the party could not confine itself to merely amending and adding to the old program, as provided for by the 7th All-Russia Party Conference and the 6th Congress of the RSDLP. The Bolshevik Party had become the ruling party, the country had entered the period of transition to socialism. The first program had been fulfilled. Now a new program was needed that would formulate the tasks the party must perform in building a socialist society. In place of the old program, said Lenin, we must now write a new program of Soviet power. For the Congress, Lenin had written the rough outline of the draft program, which was handed out to the delegates. It formulated the aims of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the tasks of the party in the political, economic, and international fields. The Congress passed a resolution renaming the party, which was henceforth to be called, the Russian Communist Party. A special commission headed by Lenin was elected to draw up a new program. Lenin's rough outline of the draft program formed the basis of the commission's work. At the end of February, the Council of People's Commissars passed a decision on moving the government from Petrograd to Moscow. The Central Committee of the party and the Council of People's Commissars headed by Lenin arrived in Moscow on March 1, 1918, and Moscow became the capital of the Soviet state. On March 14, the extraordinary Fourth All-Russia Congress of Soviets was convened in Moscow to ratify the Brest Peace Treaty. Two reports were delivered, one by Lenin, the other, against ratification, by the left Socialist Revolutionary Kamkov. The Congress passed Lenin's resolution on the ratification of the peace treaty with Germany, the names of those for and against being recorded. In an exceptionally complex international and internal situation, the Communist Party succeeded in extricating Russia from the imperialist slaughter, and thwarted the first and extremely dangerous attempt by the reactionary forces of the world to crush the Russian Revolution, to smash the Soviet Republic with the armed forces of militarist Germany. Soviet power, the power of the workers and peasants, Lion of the Great October Socialist Revolution, saved the country from the national disaster to which it had been condemned by the exploiting classes, and rid the peoples of Russia of the threat of being enslaved by foreign capital. Thanks to withdrawal from the war, the working class and the peasants of the land of Soviets gained the peaceful breathing space they so badly needed to consolidate the Soviet state and push ahead with the socialist revolution. The greatest credit for this was due to Lenin. His wisdom, loyalty to principle and strength of will made effective the only correct policy in the vital question of war and peace. The conclusion of the Brest Peace Treaty is a striking instance of the flexibility of Lenin's tactics, of his ability to retreat when necessary in order to gain time and build up strength for victory in battles to come. Lenin assessed the Brest Treaty as an example of a reasonable political compromise between a socialist country and capitalist countries, as a compromise arrived at in the interests of peace and preserving the garrison of socialism. It was indeed a compromise with the imperialists, Lenin wrote later, but it was a compromise which, under the circumstances, had to be made. At the same time, by concluding the Peace of Brest, the Communist Party showed the correct way of combining the national and international tasks of the working class. Lenin wrote that among the particularly formidable difficulties facing the proletarian revolution in Russia was the fact that, owing to the Brest Treaty, it was compelled to pass through a period of sharp divergence from the patriotism of the petty bourgeois masses, the Philistine patriotism that would acknowledge nothing except immediate gains for the fatherland, as understood in the old way, and which saw only that Russia was to cede a part of her territory and consent to great sacrifices and humiliation. In fact, it was the Bolsheviks who were the true patriots of their socialist country, for they accepted these sacrifices in the interests of preserving the main thing: Soviet power, the first socialist state ever created in history, the Republic of Soviets, which had become the true fatherland of the working people. Soviet, socialist patriotism is in organic harmony with proletarian internationalism. Lenin always regarded the working class of the Soviet land as one of the contingents of the world army of socialism. He pointed out that the socialist revolution in Russia was a component part of the world liberation movement of the working people, and that national tasks must be accomplished in direct relation to the overall tasks of the movement. When deciding the question of the Brest Peace, the Bolsheviks were guided by the principles of proletarian institutionalism, which, as Lenin wrote, meant a revolutionary struggle against imperialist government, overthrowing it, and being ready to make the greatest national sacrifices, if it should benefit the development of the world workers' revolution. The communists of the land of Soviets displayed exemplary loyalty to their internationalist duty. They were not deterred by the enormous sacrifices that had to be made to preserve the world's first socialist republic, the very existence of which is a great standby for the proletarians of all countries in their struggle against capitalism. The whole course of development of the world liberation movement since the conclusion of the Brest Treaty has confirmed the correctness of Lenin's wise policy, the power of his scientific foresight. Every day the Soviet Republic grew stronger, and the contradictions of imperialism grew more intense. The revolutionary crisis in the West mounted rapidly and led to revolutions in a number of countries. The revolution in Germany in November 1918 enabled the Soviet government to annul the rapacious Treaty of Brest. Leninist principles of foreign policy. One of Lenin's great services was that in this struggle for peace he formulated the principles of the foreign policy of a socialist country. In determining the principles of Soviet foreign policy, Lenin started it from the fact that the socialist revolution cannot be victorious simultaneously in all countries, that a period of the coexistence side by side of socialist and capitalist states is historically inevitable. Lenin thus regarded the coexistence of states with different social systems as an objective law that could operate throughout the epoch of transition from capitalism to socialism on a world scale. Lenin held that the foreign policy of a socialist state should aim at furthering the development of the international liberation movement of the working people, the key factor in which is the successful building of a socialist society in the countries where the dictatorship of the proletariat is established. One of the most important principles of Soviet foreign policy was to maintain peace, peaceful coexistence with other peoples, with the workers and peasants of all nations, as Lenin declared in an interview he gave to foreign journalists. He sharply criticized the left communists who denied the possibility and necessity of peaceful coexistence between states with different social systems. The persistent efforts of the Soviet state to achieve peace, its peaceful foreign policy, as Lenin frequently pointed out, stem from the very nature of the socialist system, to which aggression, the seizure of foreign territory, and the subjugation of other nations are fundamentally alien. Lasting peace is essential for building socialism and communism. Lenin exposed the untenability of the position of the left communists, who failed to understand the need for certain agreements with capitalist countries, for establishing peaceful relations with them. Since the socialist state existed on the same planet as the capitalist states, it could and should trade with them, and conclude economic and other agreements with them. Otherwise the socialist republic surrounded by imperialist powers could not exist at all, without flying to the moon. Lenin's policy of peaceful coexistence between countries with different social systems does not, of course, mean reconciliation with capitalism, does not mean that communists should give up their ultimate aim, the victory of socialism throughout the world. Peaceful coexistence, as Lenin understood it, presupposes unremitting ideological, political, and economic struggle between the two systems, expansion of the class struggle of the working people in the capitalist countries in all its forms, and development of the national liberation movement of the oppressed peoples against imperialism. Defining the tasks of the Communist Party of the Soviet country, Lenin wrote, "Support of the revolutionary movement of the socialist proletariat in the advanced countries in the first instance. Support of the democratic and revolutionary movement in all countries in general, and especially in the colonies and dependent countries. The interests of the world revolution demand that Soviet power, having overthrown the bourgeoisie in our country, should help that revolution, but that it should choose a form of help which is commensurate with its own strength. Communists have never considered that the path to revolution lies necessarily through war between states." Arguing against the left communists and exposing their adventurous and, in fact, provocative attitude, Lenin wrote in his article "Strange and Monstrous," "Perhaps the authors believe that the interests of the world revolution require that it should be given a push, and that such a push can be given only by war, never by peace, which might give the people the impression that imperialism was being legitimized. Such a theory would be completely at variance with Marxism, for Marxism has always been opposed to pushing revolutions, which develop with the growing acuteness of the class antagonisms that engender revolutions. Such a theory would be tantamount to the view that armed uprising is a form of struggle which is obligatory always and under all conditions. Lenin was always emphatically opposed to the idea of exporting revolutions. Only madmen or provocateurs could imagine that revolution could be produced in other countries to order, by agreement, he pointed out. Revolutions must never be imposed on peoples from without. We know, Lenin said, that revolutions cannot be made to order, or by agreement, they break out when tens of millions of people come to the conclusion that it is impossible to live in the old way any longer. Lenin unmasked the false allegations of the bourgeoisie and the right socialists that the Bolsheviks wanted to introduce their system in other countries by force while opposing the export of revolutions. Lenin also resolutely condemned the export of counter-revolution, interference by the imperialists in the internal affairs of the Soviet Republic and of other peoples engaged in revolution. As Lenin saw it, peaceful coexistence creates the most favorable international climate for the entire process of world revolution, and accelerates the development of the international liberation movement. It completely accords with the principles of proletarian internationalism. Peaceful coexistence, the struggle against unjust wars, the prevention of world wars with their terrible loss of life and destruction promote the fundamental interests of the overwhelming majority of mankind. Lenin devoted much attention to the foreign policy problems of the Soviet Republic. He considered that after Soviet Russia had withdrawn from the war, the chief aim of her foreign policy should be to make the peace she had won more secure. The Soviet government immediately took steps to establish business relations with the capitalist countries. On Lenin's initiative, a plan for development of trade and economic relations between Soviet Russia and the United States was worked out. The Soviet government declared its readiness to pay for goods purchased in the USA with agricultural produce and raw materials, and also to grant the United States concessions on equal terms with other countries. Evidence of Soviet Russia's desire for peace was provided when the design for the state seal came up for discussion by the Council of People's Commissars. Part of the design was a sword, which had been included as a symbol of strength and militancy. Lenin was absolutely opposed to this. Why a sword? He asked. We have no need of conquests. We are against them, we do not attack, we are defending ourselves against internal and external enemies, our war is defensive, and the sword is not our emblem. The Council of People's Commissars examined the design and passed a resolution, one of the points of which was to take the sword out of the drawing. It was finally decided that the emblem of the land of Soviets should be the hammer and sickle, symbol of peaceful creative labor. Lenin's vivid oratory. When they arrived in Moscow, Lenin and Krupskaya lived for a time in the Hotel National, after which they moved into the Kremlin. Lenin's study was quite a small room. Everything on the desk had a place and purpose of its own. On the writing pad, which was always there, Lenin made notes, wrote instructions, and jotted down the names of anyone who had asked to see him. Sometimes he made notes on the pages of the calendar. Behind the desk stood a wooden 306 armchair with a cane back and seat. In the conference room there was a similar armchair. In front of the desk stood another table with big leather armchairs on both sides of it for visitors. On each side of the desk there were revolving book stands, which Lenin used to call whirligigs. One of them was for papers concerning party conferences and congresses, and for reference books and dictionaries. The other contained files and papers that might be needed for the business of the day. Lenin also used it to keep books that he intended looking through in the near future. On two book stands behind the desk lay files of Russian and foreign newspapers, while a book stand by the window contained Russian newspapers for the current month. The walls of the study were lined with bookcases, which contained nearly 2,000 books. Part of Lenin's library was kept in a room next door to the Council of People's Commissars' anteroom. Altogether the library consisted of more than 10,000 books, pamphlets, magazines, and other publications, including over 1,000 books in English, French, German and other foreign languages. Among them were the works of Marx and Engels, of Plekhanov, Behel, Lafargue, Mering, Rosa Luxemburg, Hegel, Feuerbach, Holbach, Campanella, Saint Simon and the Russian Revolutionary Democrats Herzen, Belinsky, Chernyshevsky, Dobrolyubov, and Pisarev. There were also books on history, on questions of political economy, the world economy, and the economy of Russia, on engineering, the natural sciences, military science, and other branches of knowledge. A large section of the library consisted of Russian and foreign belles lettres. Lenin's study contained many geographical maps and atlases which he used constantly in his work. Over the sofa hung a portrait of Marx, which had been presented to Lenin by the workers of Petrograd, and a bas-relief of Stepan Kalchurin. The study also contained a tall ornamental palm tree. As Lenin wished, there were no curtains in the windows or over the doors. He did not like curtains and never allowed the blinds to be lowered. Till the last day when he worked there, the furnishings of Lenin's study remained almost unchanged. Lenin got used to his study and firmly refused to move to a larger and better room. One of the doors of the study led into the corridor, another to what was called the booth, a switchboard connected with the offices and flats of the People's Commissars and members of the Central Committee, and also with the headquarters of the Red Army, with Petrograd, Kharkov and other cities. A third door led 307 into the conference room of the Council of People's Commissars. Everyone Lenin received entered the study through the conference room and this door. The four-room flat at the end of the corridor adjoining the premises of the Council of People's Commissars was shared by Lenin, his wife, and his sister, Maria Ulyanova. Lenin's small room served him both as a study and a bedroom. There was a desk by the window and an iron bedstead covered with a plaid by the wall. The plaid had been given to Lenin by his mother Maria Alexandrovna in 1910, when they last saw each other in Sweden, and Lenin treasured it. A similar simplicity was to be found in the rooms occupied by Krupskaya and Maria Ulyanova, and also in the dining room. Sometimes they ate in the kitchen. Lenin, in particular, often had dinner, supper, and tea there, an old habit of his since the days of emigration. Lenin lived and worked in the Kremlin until the spring of 1923. Lenin's flat and study in the Kremlin have been preserved to this day in their original states, as a museum. Thousands of people, from all parts of the Soviet Union, as well as our friends and guests from abroad, visit them with love and respect. Since the spring of 1918, when Lenin had suggested it, it had become customary in Moscow for members of the Central Committee and people in responsible positions to speak regularly at public meetings. Lenin was always interested to know what questions were asked and what suggestions the workers put forward. He himself often addressed meetings and workers' conferences, sometimes twice or three times a day. Thousands and tens of thousands of workers and Red Army men saw Lenin on the rostrum and heard his fiery appeals. As soon as the chairman mentioned Lenin's name, there would be a roar of applause and loud shouts of "Long live Ilyich! Hurrah!" Lenin would step quickly up to the rostrum, and put his watch and notes on it. But he would not speak from the rostrum. He would simply come nearer to the audience, right to the edge of the platform. His manner was natural and unaffected. His voice was loud, expressive, and well modulated. He spoke quickly, but audibly, and clearly. Lenin usually spoke either entirely without notes or with only a brief outline of his speech at which he rarely glanced. But one could see that his speech or report was not made on the spur of the moment but had been carefully considered. Before every speech, writes Krupskaya, Lenin was tense and concentrated. He avoided discussion on other subjects and one could tell by his face that he was thinking out what he was going to say. 308. Lenin's way of speaking was plain, without any verbal frills or affectation. There was nothing artificial or theatrical about it, no specially prepared catchwords or phrases to create an effect. His speeches won the listener with something else: their great truth, profundity, knowledge of the life and needs of the people, their irrefutable logic, unshakable conviction and ardor, their faith in the power of the people, the simplicity and clarity of their exposition. They always contained something new, and Lenin would careful why explain this new idea, giving the reasons for it and not hesitating to repeat his idea over and over again. His speeches, like his articles, were never abstract. His theoretical propositions were always bound up with life and supported by practical considerations and arguments. Lenin _at himself on the simple facts and examples of life that were known to the people, and in this way he led his listeners onto an understanding of the theoretical propositions, policy and slogans of the party. For every kind of audience he had his own special approach, arguments, and method of expounding his ideas. While he was actually speaking, he could sense what interested his audience, what they could not understand, or what they thought most important. He was always able to judge from the degree of attention he received, from the questions and comments, from the remarks of other speakers at a conference, what mood his audience were in, to cater for their interests, and to clarify obscure points, win their attention and communicate with them. He did not steer round awkward, worrying issues or try to gloss over them. On the contrary, he put such issues squarely, in concrete terms. He made use of all the rich resources of the Russian language and loved to quote popular sayings and proverbs and recall the characters of literature. He had a hearty dislike of distortions of the Russian language, of the affected use of foreign words, and when he noticed that some speakers had a tendency towards this abuse, he wrote a short article called "Stop Spoiling the Russian Language." Lenin was often told that his speeches were easy to understand, and on one occasion he replied, "I know only that whenever I took the floor as an orator, I always thought of the workers and peasants as my listeners. I wanted them to understand me. No matter where a communist is speaking, he ought to think of the people, he ought to speak for them." Asterisk. The people saw that Lenin was speaking of the things that really mattered, that deeply concerned his listeners and himself, and it was this that convinced them more than anything. Every worker, every peasant who listened to Lenin thought to himself, "Yes, he understands us. He is one of us." Lenin's vivid oratory reached deep into the consciousness of the masses, fired them with enthusiasm and the desire to act, and armed them with confidence in victory over the enemy. Lenin gave every ounce of his energy to his work. His only form of recreation were his walks in the Kremlin and the trips he took with his wife and sister to the Vorobyovy Hills and the country round Moscow. He was fond of visiting new places and would think while he drove along, enjoying the fresh air. One of his favorite spots was a wood on the bank of the river Moskva, near Barvikha. We would choose an out-of-the-way spot on a hill, his sister recalls, with a good view of the river and the surrounding fields, and would pass the time there till evening. Sometimes, when we were driving through a village, a bunch of fair-headed peasant children would come rushing up to our car begging to be taken for a ride. Vladimir Ilyich, who was very fond of children, would ask Gil to pull up and the car would fill to overflowing with noisy jubilant youngsters. After driving a mile or so, we would let the children get out and they would run shouting and laughing back to their village. This kind of recreation was a bit primitive, but it was impossible to arrange any other at the time, and we always came home refreshed and satisfied and with happy memories. Asterisk. The immediate tasks of the Soviet government. Lenin always attached enormous importance to equipping the party and the working class with a clear understanding of the aims and prospects of further advance. When the country gained a peaceful breathing space, therefore, he paid special attention to drawing up a plan of socialist construction. In the second half of March 1918, Lenin began work on an article about the tasks confronting the Soviet government. The immediate tasks of the Soviet government was the first big work Lenin had. Reminiscences of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. 1, p. 170. 310. Written since the October Revolution. It outlines a plan of socialist construction, examines the most important problems of the period of transition from capitalism to socialism, and works out the principles of the economic policy of the Soviet state. Many extremely important basic propositions that Lenin formulated in the immediate tasks of the Soviet government are still significant today, under the conditions of a developed socialist society, a law-governed stage on the way to communism. The proletariat had taken political power. Lenin pointed out, the Communist Party's main task was that of administering the country. This he defined as the chief link in the historical chain of events, which has to be grasped in order to hold the whole chain and thoroughly prepare the transition to socialism. The transition to socialism, Lenin taught, demands above all organization of the strictest countrywide accounting and control of the production and distribution of products. Without this it is impossible to ensure the planned economy that is in the very nature of socialist society, and a steady rise in the productivity of labor. Lenin particularly emphasized the significance of control and accounting in the campaign against the petty bourgeois elements, against the survivals of capitalism in people's minds, in their attitude to work and to social property. Besides the organization of countrywide accounting and control, Lenin considered the raising of labor productivity on a nationwide scale an equally important factor in the transition to socialism. The first requirement for raising the productivity of labor is to provide a material basis for large-scale industry, development of fuel and iron production, the engineering and chemical industries. Other important conditions for higher productivity of labor are the raising of the educational and cultural level of the population, the improvement of the discipline of the working people, their skill, their dexterity and labor productivity, and better organization. Proceeding from the socialist principle of distribution in accordance with the quantity and quality of work, Lenin emphasized the enormous significance of the workers having a material interest in the results of their labor, in the growth of social production. In this connection he called attention to the necessity of introducing payment by the piece and a system of bonuses. Lenin taught that an essential condition for the victory of socialism is the building up of a new, conscious sense of labor discipline, educating the people to take a communist attitude to their work. Measures of compulsion must be used in the case of those 311 who try to give society as little as possible while grabbing as much as possible for themselves. One of Lenin's great contribution to the theory and practice of scientific communism was his elaboration of the principle of democratic centralism as the basic principle of economic management under the conditions of building socialist and communist society. Democratic centralism means combining centralist planned administration of the economy with broad participation of the masses in economic management and granting of adequate powers to the local bodies. Lenin went on to explain that any large-scale machine industry, which forms the production foundation of socialism, and the processes of work organized on the lines of such an industry, call for absolute and strictest unity of will directing the joint labor of hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of people. Such unity of will presupposes one-man management in industry, personal responsibility of definite persons for executive functions, for the job entrusted to them, and demands strict, conscious discipline and unquestioning obedience to the will of the managers of production during work. One-man management, Lenin emphasized, must be combined with a collegiate attitude, with active participation of the masses in discussing and solving the basic problems of managing production, with their control of the work of enterprises. In the immediate tasks of the Soviet government and a number of his other works and speeches, Lenin paid much attention to the question of the specialists needed for the building of socialism. He considered that the heart of the problem was to create a new intelligentsia that would have its roots in the people and spring from a working people's environment. At the same time, Lenin stressed the necessity of enlisting the old, bourgeois specialists in socialist construction. Lenin gave the first Marxist analysis of the question of the attitude of the victorious proletariat and its party to the bourgeois intelligentsia. He considered employment of the old specialists an essential part of the general task of converting the whole great store of culture, the science and technical knowledge accumulated by capitalism, from a tool of the bourgeoisie into a tool of the proletariat. The working class, he explained, could and must re-educate the bulk of the old intelligentsia, and draw engineers and technicians, agronomists, teachers, doctors, men of science and culture, and also former capitalists with experience of running large enterprises into the service of the people. This was essential in the interests of 312. Economic and cultural construction, and also for training the new proletarian intelligentsia. Lenin taught communists to be tactful with the old intelligentsia, to value and be considerate towards every specialist, even though he might still be ideologically alien to communism, as long as he worked conscientiously, and with a sound knowledge of the job. Success of the socialist transformation of Russia presupposed the strengthening of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the development and perfection of Soviet organization. Lenin advocated developing socialist democracy to the utmost, drawing the working people into the practical work of governing the country, and cementing the ties between the Soviets and the masses of the PEOPLE. Socialist democracy, Lenin explained, meant that every citizen should be so placed that he could take part in discussing state laws and in electing his representatives to governing bodies and in putting laws into effect. Lenin's plan of socialist construction was received with hostility by the left communists, who opposed the introduction of labor discipline, one-man management in the enterprises, the introduction of the cost accounting principle, the employment of bourgeois specialists and the principle of material incentive. In Left-Wing Childishness and the Petty Bourgeois Mentality, published in May 1918, Lenin showed that the left communists were the defenders and mouthpiece of the petty bourgeoisie, that they had failed to understand the essence of the transition from capitalism to socialism, the nature and tasks of the proletarian state, the specific features of Russia's economy at that time. At that time small commodity production was predominant in Russia's economy and the petty bourgeois element constituted the greatest danger to the proletarian state. Under these conditions, Lenin pointed out, the main task was to subordinate the petty bourgeois to the control and accounting of the Soviet socialist state. To achieve this aim and organize large-scale production as rapidly as possible, Lenin considered it expedient to utilize various forms of state capitalism, to allow some degree of compromise, to come to an agreement with capitalists who were prepared to work under the control of the socialist state. He put forward the idea that after the dictatorship of the proletariat had been established, state capitalism could, in certain circumstances, serve as one of the ways of bringing about the gradual socialization of enterprises that had remained the property of capitalists. Lenin did not rule out the possibility of the working class buying out the means of production owned by the 313 bourgeoisie. State capitalism under the dictatorship of the proletariat, Lenin said, is capitalism allowed within definite limits by the proletarian government, which bases itself on the commanding heights of the economy, and is under the strict control of the socialist state. The question of state capitalism under the dictatorship of the working class, which had been raised by life itself, by the concrete conditions of building socialism in that period, was a new question, which had not and could not have been posed by the founders of scientific communism. Lenin's treatment of this question is an example of his creative approach to revolutionary theory. He sharply criticized the left communists, who in this matter, too, adopted a dogmatic position and refused to see the fundamental distinction between state capitalism under the dictatorship of the proletariat and state capitalism under bourgeois rule. In Soviet Russia, state capitalist enterprises never became widely developed and did not play an important part in the economy of the transition period, because the bourgeoisie, counting on restoring the bourgeois landowner system with the help of foreign imperialists, declined to work under the control of the Soviet government. The possibility of utilizing state capitalism in building socialism was, however, confirmed in practice by the experience of other countries which took the path of socialist development. First steps towards building socialism. In economic construction, the party directed its attention primarily at the organization of socialist industry. Lenin considered it a matter of primary importance to carry through the nationalization of large-scale industry, above all heavy industry, and to go over from workers' control to working class, state management of production. On June 28, 1918, the Council of People's Commissars passed a decree on the nationalization of all large-scale industry. Its implementation led to the nationalization of large-scale and medium-scale industry for the most part. By the autumn of 1918, more than 3,000 enterprises had been nationalized. In a letter to a conference of representatives of nationalist enterprises of the machine-building industry, Lenin urged them to concentrate all their energy on organizing labor processes correctly, on raising the productivity of labor. He recommended sending 314 experienced workers from the best factories to other factories to help them organize work, establish firm discipline and order, accounting and control in order to save raw materials. Lenin resolutely rebuffed the anarcho-syndicalist attitudes found among trade union workers, the attempts to hand the administration of enterprises over to the relevant trade unions. He demanded a merciless struggle against the syndicalist and chaotic attitude to nationalist enterprises. Lenin attached prime importance to the centralist planned guidance of the economy. He wrote that communism demands and assumes the utmost centralization of large-scale production throughout the country, and that only large-scale, planned construction, which aims at evenly utilizing economic and business values, deserves to be called socialist. Even at this stage, Lenin worked out the basic principles of socialist planning, wrote about the necessity to provide for rational distribution of industry from the point of view of proximity of raw materials and maximum economy of social labor, and also concentration of production. Proceeding from the fact that the socialist national economy must be built on an advanced technical basis, he drew particular attention to the electrification of industry and transport and the utilization of electricity in farming. Thus, in the very first months of Soviet power, Lenin set the electrification of the national economy as a task of programmatic importance. In spite of the incredible difficulties, the Communist Party and Soviet power embarked upon extensive economic and cultural construction. Power projects were drawn up. A program for the development of the Ural-Kuznets coal field was worked out, a broad program of railway building was drafted, preparatory work was begun on the construction of the Jiadon Canal and the building of irrigation systems in Turkestan for the development of cotton growing. Even in those days, Lenin with his usual foresight stressed the enormous importance of the raw material and power resources of the eastern regions of the country, Siberia. He gave great attention to the task of switching industry over to peaceful production, organizing the repair and production of agricultural machines and equipment, and output of consumer goods. Measures were taken to develop trade between town and country, to make use of cooperatives in the distribution of foodstuffs, and to institute a stable financial and monetary system. The party and the government made tremendous efforts to snatch the country out of the jaws of economic ruin and starvation. An extremely serious food crisis developed in the spring and particularly the summer of 1918. The workers of Moscow, Petrograd, and other cities sometimes went for weeks on end without their bread ration. The working peasantry of the provinces that did not grow grain were also starving. The acute food shortage was caused mainly because, as a result of the intervention by the imperialist powers and the counter-revolutionary revolts, Central Russia was cut off from the main grain-producing areas, and the kulaks had hidden their grain and refused to sell it to the state at fixed prices. The reactionary forces hoped to bring about the fall of Soviet power through starvation. The fate of the Soviet Republic depended on the solution of the food problem. Lenin wrestled with the problem of providing the cities with bread and found a solution in the form of new, proletarian methods of combating the famine. In May 1918, Lenin initiated and participated in the drawing up of decrees on the food situation which confirmed that the state grain monopoly was inviolable, and demanded ruthless measures to stop profiteering, and called for the strictest control and proper distribution of all grain stocks. The papers published Lenin's letter to the Petrograd workers on the famine, in which he called upon the proletariat to organize a mass crusade against the grain profiteers, against the kulaks, against all who violated state regulations concerning the collection, transporting and distribution of grain. It was not only the food question that was being decided in the fight for grain. The point at issue was the victory of the socialist revolution in the countryside, and hence the fate of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This struggle seems to be only a struggle for bread, but as a matter of fact it is a struggle for socialism, said Lenin. During the confiscation of the landed estates and the redistribution of the land, the class struggle between the kulaks and the working peasantry flared up with fresh intensity. By its extensive organizational work, the Bolshevik Party paved the way for the further development and deepening of the socialist revolution in the countryside. In the spring of 1918, when he was drawing up the plan of socialist construction, Lenin made it one of the party's chief tasks to achieve a gradual but steady transition to joint tillage and large-scale socialist agriculture. It is worth mentioning in this connection that even then Lenin, basing himself on the fundamental ideas of Marx and Engels, was pointing out that cooperation could and should play an important part in the building of socialism, because after the victory of the socialist revolution and the winning of power by the working class, the position of the cooperatives undergoes a fundamental change. Later, reasoning from the proposition about the socialist nature of cooperation under the dictatorship of the proletariat, with social ownership of the basic means of production, Lenin evolved his brilliant cooperative plan for bringing the peasants onto the path of socialism, for the voluntary amalgamation of small peasant farms into large collective farms. Having abolished private ownership of the land, the Soviet government carried out a series of measures to reorganize agriculture along socialist lines. State socialist farms were set up on the basis of the best of the landed estates. Lenin regarded the state farms as strongholds of socialist reform of the countryside and raising of the productive forces of agriculture. The first agricultural communes and artels received support and encouragement from the party and the government. At Lenin's suggestion, a special fund was instituted which issued grants and loans to the collective farms. Questions of cultural construction began to figure prominently in Lenin's work as soon as Soviet power was established. In a talk with A. Lunacharsky, the People's Commissar of Education, on the tasks of the Commissariat of Education, he stressed the necessity of a serious, statesmanlike approach to the work of public education and widespread development of political and educational work among the people. Lenin considered it most important to win over the teachers to Soviet power. He made many speeches to teachers, explaining to them the policy of the Communist Party in the field of public education. The Soviet school, he said, must become a means of enlightening and educating the people, must serve the cause of building socialist society. The work of abolishing illiteracy among adults was begun. The doors of the institutions of higher learning were opened wide to the workers and peasants. Lenin was responsive to the cultural aspirations of the working people. Pokrovsky. Build a school. Lenin was his terse instruction written on a scrap of paper with barely legible letters, the letter, in which the peasants of a remote northern village complained that they had tried in vain to get the uyezd and gubernia authorities to build them a school and appealed to Lenin for help. Also, the letter said, "We send you greetings and may you lead the proletariat well and give the bourgeois a sound beating. We have also organized a committee of poor peasants 60 for ourselves. It is a good thing, may the Lord give you good health. They say it was your idea." Lenin also helped the Putilov workers, who decided to organize an art studio for children at the works. When the Putilov delegates told Lenin that the Department of Public Education had advised them to postpone the project, Lenin turned to the other people in his study and said, "Do you hear what the Putilov workers want? They want to produce their own working class intelligentsia, and they are told, wait a year or so. No delay whatsoever, the studio must be organized." The Soviet state made persistent efforts to enlist scientific and technical personnel in the work of socialist construction. Lenin warmly welcomed the decision of the Academy of Sciences to cooperate with the Soviet government in the work of studying the country's natural resources. The Soviet government allotted what were then large funds for scientific research, new research institutes, laboratories and experimental stations and factories were organized in the very first year of the socialist revolution. Attaching great importance to the further development, study, and propagation of Marxist theory, Lenin supported the proposal made by leading personnel of the People's Commissariat of Education on the setting up of a Marxist scientific center, the Socialist Academy of Social Sciences, and defined the Academy's principal tasks as publication of Marxist literature, bringing together Marxist scholars, organizing social research, elaboration of current philosophical and economic problems, and teaching the social sciences from a Marxist point of view. At the end of December 1917 the state publishing house was set. Asterisk about Iliacal. Articles and Reminiscences by Village Correspondents, Lenin Rad, 1934, pages 77, 78. Reminiscences of Lenin, Part 2, Moscow, 1957, p. 75. 318. Up. The mass publication of socio-political books, literary classics, and textbooks began. Lenin showed exceptional concern for libraries, which, in his opinion, were to become genuine centers of culture and politico-educational activity. The Soviet state made great artistic treasures the property of the whole people. Lenin initiated measures for the nationalization of invaluable art collections, and also for the protection of artistic and historical monuments. Soon after the government's removie.al to Moscow, Lenin gave instructions for restoring the most important historical buildings of the Kremlin. His was the plan of monument propaganda, which meant the decoration of Soviet towns and cities, above all Moscow and Petrograd, by installing memorials, bas-reliefs and other sculptures, whose purpose would be to propagate the ideas of socialism, show the heroism of the working people's struggle for freedom from their oppressors, and commemorate the great men of culture. Consolidation of Soviet power. In the field of state organization, Lenin considered the consolidation of Soviet power in the provinces one of the most important problems at that period. In his articles and speeches, Lenin repeatedly pointed out that the Soviet government had no intention of belittling the significance of the local authorities and limiting their rights and independence. At the same time, he resolutely opposed the parochial attitude and separatism, which he regarded as the resistance of the petty bourgeois element to centralist proletarian state administration. He considered parochial tendencies to be extremely dangerous to the building of socialism and communism. Lenin emphasized that rapid and accurate fulfillment of all the laws and instructions of the Soviet government played an important part in organizing and regulating the activities of the organs of Soviet power. In order to inculcate and strengthen revolutionary, Soviet legal ity, Lenin told the Commissariat of Justice to draw up and put into effect measures for organizing and improving the work of the people's courts. He demanded ruthless action against embezzlement of public funds and bribery, profiteering and rowdyism, swindling and parasitism. He who does not work, neither shall he eat. This is the practical commandment of socialism. This is how things should be organized practically, he wrote. Lenin proposed stern measures against bribery. Lenin foresaw that the peaceful breathing space might be short-lived and considered it most important to strengthen the defense potential of the Soviet land. The Russian Soviet Federative Republic stated a resolution, passed by the Fourth Congress of Soviets, on the ratification of the Brest Treaty, having unanimously condemned predatory wars, from now on deems it its right and its duty to defend the socialist fatherland against all possible attacks by any of the imperialist powers. One of the important planks in the Bolshevik Party's program had been the demand for the replacement of the standing army by a people's militia. However, experience of the revolution in Russia, and the fact that the Soviet Republic, encircled by hostile capitalist states, encountered furious armed resistance by the landowners and the bourgeoisie, decided the new approach to the problem taken by Lenin and the party. In order to defend the gains of the socialist revolution from encroachments by internal and external enemies, the party recognized the need to create a strong and well-equipped army of the Soviet state, an army of a new type. Unlike the armies of the imperialist states, which are the mailed fist of the exploiting classes, instruments for the enslavement of their workers and peasants and the peoples of other countries, the Soviet army is an army for the liberation of the working people, an army founded and educated on the principles of proletarian internationalism. At first the Red Army was recruited from volunteers. But by the spring of 1918, in view of the necessity of repulsing the interventionists and White Guards, the Communist Party and the Soviet government began making preparations for the creation of a regular Centralist army on the basis of compulsory military service. Thanks to the enormous work of the party and the revolutionary enthusiasm of the people, by the autumn of 1918 a firm foundation for a regular People's Army, the Red Army, had been laid. The Fifth All-Russia Congress of Soviets opened on July 4, 1918. It was the scene of a sharp struggle against the lefty socialist revolutionaries, who attempted to discredit the Soviet government's policy, came out in defense of the counter-revolutionary parties, the Mensheviks and the right socialist revolutionaries, demanded that the campaign against the kulaks be abandoned, demanded freedom of private trade in grain and that the poor peasants' committees be abolished. They also called for repudiation of the Brest Treaty. In the Council of People's Commissars report, Lenin hit back at the left socialist revolutionaries and exposed and refuted their slanderous allegations. The whole course of events has shown that the Communist Party and the Soviet government were right in concluding the Brest Peace, he stressed. During the peaceful breathing space, the workers and peasants had overcome enormous difficulties and taken a great step forward in socialist construction. Lenin explained the necessity for the emergency measures that the Soviet government had adopted in combating the famine, and showed that the Communist Party was steadily carrying out a policy of alliance between the working class and the rural poor and all the working peasantry. After keen debates on the reports of the All-Russia Central Executive Committee and the Council of People's Commissars, the Congress passed by a majority vote the resolution proposed by the Communist Group expressing full approval of the foreign and home policy of the Soviet government. On July 6, the lefty socialist revolutionaries, defeated at the Congress, started an anti-Soviet revolt. With the object of provoking war between Germany and Soviet Russia, they murdered the German ambassador Merbach in Moscow. The Congress was adjourned and on Lenin's instructions energetic measures were taken to put down the revolt. Within 24 hours all armed action by the lefty socialist revolutionaries was suppressed. Their criminal action roused the deepest indignation among the working people and united them even closer with the Bolshevik Party. The worker and peasant masses, said Lenin, have been rallying ever closer and more solidly around the Communist Bolshevik Party, the authentic spokesman of the will of the masses. When it resumed its work on July 9, the Congress of Soviets approved the resolute measures taken by the Soviet government to deal with the left socialist revolutionaries' criminal adventure. The Congress completed its work with an act of great significance. It approved the first constitution of the Russian Soviet Federation of Socialist Republics. Lenin headed the commission of the party Central Committee that was entrusted with the task of making the final draft of the one constitution for submission to the Fifth Congress of Soviets. On Lenin's suggestion, a declaration of rights of the working and exploited people was included in the constitution as the preamble. An article on equality of nationalities and races in the Soviet Republic was added, and certain other articles were formulated. One in a speech headed "What does the Soviet Constitution give the working people?" which he made at a meeting in Moscow, and in several other speeches and work, Lenin described the worldwide significance of the Soviet Constitution. He pointed out that the Constitution had not been invented by a commission, that it was not the work of lawyers, it was a 1. Record of the experience of organization and struggle by the proletariat against the exploiters. It gave legislative confirmation to the great gains of the working people of Soviet Russia, establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat, alliance of the working class and the working peasantry, public ownership of the basic means 1. Production, and the institution of genuine democracy, democracy for the whole people. Lenin stressed the fundamental difference between the Soviet constitution and the constitutions of countries ruled by exploiters. All constitutions that had previously existed, he said, stood guard over the interests of the ruling classes. But the Soviet constitution serves and will constantly serve the working people and is a powerful weapon in the fight for socialism. Clearly stating what the Russian Revolution has achieved, the Soviet constitution reflects the ideals of the proletariat, of the working people of the whole world. Our constitution, Lenin said later, will always win the sympathy of the working people. The word Soviet is now understood by everybody, and the Soviet Constitution has been translated into all languages and is known to every worker. He knows that it is the constitution of working people. The political system of working people who are calling for victory over international capital, that it is a triumph we have achieved over the international imperialists. The great Lenin steered the Soviet ship wisely and steadily through the storms and stress of the first months of proletarian dictatorship. Everything he did bore the inspiration of creative work, of bringing new forms of life into being. At that time Lenin had already determined the basic elements in the plan for building socialism in Russia, the creation of large-scale industry, the switch over from small farming to large-scale socialist agriculture, the realization of a cultural revolution. Lenin's plan for starting socialist construction and its realization by the Soviet people have been of world historic importance. The socialist revolutions in Europe, Asia, and Latin America have confirmed that the measures envisaged in this plan form an essential stage in the realization of the general laws of building socialism. This experience will not be forgotten, Lenin wrote of the Soviet people's first steps towards socialism. It has gone down in history as socialism's gain, and on it the future world revolution will erect its socialist edifice. Ch. Chapter 11. Lenin heads defense of the socialist country. A nation in which the majority of the workers and peasants realize, feel and see that they are fighting for their Soviet power, for the rule of the working people, for the cause whose victory will ensure them and their children all the benefits of culture, of all that has been created by human labor. Such a nation can never be vanquished. Lenin. The policy of the Soviet government showed that the Bolshevik Party was doing its utmost to maintain peace and establish normal relations with the capitalist countries, and to prevent a civil war. But Lenin's plan of peaceful socialist construction was thwarted by the imperialists and the counter-revolution at home. The struggle against the interventionists and the whites. After the international imperialists' hope that the Russian Revolution would be strangled by the German armies had been shattered, the Entente powers launched an intervention against Soviet Russia, that is, they interfered impudently in the domestic affairs of the Soviet people. It was export of counter-revolution camouflaged with specious talk about democracy, liberation of the Russian people from anarchy and Bolshevik tyranny, and delivering Russia from the Germans, etc. The Entente bosses revealed their true aims in secret documents. They wanted, by armed force, to saddle the Soviet people with the old system and to divide Russia into spheres of influence in order to continue plundering her. By the summer of 1918, the Soviet Republic was in a ring of fire. The breathing space was over. Two forces, world imperialism and domestic counter-revolution, had joined hands to fight the Soviet Republic. The external enemies were the British, French, US, Japanese, and German imperialists, who wanted not only to restore landowner and capitalist rule in Russia and suppress the socialist Revo. 324. Lushan, but also to enslave the peoples of Russia. Operating in alliance with the foreign imperialists were the internal enemies, the capitalists, landowners, and kulaks, who viciously hated Soviet power and who, with interventionist backing, made a desperate attempt to re-establish the old order. The bourgeois landowning counter-revolution was abetted by the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries, who, as Lenin wrote, declared that they were for Soviet power and against the military intervention of the Entente, but in fact aided the counter-revolution. They urged the workers to strike and the peasants to fight against food requisitioning, preached the right to trade, and in many cases openly struck deals with the whites and the interventionists. The Russian Revolution, said Lenin, showed again with absolute clarity that when their rule and property are hanging in the balance, the exploiting classes forget all about their talk of patriotism and love of independence, sell out their country and come to terms with any foreign reactionary forces against their own people. International imperialism was the leading force in the counter-revolutionary struggle against the Soviet Republic. Owing to tremendous support from the Entente and to its guidance, the whites were able to carry on an armed struggle against the Soviet Republic for a relatively long time, that is, For almost 3 years. The Entente supplied them with arms, equipment, money, and military advisors. The strategic plans of the Whites were drawn up by the Allied General Headquarters and were carried out under the direction of its officers. That is why Lenin said that international imperialism was to blame for starting and dragging out the civil war in Russia. The USA was one of the principal architects, in fact the inspirer, of the anti-Soviet intervention, in which it took an active part. Lenin called American imperialists the hangmen of Russian freedom. At this very moment, wrote Lenin, the American multi-millionaires, these modern slave owners, have turned an exceptionally tragic page in the bloody history of bloody imperialism by giving their approval, whether direct or indirect, open or hypocritically concealed, makes no difference to the armed expedition launched by the brutal Anglo-Japanese imperialists for the purpose of throttling the First Socialist Republic. US bourgeois historians have been and still are at great pains to whitewash the American monopolists, to conceal their complicity in that infamous crime and mask the role which the United States actually played in the anti-Soviet intervention. But the facts expose them and bear out Lenin's conclusion. In August 1918, the US government issued a declaration justifying the Allies' military operations in Russia. In October a commentary was prepared in the USA on President Wilson's 14.62, it was in effect a program for the destruction of the Soviet system and the dismemberment of Russia. France and Britain coordinated with the USA all their plans for anti-Soviet intervention. The American forces, along with the British, were the mainstay of the occupation regime in northern Russia. About 9,000 US men and officers took part in the anti-Soviet intervention in Russia's Far East. Voicing the designs of world imperialism, Winston Churchill announced a campaign of 1-4 powers against Soviet Russia. He said that the Bolshevik infant must be strangled at its birth. But the imperialists did not realize that the Bolshevik infant possessed the titanic strength of a Hercules. And just as the infant Hercules strangled with his own hands the terrible serpents which his enemy had slipped into his cradle, so the young Soviet Republic crushed the monsters of international and domestic counter-revolution, thus demonstrating that the Soviet system, born of the October Revolution, is invincible. The Communist Party came forward as a great patriotic and internationalist force. It roused the working class and all working people of Soviet Russia to a revolutionary, patriotic war against the invaders and bourgeois landowner counter-revolutionaries. It was a war for the socialist fatherland, for the Soviet Republic, the vanguard of the World Army of Socialism. The party Central Committee, headed by Lenin, became a real military headquarters, a collective body directing the defense of the country. Lenin guided all the vast and manifold activities of the Central Committee and the Soviet government aimed at defeating the enemy. It was under his leadership that the party worked out its domestic and foreign policy during the war, and solved important questions related to the Soviet armed forces, to army supplies, etc. He helped to draw up strategic military plans and map out their implementation. During the Civil War, Lenin proved himself not only a political leader, but also an outstanding strategist, a man conversant with the art of war. Lenin worked under an incredible strain during the foreign military intervention and the Civil War. 326. On arriving at his office early in the morning, he began his daily work, as V. Bunkbruyevik, office manager of the Council of PEOPLE's Commissars, later recalled, by going quickly through the documents pertaining to the military situation, and then marking on the map the positions Al.D movements of the Red Army and enemy units. He carefully studied General Headquarters communiques and reports, as well as operational and politico-military information from the battle fronts. He was briefed exhaustively on the war situation and the Red Army operations. Furthermore, he kept in constant touch with the commanders of the various fronts and armies. The rapidly changing situation called for a prompt solution of countless war problems. Day by day Lenin did an enormous amount of work to ensure execution of party and government directives. He set an example of efficient leadership not only by attending to all the more important matters concerning the conduct of the war as a whole, but also by looking deeply into all that transpired on the home and war fronts. At the same time he addressed numerous meetings, conferences, and congresses to explain the country's internal and international position and the military situation to communists, workers, peasants and Red Army men, to reveal the sources of the strength and invincibility of Soviet power, to describe the tasks facing the country, and to inspire the people to heroic deeds on the battlefronts and at home. He put forward the slogan, "Everything for the front. Everything for victory." In the summer of 1918, the Soviet Republic was in an exceptionally difficult position. The interventionists had seized 3/4 of its territory. The Eastern Front, where the Whites had succeeded in capturing Syzran, Samara, Simbirsk, and Kazan, became the decisive front. Lenin said that the fate of the revolution was being decided there. The Central Committee decided in the latter half of July to reinforce the Eastern Front. Lenin held that the situation could be improved by sending communists and class-conscious workers to it. He broke down the parochialism and indiscipline of Zinoviev, chairman of the Petrograd Soviet, and certain other Petrograd leaders obstructing CC directives to dispatch experienced party functionaries and Petrograd workers to the Eastern Front. He kept in constant touch with the Eastern Front, and gave advice and instructions. And this soon yielded results. Thanks to the steps taken by the Central Committee, the Soviet forces on the Eastern Front checked the enemy advance and then took the counter-offensive. 327. Lenin also followed operations on the other fronts. He regarded the speedy suppression of the Kulak revolts as a most important task. The foreign imperialists and internal counter-revolutionaries resorted to the most infamous methods in their struggle against the Soviets. They conspired to overthrow the Soviet government and to assassinate Lenin and other leaders of the Communist Party and the Soviet state. On August 30, 1918, Lenin addressed a meeting at the Michelson Works. Later, as he was walking to his car, Fanny Kaplan, a socialist revolutionary terrorist, fired on him several times, inflicting serious wounds with notched and poisoned bullets. Lenin's life hung on a thread. One of the bullets had lodged in his left shoulder and the other perforated the top of his left lung. He lost much blood and his pulse was very weak. The heart was somewhat displaced and there was danger of blood poisoning. The doctors had their work cut out to save his life. Lenin himself remained cool. He reassured his relatives, comrades, and doctors. He kept saying with a smile, "It's all right. This sort of thing can happen to any revolutionary." The dastardly attempt on Lenin's life stunned the country. The party, workers, peasants, and Red Army men, all of the Soviet PEOPLE, followed the information on Lenin's condition in the newspapers with anxiety. Letters and telegrams poured in which the working people wished him a speedy recovery. Resolutions expressing indignation were passed at the factories, in the villages, on the war and home fronts. The people demanded that the terrorists and bourgeois landowner counter-revolutionaries be shown no mercy. The workers and peasants rallied even more closely round the party and the Soviet government. Fortunately, Lenin had a strong constitution and quickly recovered from his wounds. As soon as he felt a little better, he asked to be kept informed, if only in brief, of all important matters, and when the doctors insisted that he should forget all about work he replied, "Not at a time like this." A week after he was wounded, he began sending telegrams with instructions on military matters. On September 16, the doctors allowed Lenin to resume work. He attended a Central Committee meeting and next day presided over a meeting of the Council of People's Commissars. The press carried the last bulletin on the state of his health, to which Lenin added the following: "In view of this bulletin and the fact that I feel quite 328 well, I very earnestly request that the doctors not be bothered with telephone calls and questions." On October 1, Lenin went for a walk in the Kremlin grounds and was filmed for a newsreel. He was annoyed when he saw that he was being filmed, and did not stop objecting to it until he was told that the workers wanted to see how he was convalescing. The newsreel was enthusiastically received all over the country. The audiences rose and broke into prolonged applause the moment Lenin appeared on the screen. Many people wept with joy. Lenin immersed himself in work, giving his attention to the more important and pressing matters. But before long he felt that the strain was too great for him, and on the insistence of his doctors he agreed to go for a rest to a place called Gorky, in the vicinity of Moscow. Lenin and his wife moved into a small room in a wing of the big house. Lenin spent about 3 weeks in Gorky. Gradually, he regained his strength and his high spirits. He rejoiced at the good news from the fronts. He also rejoiced at the growing revolutionary movement in the capitalist countries, particularly in Germany, where there was a severe political crisis. The proletarian revolution and the renegade Cccp. Lenin regarded the absence of revolutionary proletarian parties in the West European countries and the fact that the working class movement there was dominated by reformists as the greatest danger to the revolutions maturing in those countries. He was deeply angered by the articles Cccp published against Bolshevism at that time, and especially by the book on the dictatorship of the proletariat, which distorted Marxism and denied the necessity for a socialist revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat. Considering it essential to rebut attempts at distorting and vulgarizing Marxist theory, Lenin, in October and November 1, 1918, wrote his work, TLTE Proletarian Revolution and TLTE Renegade Ka. He consistently exposed Cccp's revisionism and treachery and the monstrous theoretical confusion, the falsifications and subterfuges that were piled high in Cccp's book. Lenin showed that Cccp was distorting the essence of the matter by presenting the contrast between the position of the right socialists and the Bolshevik communists as the contrast between 329. Two radically different methods, the dictatorial and the democratic. He explained that it is wrong to set dictatorship in general against democracy in general. The essence of any state in a society of antagonistic classes is the dictatorship of the economically dominant class, which uses political power to safeguard the economic foundations of its rule and suppress its class enemies. But while the dictatorship of the exploiting classes has been, and continues to be, forcible suppression of the overwhelming majority of the population, of the working people, the force employed by the dictatorship of the working class is directed against the exploiters, who are a negligible minority of the population. The main task of the dictatorship of the proletariat, Lenin emphasized, is not violence but the establishment of a new, socialist system. Just as there is not, and cannot be, an abstract dictatorship, there is not, and cannot be, pure democracy, democracy in general. Pure democracy is the mendacious phrase of a liberal who wants to fob the workers, wrote Lenin. History knows of bourgeois democracy which takes the place of feudalism, and of proletarian democracy which takes the place of bourgeois democracy. Bourgeois democracy is a historical advance compared with feudalism. The working class, led by its Marxist parties, and all the genuinely popular forces in the capitalist countries must resolutely defend democratic rights against the onslaught of reaction and struggle actively for their extension and for an improvement of the position of the working masses. But there is another side to the question. We must by no means forget the limited character of bourgeois democracy, which under capitalism remains, and cannot but remain, a narrow, curtailed and hypocritical democracy for the rich, for the exploiters. In his writings and speeches, Lenin unmasked American democracy, stressing that nowhere is the power of capital, the power of a handful of multimillionaires over the whole of society, so crude and so openly corrupt as in America. The persecution of internationalists, the lynching of Negroes, bloody reprisals against strikers by mercenary bands armed by the capitalists, the oppression and strangulation of small and weak peoples, and support for the most reactionary forces throughout the world are all indications that the highly vaunted American democracy is in fact a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, wrote Lenin. In our day the ideologists of imperialism seek to deceive the people with fairy tales about what they call the free world. They extol Western democracy, claiming that it has entered a new era, the era of normalization and prosperity, that there are no longer either antagonistic classes or class struggles in the U.S.A, Br, Attain and other capitalist countries, and that the bourgeois state has established social harmony and shows equal concern for its citizens. However, no matter how much imperialist propagandists, and their revisionist yes-men extol the charms of bourgeois democracy, its essence remains, as before, aimed against the working one people. In our day also bourgeois democracy has the same old characteristics of which Lenin wrote, that is, unlimited power of capital, exploitation of, and lack of rights for, the working people. What is more, the reactionary forces in the United States and other capitalist countries are assaulting the gains of bourgeois democracy, trampling underfoot the constitutional rights of the people, and resorting to fascist methods of rule. Lenin contrasted bourgeois democracy with proletarian, socialist democracy. In so doing he explained TFL.AT, the dictatorship of the working class, which is essential for the building and full establishment of socialism, is not and cannot be pure democracy either. Moreover, there cannot be pure democracy in a socialist society, because it still contains class differences and vestiges of capitalism. Nor must we forget about the class struggle on the international scale, the struggle of the two systems. Until classes are destroyed, all talk of democracy in general, the freedom of the individual in general, and equality in general is either self-deception or the deception of the working people and serves the interests of the bourgeoisie, the counter-revolution. Having come to power, the working class cannot fail to restrict democracy for the deposed exploiting classes and cannot grant freedom to counter-revolutionary, anti-socialist forces which, together with world imperialism, are seeking to make use of democratic rights for the purpose of restoring capitalism. But while restricting democracy for a mere handful of exploiters, the dictatorship of the proletariat impels unprecedented development and the expansion of democracy for the vast majority of the population, for the working people. Socialist democracy is the highest type of democracy. Unlike bourgeois democracy, which confines itself to a formal proclamation of political rights and freedoms, socialist democracy actually guarantees the exercise of the social and political rights granted to all working people freed from exploitation and moral suppression. Lenin revealed the genuinely democratic essence and tremendous significance of Soviet power, pointing out that it draws the masses of people into the constant and unfailing, moreover, decisive participation in the democratic administration of the state. Lenin's book The Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Kautsky has played a tremendous role in the history of the international working class and communist movement. Its significance is determined by the fact that in it Lenin, firstly, showed the danger of Kautskyism, Kautsky's distortion of Marxism in the spirit of bourgeois liberalism, and his distortion and debasement of the teaching on the dictatorship of the proletariat. Secondly, he thoroughly denounced the false, hypocritical nature of bourgeois democracy praised by Kautsky, and, thirdly, he revealed strikingly and fully the historical significance of Soviet democracy. In The Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Kautsky, Lenin thoroughly analyzed the historical experience of the October Socialist Revolution. Exposing Kautsky's falsehoods, he restored the facts and the real meaning of the revolutionary changes effected by the Soviet state. He defined and substantiated the policy of the Bolshevik Party. He spoke with the greatest pride of the Bolsheviks' loyalty to proletarian internationalism. He wrote that the Russian communists' tactics were the only internationalist tactics, because they did the utmost possible in one country for the development, support, and awakening of the revolution in all countries. What Lenin had in mind was primarily the revolutionizing effect that their example and their achievements had on the liberation movement of the world. The proletarian masses in all countries, he wrote, realized more and more clearly every day that Bolshevism has indicated the right road of escape from the horrors of war and imperialism, that Bolshevism can serve as a model of tactics for all. In 1918, the Soviet people celebrated the first anniversary of the October Revolution. On November 6, the extraordinary 6th All-Russia Congress of Soviets met in session. In the report on the anniversary of the revolution, Lenin described the progress achieved by the workers and peasants of Soviet Russia in building a new life. Next day he spoke at the inauguration of a temporary monument to Marx and Engels, and then started for Red Square with a column of working people. There he delivered a speech at the unveiling of a memorial plaque to the fighters of the October Revolution, and in the evening attended a meeting and concert of staff workers of the All-Russia Extraordinary Commission. The news of the German Revolution, which had broken out on November 9, elated Lenin. The days when the first anniversary of the October Revolution was celebrated were among the happiest in Lenin's life, wrote Nadezhda Krupskaya. Everything for the front. Everything for victory. In the autumn of 1918, the international situation changed radically. The Austro-German bloc lost the war to the Entente forces and had to surrender. The revolution in Germany led to the overthrow of the monarchy. A bourgeois revolution took place in Austria-Hungary. In the circumstances, Lenin considered it possible to annul the predatory Brest Treaty imposed on Soviet Russia by Kaiser Germany, and the All-Russia Central Executive Committee revoked it on November 13, 1918. The course of events clearly showed that Lenin had been absolutely right in saying that the day would come when the Brest Treaty would be null and void. The working people of the Ukraine, Belarusia, and the Baltic provinces, supported by the Red Army, rose up to expel the German invaders and re-establish Soviet power. In analyzing the lessons to be learned from the defeat of the German imperialists, Lenin drew the highly important conclusion that the imperialist predators, who start wars of conquest with an eye to attaining world dominion and strangling the freedom of other nations, inevitably fail. He commented on German imperialism as follows: it swelled out fantastically over 3/4 of Europe, became distended and then burst, leaving behind it an awful stench. At the same time, Lenin disclosed the reactionary role played by the U.S. imperialists. The American multimillionaires were, perhaps, richest of all, and geographically the most secure. They have profited more than all the rest. They have converted all, avec the richest, countries into their tributaries. They have grabbed hundreds of billions of dollars. And every dollar is sullied with filth, the filth of the secret treaties between Britain and her allies, Bet/Wien Germany and her vassals, treaties for the division of the spoils, treaties of mutual aid for oppressing the workers and persecuting the internationalist socialists. Lenin described the American imperialists as the gendarmes of Europe. They are crushing the revolution in Austria, they are playing the gendarme, they are issuing an ultimatum to Switzerland: you'll get no bread from us if you don't join the fight against the Bolshevik government. They tell Holland: don't you dare allow Soviet ambassadors into your country, or we'll blockade you. Theirs is a simple weapon, the noose of famine. That is what they are using to strangle the peoples. Lenin's words revealing the essence of imperialism's bloody actions ring true today, too, when U.S. monopoly capital has become the biggest world exploiter, the main bulwark of modern colonialism, and American imperialism is the center of international reaction and acts as the world gendarme. U.S. imperialism is stifling the national liberation and revolutionary movements, imposing and supporting reactionary regimes in other countries, organizing sabotage against the socialist states, unleashing war in ES parts of the globe, and threatening the world with nuclear war. Reporting on the international situation to the Sixth Congress of Soviets, Lenin warned that after defeating the Austro-German bloc, the Entente would expand its intervention against the Soviet Republic. And, indeed, as soon as an armistice was signed with Germany, the Allied General Headquarters drew up plans for a speedy intervention. The imperialists of Britain, France, and the United States increased their aid to the White Armies, and sent large forces to Soviet Russia. The invaders dispatched their navy to seize the Black Sea ports and landed troops in southern Russia and Transcaucasia. As the breathing space in the spring of 1918 was very brief, the bulk of the work on building up the Red Army had to be carried out at a time of bitter combat against enemies. There was an acute shortage of officers and of arms, ammunition, and equipment, while the imperialists and the bourgeois landowner counter-revolution had an ample supply of everything. A superhuman effort had to be made to overcome the famine and ensure the functioning of the transport system and the war industry. Truly titanic measures were needed to supply the urban population and the army with bread. The enemies counted on the early downfall of the Soviet government. But they miscalculated. The Soviet people, led by the Communist Party and the Soviet government headed by Lenin, found the forces and the means to surmount the unprecedented difficulties and clear the way to victory. The All-Russia Central Executive Committee proclaimed, I'm the Soviet Republican Armed Camp. The country's entire political, economic, and cultural life was reorganized to meet the wartime requirements. Once things have led to war, Lenin said, everything must be subordinated to the war effort. The entire internal life of the country must be subordinated to wartime needs. The slightest hesitation on this score is inexcusable. To defeat the interventionists and whites, it was above all necessary to increase the numerical strength of the Red Army. The steps taken by the party and the government ensured proper organization of the army units, and consistent centralization of the control and leadership of Red Army operations. Lenin kept close contact with the Red Army rank and file. He often addressed the men leaving for the front, and spoke with front-line soldiers. On May 1, 1918, Lenin was present at the taking of the oath by military units in Moscow. He gave a short speech on the difference between the old, Tsarist army and the new, Workers' and Peasants' Red Army, and on the need to defend the Soviet Republic. On behalf of the government, he congratulated the men on their taking of the oath of allegiance to the revolution and Soviet power and wished them success in the struggle against the enemies of Socialist Russia. Lenin knew the Red Army needed good officers. He often visited military academies, schools, and student groups, familiarized himself with their work, looked through the manuals used by the future officers, and spoke to trainees. In addition to the training of Red Army commanders, Lenin considered it necessary for the Soviet armed forces to use military experts and officers of the old army, but to keep them under the vigilant control of army commissars and party groups. The course of the war proved this decision to be correct. Though some of the ex-officers who had volunteered for service in the Red Army or had been called up turned out to be traitors, most of them were loyal to the people. Lenin took part in selecting prominent military experts and appointing them to key posts in the Red Army, and helped them in their work. Lenin assigned the army commissars, political departments, and party groups, which exercised party leadership in the army, a leading role in consolidating the army, educating it politically and raising its efficiency. The party sent its best men to the army as members of front or army military councils, army commissars of divisions, brigades, or regiments, or members of political departments. Lenin stressed that where political work was conducted with particular care there was no laxity among the troops, and army organization and morale were higher and victories more numerous. Lenin considered the leadership which the party gave to be the source of the strength and invincibility of the Soviet armed forces. He said with pride that the Bolsheviks had created an army led by a vanguard of experienced communists and that the Red Army was in the firm hands of the party. Lenin held that a high degree of political consciousness and iron discipline on the part of the Red Army men and the mastering of modern techniques and modern methods of warfare by the officers were essential if the Red Army was to accomplish its tasks. Military victory comes to those who are better organized and more disciplined and who use superior armaments, he wrote. Lenin indignantly exposed the calumnies of the bourgeoisie and social traitors about red militarism. The imperialists of the whole world, he wrote, attacked the Soviet Republic, and to repel them we organized an army which, for the first time in history, knew what it was figleting for. This is what was condemned as red militarism. Only fools or political swindlers trying to mislead the masses would accuse the Bolsheviks and the Soviet government of militarism, Lenin stressed. Of the utmost importance along with the formation of a strong army, was the all-round consolidation of the Soviet home front. The Communist Party and the Soviet government succeeded in a short time in placing the country's economy on a war footing. In the incredibly difficult conditions of extreme economic dislocation and hunger, the party and the government, led by Lenin, devised and carried out a series of emergency measures known as the policy of war communism. The Soviet state nationalized not only large-scale industry, but also medium-sized and even a considerable number of the small-scale enterprises. A surplus requisitioning system was established, under which the peasants were obliged to deliver all surplus produce to the Soviet state. At the end of 1918, universal labor service was introduced. Private trade was prohibited and rationing introduced. Staple food products were distributed according to rigid quotas, on a class principle. The acute shortage of food and manufactured goods compelled the Soviet state to abandon for a while the socialist principle of distribution according to labor and adopt what was in substance equalized distribution, in order to provide the Red Army and the urban population with a regular, albeit very meager, ration. In the face of formidable difficulties, the Communist Party and the government organized the smooth operation of the home front. The Defense Council headed by Lenin directed the war economy of the Republic. It ensured the manufacture of arms, ammunition, and military equipment and the supply of food to the Red Army and the industrial centers, and took steps to improve the operation of the railways and combat the fuel shortage. The Council gave special attention to the war industry. Lenin was always kept informed on the work of the munition factories and saw to it that they were supplied with materials, fuel, and skilled personnel. He encouraged the initiative of munition workers to increase output. Lenin attached great importance to safeguarding internal security and strengthening revolutionary order. He called on the Extraordinary Commission and the working people to be more vigilant, to suppress counter-revolutionary subversion and espionage with a firm hand, to expose conspiracies and prevent sabotage. Lenin saw the mainspring of strength for prosecuting the struggle against the interventionists and the internal counter-revolution in the political consciousness, high level of organization and heroism of the working class and the determination of the working people to defend at all costs the freedom and independence of the Soviet Republic and the great gains of the October Socialist Revolution. Lenin considered the fighting alliance, the friendship and mutual assistance of the peoples of Soviet Russia to be a cardinal factor in defeating the enemy. The Central Committee welcomed the wish of the independent Soviet republics to conclude a politico-military alliance, and on Lenin's suggestion adopted a decision on the military unity of the Soviet republics, providing for a single command, strict centralization in the use of all forces and resources, and unify Cation of Red Army military supplies and the railway transport system. The proposal of the Central Committee was fully endorsed by the supreme bodies of the Soviet republics. The RSFSR, the Ukraine, Latvia, Lithuania, and Belarus concluded a military alliance for the entire period of the socialist defensive war against the interventionists and white counter-revolutionaries. Communists were sent to where the situation was most difficult on the war and home fronts. Lenin closely followed the course of the party mobilizations. He took part in the distribution of the party forces. When a party official asked him what he was to make of his assignment to the Eastern Front, Lenin replied, "Make of it what it is, a Central Committee decision. This is a time of war. Everyone should be where things are hardest." Lenin worked indefatigably to strengthen the party. A re-registration of its members was carried out in 1919 to rid the party of all the alien elements that had wormed their way into its ranks. At the same time, Lenin called for reinforcing the party with the most advanced workers and peasants devoted to the revolution. "We open our doors wide into the party," he wrote, "only to sincere supporters of communism, who are undaunted by difficulties and are prepared to make sacrifices and to give all their energies to the working class cause." When more than 200,000 people joined the JRD in response to its call during Party Week, in autumn 1919, at a particularly dangerous time during the Civil War, Lenin assessed this as striking proof that the most reliable source of the Soviet power's strength and solidity lay in the innermost sections of the proletariat, in the genuine representatives of the working people. "The mass of the working people are with us," he wrote. That is where our strength lies. That is the source of the invincibility of world communism. More new workers from among the masses for the ranks of the party to take an independent part in building the new life. That is our method of combating all difficulties, that is our path to victory. Asterisk. The Soviet Republic and the world proletariat during the Civil War. Lenin wrote many letters to the workers of Western Europe and America, explaining the essence of the October Revolution and the liberative character of the Soviet PEOPLE's struggle, and calling on them to act against the anti-Soviet imperialist intervention. On August 20, 1918, Lenin wrote his letter to the American workers. In this compelling document he branded American and Anglo-French imperialism, and explained the tactics of the Bolsheviks and the great revolutionary changes carried out by the Soviet state. Giving a decisive rebuff to the slanderers, to the attacks of the bourgeois and right socialist press on Soviet power and the Bolshevik party, Lenin wrote, "Let the corrupt bourgeois press shout to the whole world about every mistake our revolution makes. We are not daunted by our mistakes. People have not become saints because the revolution has begun. For every who are, idred mistakes we commit, and which the bourgeoisie and their lackeys, shout about to the whole world, 10000 great and heroic deeds are performed. But even if the contrary were true, although I know such an assumption is wrong, even if we committed 10000 mistakes for every 100 correct actions we performed, even in that case our revolution would be great and invincible, and so it will be in the eyes of world history, because, for the first time, the real people, the vast majority of the working people, are themselves building a new life, are by their down experience solving the most difficult problems of socialist organization. For only through such mistakes will the workers and peasants learn to build the new life, learn to do without capitalists, only in this way will they hack a path for themselves through thousands of obstacles to victorious socialism." Despite the flood of lies and slander that the bourgeois press direct at the Bolsheviks, the truth about Soviet Russia reached the hearts and minds of the working people of the whole world. A powerful mass movement in support of Soviet Russia developed in all countries. The men of the interventionist armies would not fight against the Soviet people. The workers went on strike, refused to load munitions for the whites, and set up councils of action under the slogan of "Hands off Russia." The revolutionary upsurge in the West and the mounting protest movement in the capitalist countries against the anti-Soviet intervention proved to be a serious obstacle to the plans of the Entente. Not only were the imperialists unable to send to Russia large reinforcements, but they had to recall most of the troops already dispatched because a revolutionary ferment had started in their ranks. The revolutionary sentiment among the foreign soldiers was promoted by the heroic efforts of the Bolshevik organizations behind the lines of the interventionist armies. In February 1919, the secretary of the French group of communists in Moscow, Jean Labourbie, daughter of a famous fighter of the Paris Commune and herself an ardent revolutionary, arrived in Odessa to carry out underground work. She helped the Odessa Bolshevik Committee to set up a foreign collegium, which conducted extensive agitation among the French and other foreign troops. In March, the interventionists arrested Labourbie and shot her and other Bolsheviks. Lenin knew Jean Labourbie personally and paid high tribute to her valor. He said that her name was for the proletariat of France a slogan of struggle against French imperialism, for non-intervention in Russian affairs. In April 1919, the sailors of the French squadron mutinied. They demanded an immediate cessation of the anti-Soviet intervention, and asked to be sent back to France. As a result of defeats suffered in engagements with Soviet troops and the growth of revolutionary effacement in the ranks, interventionist units were hastily evacuated from the Ukraine and the Crimea in April 1919. The same happened later with the interventionist forces of Britain and the United States. As Lenin wrote, the attempt by the Entente to crush the Soviet Republic with its own forces, characteristic of the first stage of the international imperialist intervention in the internal affairs of the Soviet country, ended in failure. "The victory we won in compelling the evacuation of the British and French troops," he said, "was the greatest of our victories over the Entente countries. We deprived them of their soldiers. Our response to the unlimited military and technical superiority of the Entente countries was to deprive them of it through the solidarity of the working people against the imperialist governments. The formation of international detachments, which fought selflessly in Russia against the interventionists and whites, was a vivid manifestation of proletarian internationalism. The finest sons of the working people of other countries, Hungarians, Poles, Czechs, and Slovaks, Serbs and Croats, Chinese, Bulgarians, Romanians, Germans, French, British, Americans, and others joined the Red Army or formed their own units and gave fraternal aid to the Soviet people in their struggle for freedom and socialism. Lenin took an interest in the organization of the international detachments, in their POS 1T1 on and numbers. In the autumn of 1918, the international detachments were reorganized into regular units of the Red Army. At a meeting of the Warsaw Revolutionary Regiment about to leave for the front, Lenin said that by defending in concert the gains of the first socialist revolution against exploiters, oppressors, and plunderers, the revolutionaries of various nations were practicing international brotherhood. For a number of years Lenin had been urging unification of the left elements in the socialist parties and the setting up of a new, Third International. He put an accent on this task in 1918, when the rising tide of revolution brought about the appearance of communist parties and organizations in the capitalist countries. He launched preparations for a Congress of Communist Parties, noted what parties should be represented, and formulated the basic propositions in its resolutions. The first Congress of the Communist International was held in Moscow early in March 1919. 52 delegates from 30 countries took part. At first, before the decision to found a Third International was taken, the Congress functioned as a conference. On the proposal of a number of delegations, the conference was opened by Lenin. His appearance on the rostrum was greeted with a storm of applause. The Congress delegates and guests expressed their recognition of the great services Lenin and the Bolshevik Party had rendered to the international working class movement. The overwhelming majority supported Lenin's proposal to found the Third Communist International immediately. At the Congress, Lenin delivered a report on bourgeois democracy and the dictatorship of the proletariat. He stressed that the communist parties should proceed in their work from the basic premise that a socialist revolution was inevitable and that the bourgeois state would be replaced by the dictatorship of the working class, a state of a new type. The dictatorship of the proletariat, he said, is absolutely necessary for all the working people. It is only through proletarian dictatorship, he said, that the country could pass from capitalism to socialism. The first Congress of the Communist International unanimously approved Lenin's theses on bourgeois democracy and the dictatorship of the proletariat. The Congress adopted the platform of the Communist International and addressed a manifesto to proletarians of the world, which Lenin signed on behalf of the RCP. In summing up the work of the Congress, Lenin emphasized that Congress decisions embodied the gains the international proletarian masses had won through their struggle. The founding of the Third International was a historic event, because it provided the international proletariat with leadership in the struggle for the realization of the age-old ideals of socialism. The fraternal parties founded the Communist International because they realized that unity of the world communist movement was essential. They were convinced that, as Lenin wrote, victory of the socialist revolution required complete confidence, the closest fraternal alliance and the greatest possible unity of action by the working class of all countries. Lenin closely followed the development of revolutionary events in the West. When Soviet power was set up in Bavaria, in a message saluting the Bavarian revolutionary government, he wrote of the necessity of setting up Soviets in the towns and villages, arming the proletariat and disarming the bourgeoisie, and of immediate measures to improve the conditions of the workers, farm laborers, and small peasants. The working people of Soviet Russia enthusiastically welcomed the proclamation of the Hungarian Soviet Republic in March 1919. In a radio message to Belikun, leader of the Hungarian Communists, Lenin pointed out the need for applying Marxism and the Russian experience creatively, and stressed that the Hungarian Soviet government should practice proletarian dictatorship. In May, Tibor Samuli, Commissar for Military Affairs in the Hungarian Soviet government, came to Moscow. He was warmly welcomed by Lenin. Addressing the troops of Vsevolochysk during their parade in Red Square on May 25, Lenin spoke of the victory of the revolution in Hungary and introduced Tibor Samuli to the people of Moscow. It was with Samuli that Lenin sent to Hungary his letter, Greetings to the Hungarian Workers, in which he explained the tasks of the dictatorship of the proletariat. When the imperialists launched their intervention against Soviet Hungary, the Hungarian Soviet government appealed to Lenin for help. True to her internationalist duty, Soviet Russia did all she could. Lenin issued a directive to the Revolutionary Military Council and High Command to work out a plan of military aid to, and maintain contact with, Soviet Hungary. Unfortunately, in view of the situation that had arisen on the civil war fronts, the Red Army was unable to carry out this task. The imperialists, making use of the treacherous conduct of the Hungarian Right Socialists, crushed the Hungarian Soviet Republic. This was a heavy blow to the international working class movement. But Lenin prophesied that the victory of reaction in Hungary would be only temporary and that it would open the eyes of hundreds of thousands of workers and spur them to fresh struggle, which would result in their complete victory. The fact that Lenin called for Soviet assistance for the German proletariat, which had raised a revolution, and for Soviet Hungary, is deeply significant. Despite the specious claims of the falsifiers of Leninism, this assistance was not export of revolution but an effort to combat export of counter-revolution by the imperialist powers. It was not a matter of imposing revolution on Germany. The revolution had already begun there. It was a matter of assisting the German people to throw off the rule of their own imperialists and of helping them against the Anglo-French imperialists if the need should arise. The question of helping Soviet Hungary also arose due to the interference of the imperialists in her affairs. Lenin believed that timely help to peoples who had risen to combat export of counter-revolution and imperialism and to fight for national liberation, democracy, and socialism was the internationalist duty of the socialist state and of the working people in all countries. Drawing on the experience of the revolutions in Russia, Hungary, and other countries, in a number of articles and speeches, Lenin developed the proposition regarding the variety of forms of transition to socialist in different countries, explaining that the means of winning power could not be the same in different countries, at different times and in different international situations. Marx, Lenin had written as early as 1918, did not commit himself, or the future leaders of the socialist revolution, to matters of form, to ways and means of bringing about the revolution. He understood perfectly well that a vast number of new problems would arise, that the whole situation would change in the course of the revolution, that the situation would change radically and in the course of revolution. Lenin denounced the slanderous allegations of the bourgeoisie and the right socialists that a proletarian revolution must of necessity involve civil war, that it is bound to bring chaos and dislocation in its wake. He pointed out that the sole purpose of such allegations was to re the people away from revolution. It was not the revolution but the imperialist war that had brought about such disasters as the destruction of industry, unemployment, and starvation. As for the civil war in Soviet Russia, its instigators were the internal counter-revolution and international imperialism. If the landowners and capitalists had not offered such furious and desperate resistance, if they had not joined forces with the bourgeoisie of the whole world, Lenin pointed out, the revolution in Russia would have taken more peaceful forms. The ruling classes, Lenin noted, do not surrender their power voluntarily, and the greater or lesser degree of intensity of the class struggle, the greater or lesser extent to which the working class adopts violence during the transition from capitalism to socialism, depend not so much on the proletariat as on the resistance offered by the exploiters, and on the use of violence on their part. In countries where the bourgeoisie does not offer such furious resistance, he said, the task of the proletariat is easier, it is able to work without the violence that the imperialists and the internal counter-revolution forced upon the Soviet state. In Lenin's opinion, The non-peaceful form of socialist revolution was typical of the historical situation and the balance of forces then prevailing in the world. But Lenin also granted that in certain circumstances power could be won by the proletariat by peaceful means. This was evident from the early stage of the socialist revolution in Hungary, in 1919, where, as Lenin noted, the bourgeois government resigned voluntarily and where the transition to the dictatorship of the proletariat was incomparably easier and more peaceful than in Russia. This, Lenin stressed, was a particularly important point for the working people of other countries, whom T4E bourgeoisie and the right socialists were trying to scare with the horrors of a savage struggle in the event of a socialist revolution. Lenin recalled Marx's proposition that in some countries a situation may arise when it would be advantageous for the bourgeoisie to agree to sell the basic means of production and for the working class to agree to buy them. Such transition to socialism, Lenin wrote, presumes an absolutely secure victory of the proletariat, the absolute hopelessness of the position of the capitalists, the absolute necessity for them to display the most scrupulous obedience and their readiness to do so. But the peaceful transition of power to the working class, as the experience of the Hungarian Revolution has shown, presupposes, in Lenin's opinion, a broad development of the working people's struggle against the reactionary forces, and resistance to the reformists who seek conciliation with the bourgeoisie and the landowners. No matter by what means the working class takes power, its aim is a revolutionary transformation of capitalist society into socialist society. In spite of the contentions of the reformists and revisionists, capitalism cannot grow peacefully into socialism. In all cases, the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the transfer of the basic means of production to the people is an essential requisite for the transition from capitalism to socialism. Marxism, Lenin emphasized, which recognizes the necessity for the class struggle, asserts that mankind can reach the goal of socialism only through the dictatorship of the proletariat. This conclusion is a basic matter of principle for the entire international communist and working class movement, for all Marxist-Leninist parties. On March 1, Yakov Sverdlov, chairman of the All-Russia Central Executive Committee, died. His untimely death was a sad loss to the party. Speaking at an extraordinary session of the ARCEC, Lenin described Sverdlov as an outstanding figure of the Communist Party and the Soviet state and a splendid organizer of the proletarian masses. In conclusion, he stressed that the strength of the socialist revolution lay in its inexhaustible sources, and that the revolution replaced leaders who gave their lives for its victory by advancing groups of men to continue their cause, to continue along the road they pursued and to complete what they had begun. At Lenin's suggestion, M. Kalinin was elected chairman of the All-Russia Central Executive Committee. The 8th Congress of the RCP. The 8th Congress of the RCP opened in Moscow on March 18. Lenin delivered the Central Committee's report on its activities and spoke on the main questions discussed at the Congress: party program, work in the countryside and the military situation. The Congress adopted the new party program worked out by a commission under Lenin's guidance. Lenin drafted the main sections of the program. The new program defined the tasks of the Communist Party for the whole period of transition from capitalism to socialism and equipped the party and the working class ideologically for the struggle in building a socialist society. Lenin criticized Bukharin's proposal to delete from the general section of the program the definition of simple commodity production and pre-monopoly capitalism. He explained that this definition was necessary, because the policy of the party with regard to the capitalist elements and the working peasantry could not be correctly framed unless the many economic systems of the transition period were taken into consideration. At the same time, Lenin pointed out that if the program of the Communist Party was to have any international significance, it had to take into account the class factors which are characteristic of the economy of all countries. It should be borne in mind that pure imperialism, without the fundamental basis of capitalism, has never existed, does not exist anywhere, and never will exist even in the most developed capitalist countries. Pre-monopoly capitalism and small-scale commodity production exists side by side with monopoly capitalism. For this reason, socialist, bourgeois democratic and national liberation revolutions and peasant and general democratic movements merge in the world revolutionary process which is destroying imperialism. It also follows that in order to define correctly the policy of the Communist Party with regard to the democratic movements, to substantiate the need for alliance between the working class and the non-proletarian masses, and to show the need for the proletariat to support democratic and national liberation movements, the program must contain a description not only of imperialism, but also of pre-monopoly capitalism. At the same time, Lenin pointed out that the basic questions of the Communist Party's home and foreign policy, the strategy and tactics of the world communist movement, should be regarded, first of all, from the viewpoint of the general development of society in the era of imperialism and proletarian revolutions, of the transition from capitalism to socialism. The program gave an exposition of the substance of imperialism and described its tendencies, which make the collapse of capitalism and the transition to the highest type of social economy inevitable. Later developments have fully confirmed Lenin's analysis of capitalism and its highest stage, imperialism, set out in the second program of the Communist Party. For this reason, the 20th Second Congress of the CPSU saw fit to reproduce the pertinent propositions of the second program in the third program of the CPSU. The political section of the second program contained a description of the Soviet political system, defined the tasks of consolidating the Soviet state and charted the development of socialist democracy. Lenin stressed that it was essential to draw all citizens into the administration of social affairs. He associated this task with the improvement of the living standard, a considerable reduction in the working day and with a rise in the general cultural standard. Transition through the Soviet state to the gradual abolition of the state, he wrote, is effected by systematically drawing an ever greater number of citizens, and subsequently each and every citizen, into direct and daily performance of their share of the burdens of administering the state. Speaking of the party's tasks with regard to the national question, Lenin resolutely opposed Bukharin's and Pyatakhov's chauvinistic dominant nation proposal to exclude from the program the point about the right of nations to self-determination. Only the granting of the right of self-determination to all nations, said Lenin, would secure the right kind of mutual relations between the working people of different nations, their trust of one another and the voluntary and equal union of the peoples. Consistently implement, this principle would at the same time help to consolidate the international position of the Soviet land, promote the solidarity of the working people of other countries with Soviet Russia and support the peoples of the colonial and dependent countries in their struggle against imperialism. The Congress backed Lenin and rejected the anti-Bolshevik views held by Bukharin and Pyatakov. The economic section of the party program stated that it was necessary to develop to the utmost the country's productive forces. On the basis of a single state plan, improve socialist labor discipline and encourage the initiative and activity of the masses in economic development. The agrarian section of the program envisaged a series of measures for the socialist reorganization of agriculture. In his reports to the Eighth Party Congress, and in his speeches at the meetings and congresses of peasant representatives, Lenin explained the necessity for collectivizing agriculture and the ways of doing it. Lenin demonstrated that there was no escape from poverty for the small-scale farms. Only by uniting them and going over to large-scale social production with the use of machines and scientific farming methods could the productivity of agricultural labor be raised and the well-being of the peasantry assured. The voluntary principle should be the basic principle of the collective farms, Lenin stressed. The peasants should not be forced to join collective farms but should be drawn into collective production gradually, by showing them the practical advantages of collective farming over individual farming. They must be convinced not merely by propaganda and agitation, but by seeing that collective and state farms are run better and by the latter's assistance to the local peasant population. The collectivization of agriculture, Lenin pointed out, could not be realized spontaneously, without preparation. The party and the government must organize and direct it. The agricultural associations and cooperatives 63 should be given full state support. Lenin considered the creation of the necessary material and technical basis an essential condition for putting the bulk of the peasantry on the path of collective farming. If tomorrow, he said at the 8th Party Congress, we could supply 100,000 first-class tractors, provide them with fuel, provide them with drivers, you know very well that this at present is sheer fantasy. The middle peasant would say, I am for the communia. Questions of cultural development and of raising the living standard held a prominent place in the party program. The program envisaged better supply of products, improvement of housing, reduction of the working day without a reduction in wages, public health measures and an extension of social security. The second party program had a worldwide impact. It was the world's first program of a governing communist party, v.I. Lenin, collected WORKR. 29, p. 214. 348. Defining the tasks and the ways of building socialist society. It constituted a new, important advance in the development of revolutionary theory, and is a credit to, one might even say a scientific feat of, the Soviet Communist Party and, above all, its creator, Vladimir Lenin. The program of the RCP was imbued with the spirit of proletarian internationalism and the idea of the unity of the national and international tasks of the working class. Lenin and the party always regarded socialist construction in Soviet Russia as a great international task of the Soviet people, conforming to the interests of the working class of the whole world. The decision of the 8th Congress concerning party policy in the countryside and its attitude towards the middle peasants was of utmost importance to the future of socialism in Russia. Already in the autumn of 1918, when the middle peasants had begun to swing over to the side of Soviet power, Lenin had expressed the idea that it was necessary to secure the support of the middle peasants and to pass from a policy of neutralization of the middle peasant to a policy of a stable alliance with him. Taking into account the experience of the class struggle under conditions of the dictatorship of the proletariat, he advanced a new political slogan, to come to an agreement with the middle peasant, while not for a moment renouncing the struggle against the kulak and at the same time firmly relying solely on the poor peasant. The theoretical propositions and practical directives set out by Lenin on the proletariat's attitude towards middle peasants after the working class wins power are of the utmost importance, since middle peasants exist in all countries. Lenin was greatly interested in the speeches made by provincial delegates to the Congress. When the chairman wanted to close the debate, he supported the delegates' objections, and the debate was continued. He suggested that Panfilov, a peasant delegate, should be allowed to continue his speech after the time limit had expired. Panfilov described the situation in the countryside, saying in particular that people who did not know the countryside or the needs of the peasantry were sometimes sent there as agitators. Panfilov recalls that during the interval Demyan Bedny took him to see Lenin. "Thank you, old man," Lenin said, "you have given us a lot of material." As always at congresses and conferences, Lenin mixed with the delegates during the intermissions, chatting with them about the situation in their localities and questioning them in detail about the life and mood of the middle peasants and the activities of the communists in the villages. The military situation and military policy of the party was one of the chief items on the agenda of the 8th Congress of the RCP. In a forceful speech at a plenary sitting, which dealt with the military question, Lenin stressed that priority must be given to the building of a regular army. The guerrilla methods must be completely eradicated and iron discipline introduced in the army. He laid special emphasis on the need for strengthening the proletarian nucleus and communist influence in the army. The resolution on the military question passed by the Congress laid the foundation of the military policy of the Communist Party. The 8th Party Congress ended on March 23. In closing it, Lenin made a short speech, which he concluded with the following words: "The seed sown by the Russian Revolution is springing up in Europe. This imbues us with the absolute and unshakable conviction that no matter how difficult the trials that may still befall us, and no matter how great the misfortunes that may be brought upon us by that dying beast, international imperialism, that beast will perish, and socialism will triumph throughout the world." **** Decisive victories of the Red Army. The year 1919 was a year of terrible trial and stress for the Soviet state. The counter-revolution had hurled enormous forces against the Soviet Republic. By the spring of 1919 the armies of the Whites and interventionists numbered more than 1 million men. The High Command of the Allied armies decided to strike a concerted blow with all the anti-Soviet forces and considered it necessary to undertake a general offensive from all the frontiers of Russia and directed concentrically toward the very heart of Bolshevism, Moscow. The enemy attacked on 6 fronts simultaneously. More than once the White Guard armies, well armed by the Entente, came near to the vital centers of the Soviet Republic, creating a mortal threat to the revolution. In this critical period Lenin's outstanding role in organizing the country's defense was particularly evident. He wrote the important party documents that became the program for mobilizing the party and the people to defeat the enemy. Lenin called upon communists and Soviet officials, upon all workers and peasants to brace themselves, to organize their work in a revolutionary manner, so that the Soviet Republic would actually become a united armed camp. Lenin set the party and the Soviet organizations the task of explaining the situation to the people, of ensuring successful mobilization, of carrying on agitation among the mobilized men and training them as quickly as possible. Since he systematically received official military information, was directly linked by 1,000 threads with the army in the field, Lenin was thoroughly conversant with the situation on the various fronts and in the armies. Lenin's writings, speeches, and military correspondence contain a penetrating assessment of the situation and of the prospects of developing military operations, and reflect his ideas and precepts on the basic questions of strategy and tactics in the conduct of the war. Lenin's numerous telegrams and letters to the commanders and the revolutionary military councils of the fronts and armies, to the CC representatives and one Okal party and the Soviet bodies vividly illustrate with what profound knowledge he directed the defense of the Soviet state. It stands to reason that Lenin was not a military specialist in the specific sense of that word. With his usual modesty, he used to say, "I do not claim in the least to know the science of war." But he had thoroughly studied military literature and had a good knowledge of the history of wars. Even professional soldiers were surprised to see how well Lenin grasped the most complicated and specific questions of warcraft. His writings and military directives formulated the basic principles of new, Soviet military science, which conforms to the nature and tasks of the army of a socialist state, an army of a new type. He decided questions of military strategy proceeding from the policy and the tactics of the Communist Party. Strategy, he said, is subordinated to politics, and the two are most intimately connected. Lenin regarded the ability to determine the main military task and concentrate on carrying it out as the most important element of correct strategic leadership. Being thoroughly conversant with the political and military situation, he was able to see in time the importance of a particular front and where to direct the main attack. On the instructions of the Central Committee of the Party. 351. And the government, the High Command worked out a plan for the counter-offensive of the Red Army, the carrying out of which with the support of the partisan movement helped to defeat the interventionists. On August 24, Lenin wrote his letter to the workers and peasants apropos of the victory over Kalkak, in which he called upon the Soviet people not to rest content with the successes that had been achieved but to muster all their forces, crush and destroy the enemy, and drive Kalkak and the foreign interventionists from Siberia. Lenin pointed out the main lessons that all workers and peasants should draw from the experience of figleting Kalkak if they wanted to crush their enemies and prevent any repetition of the disasters of the Kalkak affair. It was essential, he wrote, to have a powerful Red Army, to lay in large state stocks of grain, to obey strict revolutionary order and the laws and instructions of the Soviet government, not to forget that the Mensheviks and the socialist revolutionaries had been Kalkak's accomplices and, above all, to consolidate in every way the alliance of the working class and the laboring peasantry. In December 1, 1919, the Red Army struck crushing blows at Denikin's army, liberating Kharkov, Kiev, and the Donetsk coal fields, and launched a vigorous offensive in the direction of Rostov-on-Don. On December 28, Lenin wrote his letter to the workers and peasants of the Ukraine apropos of the victories over Denikin. He called on them to rally all their forces to rout Denikin's army and complete the liberation of the Ukrainian workers and peasants from the oppression by landowners and capitalists. Theoretical problem.s of the transition period. While organizing the struggle against the interventionists and whites, Lenin did not interrupt his intensive work on theoretical questions. He reread the works of Marx and Engels again and again, studied political and economic literature and the history of socialism, followed the most important foreign newspapers and periodicals, wrote articles and pamphlets of great theoretical importance, and delivered speeches and lectures. Lenin paid much attention to the work of the Yakov Sverdlov Communist University, the first higher party school. He participated 352. Paid in drawing up its curriculum and program, and stressed that all instruction should be kept close to real life and practice. He frequently addressed the students of the university. In July and August 1919, he delivered 2 lectures on the state. Lenin's attention at the time was focused on the transition period from capitalism to socialism, on the dictatorship of the proletariat. In June 1919, he wrote his famous article, // Great Beginning, dealing with the communist subotniks. In the autumn, he drafted the detailed plan of a booklet to be called The Dictatorship of the Proletariat and wrote the article Economics and Politics in the Era of the Dictatorship of the Proletariat. His booklet, The Constituent Assembly, Elections and TLTE Dictatorship of the Proletariat, was published in December 1919. In the spring of 1920, he wrote the articles, From the Destruction of the Old Social System to the Creation of the New and From the First Subotnik on the Moscow-Kazan Railway to the All-Russia May Day Subotnik. In these articles Lenin summed up the creative work of the PEOPLE under the leadership of the party, and the experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and developed the Marxist teaching on the period of transition from capitalism to socialism. He elucidated the cardinal questions of the building of the new society. He emphasized the international significance of the experience of the dictatorship of the working class in Russia and considered it necessary to make that experience available to the communists of other countries. The dictatorship of the proletariat in Russia, Lenin wrote, had certain distinguishing features, because it had been established in a petty bourgeois and economically backward country. But the basic forms of the social economy and the main class forces in Russia before TLTE proletariat gained power had been the same as in any capitalist country, so these specific features would not affect the main issue. Life has fully corroborated Lenin's thesis. However, there are people who call themselves Marxists but contend that Lenin's theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat is a purely Russian theory applicable only to Russia. All manner of revisionists and renegades from Leninism try in this way to belittle Lenin's great teaching, to narrow its importance and confine it to national limits. In reality, the Marxist-Leninist teaching on the transition period from capitalism to socialism and on the dictatorship of the proletariat is a guide to action for the whole international communist movement, and takes concrete historical conditions into account. Lenin wrote that this period is bound to combine the features and properties of both socio-economic formations and to be a PE 23-826. 353. Riot of struggle between the defeated, but not yet defunct, capitalism and the nascent communism. The social economy in this period has 3 basic divisions: socialist, capitalist, and small commodity production, which are respectively represented by 3 definite classes: the proletariat, which has become the ruling class, the bourgeoisie, and the petty bourgeoisie, wavering between the working class and the bourgeoisie. Since these classes still exist in the transition period, class struggle, contrary to the assertion of the reformists and revisionists, does not disappear, but changes its forms. With political power in its hands, the working class, far from ceasing the class struggle, uses the machinery of state to continue it. One of the aspects of the dictatorship of the proletariat is the attitude of the working class to its enemy, the bourgeoisie. Once in power, the working class must crush sternly, rapidly, and resolutely the resistance of all exploiters, the capitalists, landowners and their lackeys. Whoever does not understand this, Lenin said, is not a revolutionary, and must be removed from the post of leader or advisor of the proletariat. He stressed that use of violence is necessitated by the task of suppressing the resistance of the exploiting classes, and that once this has been accomplished, proletarian power would renounce all extraordinary measures. Another aspect of the dictatorship of the proletariat is the attitude of the working class to its ally, the working peasantry. Developing Marx's teaching, Lenin reached the following important conclusion: the dictatorship of the proletariat, he wrote, is a specific form of class alliance between the proletariat, the vanguard of the working people, and the numerous non-proletarian strata of the working people, or the majority of these strata, an alliance against capital, an alliance whose aim is the complete overthrow of capital, complete suppression of the resistance offered by the bourgeoisie as well as of attempts at restoration on its part, an alliance for the final establishment and consolidation of socialism. The special feature of this alliance lies in the fact that the leading role in it belongs to the working class. After gaining power, the proletariat must overcome completely the wavering of the peasants and finally win them away from the bourgeoisie, draw them into socialist construction and set them on the path of large-scale socialist production. In order to do this, the working class must take into account the dual nature of the peasantry. It must distinguish between the working and the property-owning peasant, the hired peasant worker and the peasant trader, the peasant who labors from the peasant who profiteers. What is needed to enable the proletariat to lead the peasants and the petty bourgeois groups in general is the dictatorship of the proletariat, the rule of one class, its strength of organization and discipline, its centralist power. Lenin wrote: Lenin resolutely rebuffed the defenders of capitalism and all types of revisionists of Marxist teaching, who were distorting the essence of the dictatorship of the proletariat, claiming that it meant nothing but violence. How irrelevant today are Lenin's propositions aimed against the falsifiers of Marxism in the imperialist camp and their henchmen concerning the essence of the dictatorship of the working class. The essence of proletarian dictatorship, he taught, is not in force alone, or even mainly in force. Its chief feature is the organization and discipline of the advanced contingent of the working people, of their vanguard, of their sole leader, the proletariat, whose object is to build socialism, abolish the division of society into classes, make all members of society working people, and remove the basis for all exploitation of man by man. Lenin foresaw that the constructive role of the proletarian state would keep increasing in the course of socialist construction. Like Marx and Engels, Lenin believed that the dictatorship of the proletariat is historically transient, that it must not and would not exist forever. The working class needs the dictatorship to create socialist society and to abolish all exploitation of man by man. This object, Lenin explained, cannot be achieved at one stroke. It requires a fairly long period of transition from capitalism to socialism. That is why Marx spoke of an entire period of the dictatorship of the proletariat as the period of transition from capitalism to socialism. Here it is important to emphasize that, as Lenin saw it, the dictatorship of the working class would be necessary up to the final abolition of the exploiting classes and all capitalist elements, up to the transfer of the peasantry and all petty hour geostrata to the path of socialism, right up to the building and establishment of socialism. In the years of Soviet power, Lenin developed his propositions on the functions of the state under socialism and during the period of the transition to communism, which he set out in his book, State and Revolution. The socialist state, he wrote, is organizing large-scale production. On a national scale, is distributing labor power among the various branches of production and the various enterprises, and is distributing among the working people large quantities of articles of consumption belonging to the state. One of the main tasks of the socialist state is to protect socialist property. The workers and peasants, Lenin wrote, must realize that the land and factories belong to them and they must be as careful of them as of their own property. He considered it a very important function of the socialist state to control the measure of labor and the measure of consumption. At the same time, the socialist state plays a big part in guiding cultural development and educating the masses in the communist spirit. The socialist state ensures law and order and the defense of socialism. Finally, it pursues a foreign policy in the interests of strengthening socialism and developing the world revolutionary liberation movement. Lenin considered the guiding role of the Communist Party as one of the most important law-governed regularities of the transition from capitalism to socialism and the development of socialist society. The experience of revolution in Russia and other countries shows that the role of the Communist Party after the gaining of power by the working class not only does not diminish, but, on the contrary, is greatly enhanced. The dictatorship of the proletariat, Lenin wrote, means a persistent struggle, bloody and bloodless, violent and peaceful, military and economic, educational and administrative, against the forces and traditions of the old society. The force of habit in millions and tens of millions is a most formidable force. Without a party of iron that has been tempered in the struggle, a party enjoying the confidence of all honest people in the class in question, a party capable of watching and influencing the mood of the masses, such a struggle cannot be waged successfully. Lenin strongly criticized leaders of the working class who, while recognizing the dictatorship of the proletariat in word, remained unable or unwilling to understand its significance and to put it into effect. The fall of the First Soviet Republic in Hungary shows clearly how vast, how immense is the danger of evil, Lenin wrote. One of the main causes of this fall was the treachery of the socialists who went over to Belarusian verbally and proclaimed themselves communists, but who actually did not pursue a policy consonant with the dictatorship of the proletariat. They vacillated, played the coward, made advances to the bourgeoisie, and in part directly sabotaged and betrayed the proletarian revolution. Naturally, the powerful brigands of imperialism that surrounded the Hungarian Soviet Republic made good use of these vacillations within the Hungarian Soviet government and used the Romanian butchers to crush it. There can be no doubt, Lenin continued, that some of the Hungarian socialists went over to Belarusian sincerely, and sincerely proclaimed themselves communists. But that changes nothing essential. A man who sincerely proclaims himself a communist, but who in practice vacillates and plays the coward instead of pursuing a ruthlessly firm, unswervingly determined and supremely courageous and heroic policy, such a man, in his weakness of character, vacillations and irresolution, is just as much guilty of treachery as a direct traitor. The whole historical experience of the working class movement and socialist revolutions confirms the profound truth of this conclusion. The practice of socialist transformations has shown that the taking of political power by the working class into its hands and the socialization of the means of production create only the objective prerequisites, the objective possibilities for solving the many-faceted tasks of the creation and development of the new society. And how these possibilities are realized in practice depends first and foremost on the leadership provided by the communist parties, on their ability to solve the most complex tasks set by life in a Marxist, Leninist fashion. V. I. Lenin, C. Elected WORKS. 31, pages 44 to 45. 30, p. 354. 357. A Great Beginning. Lenin's genius and his close grasp on life, his creative approach to Marxism and his extraordinary scientific foresight enabled him to see far into the future. He also reflected on a developed socialist society, on the building of a complete socialist society. In the early years of Soviet power, the foundations of socialist society were only just being laid in our country. The first weak shoots of communism were only just appearing. But Lenin had the wonderful gift of discerning the new. He saw, appraised, and supported all that was new and progressive in life. He observed these shoots and demonstrated their significance. After analyzing them, he formulated fundamental propositions on socialism and communism and on the laws governing the emergence and development of the communist system. His article, A Great Beginning, was particularly important in this respect. On May 10, 1919, the workers of the Moscow-Kazan Railway held the first mass subotnik. After their working day was over, they repaired 4 locomotives and 16 carriages without pay, and also unloaded several thousand poods of freight. What was more, their labor productivity was more than 2.5 times the usual. Subotniks were soon being held at other enterprises in various towns. They were the response of the working class to the call issued by the party Central Committee to put your shoulder to the wheel in a truly revolutionary way. The subotniks were a vivid demonstration of the selfless labor of the proletariat in the rear and strikingly showed the creative bent of the governing working class and its devoted struggle to preserve and consolidate the gains of the socialist revolution. In his article, A Great Beginning, Lenin described the communist subotniks as an event of great importance as the actual beginning of communism. They showed what socialism and communism were and how the new society was to be built, demonstrate the conscious and voluntary initiative of the workers in adopting a new labor discipline, in developing labor productivity and in creating a socialist economy. Lenin considered the development of the productive forces to be the rock-bottom problem in socialist construction and in the subsequent transition to communism. He stressed that a tremendous step forward in the development of the productive forces was necessary. To bring about the complete abolition of classes, the elimination of the essential distinctions between town and country, between manual and mental labor, and to make it possible to realize the principle of communism, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. In order that the productive forces can reach a level that makes the transition to communism possible, Lenin explained, the productivity of labor must be higher than under capitalism. In the last analysis, productivity of labor is the most important, the principal thing for the victory of the new social system. Capitalism created a productivity of labor unknown under serfdom. Capitalism can be utterly vanquished, and will be utterly vanquished by socialism creating a new and much higher productivity of labor. This conclusion was an important contribution to the Marxist teaching on communism. From it follows the idea of economic competition between the two systems, socialism and capitalism, which was not only a matter of deciding the question of who will beat whom within the country, but also of starting a competition between the two systems on a world scale in order to surpass capitalism in the economic field. Transition to communism, Lenin said, is impossible, unless we raise the productivity of labor. Communism, Lenin wrote, is the higher productivity of labor compared with that existing under capitalism, of voluntary, class-conscious and united workers employing advanced techniques. In connection with the subotniks, Lenin revealed the essence of communist labor and showed in what way it differs from labor under socialism. Socialism, he explained, presupposes social labor under the strict control and supervision of the state, which defines the amount of labor and its remuneration. Under communism, which develops as socialism becomes consolidated and which is the higher phase of the new society, labor will be unpaid work for the good of society performed without any thought of remuneration. Work will be an essential requirement of the healthy body. Communist subotniks were the first embryos of such work. Lenin considered it the prime duty of the party and the government to study the shoots of the new carefully and to tend them. He was quite sure that, given the support of the socialist state, the shoots of communism will not wither, they will grow and blossom into complete communism. He pointed to the difference between the first and the highest phases of communist society and at the same time stressed the organic connection between them. He described socialism as not complete communism and spoke of communism as the highest stage of socialism, socialist society in its developed form and socialism, when completed. Lenin foresaw the process of the development of socialism into communism and revealed its inevitability, essence, and law-governed regularities. The breathing space of 1920. The Ninth Party Congress. In the fierce battles of 1919 against the White Armies of Kolchak, Yudenich, Denikin, and Miller, the Red Army defeated the main forces of the domestic counter-revolution and the interventionists. Soviet troops liberated the Urals, Siberia, the Ukraine, the North Caucasus and a considerable part of Turkestan. The Soviet land won a breathing space. The international position of the Soviet Republic improved. The Entente countries had officially lifted their blockade of Soviet Rus SIA. The Soviet-Estonian peace treaty had been signed, followed by treaties with Latvia, Lithuania, and Finland. Lenin pointed out that, in spite of their dependence on the imperialist powers, nearly all the small countries had refused to take part in their campaign, because they knew that the white generals, inspired by the Entente, were out to restore the Russian Empire and continue the policy of national oppression, while the Bolsheviks had proved in practice that they respected the independence and sovereignty of all peoples. Lenin exposed the predatory nature of the policy pursued by the imperialist powers vis-a-vis the small countries. While paying lip service to the freedom and independence of the small nations, the imperialists enmeshed them in financial, political, and diplomatic dependence, dragging them into their military blocs and alliances, and trampling underfoot their national dignity and sovereignty. The Entente, he said, has already had its paws on each of the small countries. They know that when the French, American or British capitalists say, "We guarantee your independence," that means in practice, "We shall buy from you all the sources of your wealth and shall hold you in bondage." To the foreign policy of imperialism, a policy of violence, intimidation, and plunder, socialism counterposes a fundamentally new type of international relations. The Soviet state has always pursued a policy of peace, equality, respect of independence and sovereignty of all countries, and friendship and cooperation between the peoples. This, Lenin said, won the Soviet Republic the sympathy of all peoples and millions of allies in all countries. It means, he said, that our peace policy is approved by the vast majority of people all over the world. During the years of the foreign military intervention, the Soviet government, on Lenin's initiative, repeatedly made peace proposals to the Entente powers. The Seventh Congress of Soviets, which was held in December 1919, reaffirmed the unswerving Soviet desire for peace and once again proposed to Britain, France, the United States of America, Italy, and Japan, either jointly or separately, to begin peace negotiations at once. Lenin described as a specific feature of the breathing space in the early months of 1920 the fact that the military tasks had not yet been completed. The remnants of Denikin's army, under the command of General Rajul, were entrenched in the Crimea. In the west, bourgeois landowner Poland was threatening a campaign against Soviet Russia. In these circumstances it was impossible to demobilize the army. Moreover, during the winter of 1919-20 there was acute dislocation of the economy, the overcoming of which required intense effort. For this reason, Lenin emphasized the need to consider the specific problems of each period, and pointed out that the party and the Soviet government were compelled to resolve the economic problems by means of war communism, by military methods. Hence, among other things, the various decrees on the use of Red Army units on the labor front. In this period the Soviet state concentrated its work on the need to combat dislocation, restore the transport system, alleviate the fuel shortage, and overcome the food difficulties, and gave much attention to cultural development and the work of the state apparatus. While dealing with these pressing problems, Lenin looked far ahead and pointed to the need for large-scale economic development and conversion to up-to-date industrial techniques. He suggested drawing up the first long-term plan for the development of the country's economy, the State Plan for the Electrification of Soviet Russia. At Lenin's suggestion the Soviet government set up a state commission for the electrification of Russia, which was instructed to draw up a plan for the economic development of Russia on the basis of the country's electrification. G. Krzyzanowski was made its chairman. About 200 distinguished experts were enlisted to do the work. The purpose of the plan was to ensure the economic independence of Russia, the creation of a new technical basis, a large-scale machine industry. Lenin kept a close eye on the Commission's work, read all its papers and helped it with his advice. The Ninth Party Congress met from March 29 to April 5, 1920. It discussed the report of the Central Committee, matters of economic development, the trade union movement, etc. Lenin sharply criticized the anti-party Democratic Centralism group, which was attacking the Central Committee line and rejecting the principle of one-man management in production established by the Soviet government. He showed that though this group had demagogically called itself a group of democratic centralism, its views had in fact nothing whatsoever in common with the Marxist, Bolshevik conception of democratic centralism. Hiding behind left phrase-mongering, the democratic centralists in effect opposed party and state discipline, organization, and firm leadership, and drifted into anarchy. The Congress repulsed the democratic centralism group, and in the resolution the immediate tasks of economic construction endorsed Lenin's propositions on the forms and methods of economic management. On the last day of the Congress, a group of delegates proposed that the closing session be devoted to a celebration in honor of Lenin's approaching 50th birthday. The proposal was met with tempestuous applause. Lenin, however, disapproved. He could not bear laudatory expressions about himself, and after 2 speeches left the hall. But the speeches continued. With great enthusiasm the Congress passed a resolution on the publication of Lenin's collected works. During and after the Congress, Lenin spoke to the delegates and other comrades who attended it. In his memoirs, S. Budyonny fondly described his first encounter with Lenin. At last, he wrote, my dream was coming true. In a minute, maybe, I would see Lenin. What was he like, this Lenin, whom all 362 the ordinary people trusted so deeply, and whom they loved as their own father? What will I say to Lenin that will come from all the army men? How shall I greet him? I wondered in a fever, and grew shy. In the meantime, Lenin approached us. He cast a penetrating glance at us. He proffered me his hand. So this is Budyonny, he asked quickly, narrowing his clever eyes and examining me closely. Well, how are things, Comrade Budyonny? I was confused and blurted out against my will, good, thank God, Vladimir Ilyich. In Russian that means very good. That's fine, Lenin said. So you said thank God, he repeated, and laughed loudly and contagiously. My timidity vanished at once and I felt at ease. In the ensuing conversation Lenin questioned Budyonny exhaustively about the mood of the army men and the state of political work in the units, and told him about the internal and international situation. He spoke of the labor and enthusiasm of the workers, and warned Budyonny of the danger of an attack by bourgeois landowner Poland on the Soviet country, adding that the Republic had to be prepared to repel it. Lenin considered Budyonny's rise as giving striking evidence that the Red Army was a genuinely popular army and that the revolution had brought up gifted generals from among the people. The main thing is, Lenin told Budyonny in December 1, 1920, that the time has come when men from among the ordinary folk are beating the bourgeois generals. Let the imperialists feel this. You have given them a good lesson. On April 22, 1920, the Communist Party and the whole Soviet people joyfully celebrated the 50th birthday of their leader and teacher. Lenin received many letters and telegrams containing touching congratulations and good wishes. On April 23, the Moscow Party Committee held a special meeting to mark the date. Lenin did not arrive until the meeting was nearly over. Responding to insistent requests, he made a short speech entirely dedicated to the Communist Party. Lenin stressed the big role and responsibility of the Bolshevik Party in view of the worldwide importance of the Russian Revolution and the fact that Russia's working class had become the vanguard of the international liberation movement of working people and was blazing the trail for mankind to a happy future. Lenin made a note of the war victories, but warned the party against complacency. Complacency was a danger, he said, which every communist, and the party as a whole, should appreciate, and doubly so because still more difficult tasks, the creative tasks which constitute the substance of the socialist revolution, lay ahead. Lenin hoped that the Bolsheviks would never be a party of complacent people. At the very beginning of his political activity, Lenin denounced the personality cult, which is alien to Marxism, the theory of heroes and the crowd. He was convinced that socialism would be victorious, because he had deep faith in the people and, above all, the political consciousness and organization of the working class. He regarded the working people as the true makers of history. Lenin pointed out that Marxism did not at all deny the important role of the leaders of the working class. He criticized those who refused to accept this and demagogically opposed the masses and parties to the leaders. Political parties, Lenin wrote, as a general rule, are run by more or less stable groups composed of the most authoritative, influential, and experienced members, who are elected to the most responsible positions and are called leaders. The proletariat, too, needed thoughtful, experienced and knowledgeable political leaders, Lenin pointed out, stressing the importance of party organization and of party leaders worthy of the name. Lenin noted that to deny the necessity of working class leaders and of the prestige of correct leadership was tantamount to denying organization, party allegiance, and party discipline. However, only those who lean on the people, on the party, who are conscious that they are doing the will of the people and are responsible to them, who always uphold the principle of collective leadership, can be real working class leaders. In Lenin's opinion, it is wrong to associate the achievements of the party and the people with the name of one man. He put down all the victories over domestic and external enemies, all the successes in socialist development to the heroic struggle, the devoted labor of the working class, the people, under the leadership of the Communist Party. Lenin objected strongly to any adulation of his own personality, to praise of his services, and was always annoyed to see such things. In September 1918, Lenin summoned AFEW leading comrades and told them roughly the following. I note with deep dissatisfaction that my person is being glorified. This is annoying and harmful. All of us know that personally ties have nothing to do with it. It would be awkward for myself to prohibit that sort of thing. There would also be something ridiculous and pretentious about it. It is up to you to put the brakes on unobtrusively. Or this other fact. In 1920, the commission collecting material on the history of the RCP and the October Revolution decided to begin collecting exhibits for a Lenin museum. Lenin categorically forbade this and told Almansky, who had reported the decision to him, "You can't imagine how unpleasant I find the constant promotion of my personality." Lenin's extraordinary modesty was evident at all times. To the cameraman who had been taking pictures of him on Vsevolochy Day he said, "Take fewer pictures of me and more of those who are going to listen to me, the comrades who are going off to the front." Lenin's modesty is also illustrated by the following. He knew several languages. He wrote and spoke at Comintern congresses and chatted to the delegates in German, English, and French, read Polish and Italian, and could understand Czech and Swedish. But in a questionnaire, in answer to the question, "What languages do you know?" he replied, "English, German, French badly, Italian very badly." Lenin never broke the accepted rules and considered that they applied to him as much as to anyone else. When he asked the library of the Rumyantseve Museum to send him Greek dictionaries, philosophical dictionaries, and some books on philosophy, he wrote, "If, according to the rules, reference publications are not issued for home use, could not one get them for an evening, for the night, when the library is closed? I will return them by the morning." During the famine of the Civil War, peasants, Red Army men and people in the provinces, concerned for Lenin's health, sent him food parcels containing white flour, bacon, eggs and fruit, but Lenin readdressed them all to hospitals and children's homes, and to needy comrades. Lenin's close contact with the working people gave him a profound understanding of their needs. Lenin was quick to respond to reports from the provinces and from workers about food distress, and took immediate action. He did not tolerate an irresponsible or callous attitude to this matter. Lenin showed particular concern over food supplies for children. In 1919, the hardest year of all, decrees which he initiated were passed providing for free meals for children. "We, adults, will go hungry," he said, "but we shall give the last pinch of flour, the last lump of sugar and the last piece of butter to the children. It is better for the burden of these hard times to be borne by adults, the children must be spared in every possible way." The working people had a warm affection for their leader and showed touching solicitude for him as someone near and dear to them. One day a Red Army man came to the Kremlin and handed in for Lenin half of his loaf of bread. "Let him have something to eat," he said. "These are hungry times." The party and all the working people of the Soviet country made the most of the breathing space in 1920 to heal the grave wounds inflicted by the war, to restore factories and transport, and to revive agriculture. The Soviet people celebrated May Day with great political and labor enthusiasm. That day an all-Russia Subotnik was held. Lenin himself took part in it by helping the Kremlin military school trainees to clear building materials out of the Kremlin. After the Subotnik he made a speech at the laying of the foundation stone for a memorial to Karl Marx in Theatre Square. A monument to the founder of scientific communism rises today on the spot where Lenin laid the first stone. It stands as a token of deep respect and of the gratitude that the Communist Party and the Soviet people feel to the great leader and teacher of the working class and all the working people of the world. That same day, Lenin spoke at the laying of the foundation stone for a monument of liberated labor, visited the proletarian districts, spoke at workers' meetings. That day he was gay and smiling and wore a scarlet ribbon in his buttonhole. He was in a festive mood, very erect and looked young in spite of his 50 years. His speeches, vivid, full of invincible faith in the victory of the Soviet people, cheered and inspired the working people to new victories in the name of communism. While directing the Communist Party and the Soviet state, Lenin devoted much attention to the problems of the international working class and communist movement. The communist parties grew and gained strength in the fierce struggle against opportunism. Lenin saw the worst danger for the working class movement in right opportunism, reformism, and revisionism. "Opportunism," he said, "is our principal enemy. Opportunism in the upper ranks of the working class movement is bourgeois socialism, not proletarian socialism. It has been shown in practice that working class activists who follow the opportunist trend are better defenders of the bourgeoisie than the bourgeois themselves. Without their leadership of the workers, the bourgeoisie could not remain in power. Opportunism, Lenin emphasized, must be stamped out in all parties. That was the main task." Lenin also tirelessly exposed the centrists, who did not want to break with the avowed opportunists, and were indulgent towards their actions. In May 1, 1920, a delegation of British workers visited Soviet Russia. In a conversation with this delegation and in his letter to the British workers, which he gave them to take back to Britain, Lenin branded the reactionary trade union leaders as faithful servants of the capitalists and showed that on all sorts of specious pretexts they supported the imperialist policy of the British government, condoned Britain's intervention against the Soviet Republic, maligned the Soviet system and opposed the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat. He explained that sincere supporters of the emancipation of the workers from the capitalist yoke would not oppose the founding of a communist party, which alone was capable of educating the workers in a non-bourgeois, non-petty bourgeois manner, and really exposing the social traitors. The talk with Lenin made a deep impression on the members of the delegation. In a letter to Lenin, Ben Turner, a prominent member of the Labour Party and leader of the delegation, wrote, "It has been to one a wonderful example of determined and scientific attempts to build a workers' republic. That you will succeed I am sure. That you succeed in making the new socialist state is my heartfelt wish." During April and May 1920, Lenin wrote his book, Left-Wing Communism a Ninfantile Disorder, which was published in June and July in Russian, English, German and French. Lenin regarded it as the object of his book to examine the Russian experience in connection with certain current problems of international communist tactics, and to apply to the tasks and policy of the communist parties of other countries whatever is universally practicable, significant, and relevant in the history and the present-day tactics of Bolshevism. The experience of revolutionary struggle of the Bolshevik Party against Tsarism and capitalism was of great importance for the organization and ideological and political strengthening of the communist parties in other countries. The young communist parties did not yet possess the ability to work in the masses, their activity was affected by the burden of old social democratic traditions. At the same time, the hatred for right opportunism coupled with the lack of the necessary Marxist tempering caused many communists to turn to petty bourgeois revolutionism and sectarianism, that is, in the direction of left opportunism. This found expression in the left's incorrect understanding of the relations between the Communist Party and the masses, their refusal to make use of legal means of struggle, in particular, the parliamentary platform, their ignoring of work in reactionary trade unions and cooperatives, and their refusal to see the contradictions in the enemy camp and to make any compromises. This position of the left's was fraught with serious danger for Marxist parties. They could become divorced from their class basis, lose their connection with the masses and thereby deprive themselves of their main source of strength. The social basis of leftism is the broad stratum of petty proprietors. The petty bourgeoisie, Lenin pointed out, which under capitalism experiences constant oppression and frequently a sharp and sudden deterioration of life, easily goes over to extreme revolutionism, but is not capable of showing stamina, organization, staunchness, and discipline. Subjectivism in appraising events, the lack of an objective approach to the prevailing situation and the conditions of the struggle, and a desire to skip stages of advance, Lenin indicated, are the distinctive features of left opportunism. These features, he said, prompted the lefts to reckless, unconsidered action. Lenin taught that the policy and tactics of the party must be based on a sober, strictly objective assessment of all the class forces of a given state and other states, and also on the assessment of the experience of the revolutionary movement on a world scale. He scathingly criticized the logmatism of the lefts for their refusal to consider the changing situation, to develop and apply revolutionary theory creatively, and to make the most of arising opportunities in the interests of the working class. Communist parties, Lenin pointed out, have to be flexible to the utmost in their tactics. They must have command of all the means of struggle, of all forms or aspects of social activity without exception, impart new content to old forms and devise new forms of work, combine illegal and legal methods of struggle, and be ready for the most rapid and brusque replacement of one form by another, to know the moods of the masses, must not rush on ahead, but also not lag behind the mass movement. Lenin called the errors of the lefts the infantile disorder of left-wing communism and described them as errors of the growth of young, inexperienced communist parties, which had not yet been through the school of revolutionary struggle and not yet mastered all the forms and methods of work in the masses. He regarded the overcoming of left-wing communism as an important and urgent task. Lenin developed the proposition about the relation of the international to the national elements in the working class movement. About the common objective laws governing socialist revolution and the distinctive features of the revolutionary movement in the various countries. The basic principles of communism, he wrote, are the same for the entire international working class movement. But when making what are actually the same preparations for victory over the bourgeoisie, the working class movement of every country does so in its own WQY. The struggle of the proletariat in every individual country has had and must inevitably have its own specific peculiarities, depending on its economy, its policy, its culture, the national composition of its population, religious divisions, historical traditions, and so on. Communist parties should take account of these peculiarities in their policy. Yet their role must not be exaggerated. The general law-governed regularities of the socialist revolution and socialist construction are of decisive importance. Unity of the international tactics of the communist working class movement calls for the application of the fundamental principles of communism, which will correctly modify these principles in certain particulars, correctly adapt and apply them to national and national state distinctions. Lenin's great service to the international working class movement was that, having very early detected left opportunism in the young communist parties, he revealed its harm and danger to the socialist revolution. He demonstrated that dogmatism and sectarianism were liable to do grave damage not only to a party but also to the world communist movement as a whole if they were not combated with due firmness. Left-wing communism and L-Rev-Antile disorder is one of the most outstanding creations of Lenin's genius and constitutes an invaluable contribution to the treasury of Marxism-Leninism. It is a model of creative Marxist theory employed in accomplishing the cardinal strategic and tactical tasks of the communist parties in all countries. The ideas Lenin set forth in it are of the utmost importance for the world communist movement. They are used by the Marxist-Leninist parties, and help them in the struggle for peace, for democracy, for socialism and communism. Second Congress of the Commander M.Unist International. The Second Congress of the Comintern opened in Petrograd on July 19, 1920. It continued its work in Moscow from July 23. Lenin drafted the principal Congress resolutions, the theses on the basic tasks of the Communist International, on the national and colonial questions, the agrarian question, and also on the conditions for affiliation to the Comintern. On the opening day he and other delegates placed wreaths on the graves of the fighters for the revolution on the field of Mars and later spoke at a meeting dedicated to the founding of a memorial to Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. Just as the Congress began, an incident occurred that made a deep impression on everyone. Lenin, who had been sitting on the platform and scanning the hall, suddenly stepped down and walked up the aisle towards the back rows, where he saw an old comrade in arms, V. Shelgunov, a Petrograd worker revolutionary who had gone blind. They warmly embraced each other. All the delegates rose and showed their appreciation with long applause. At the Congress, Lenin delivered a report on the international situation and the fundamental tasks of the Comintern, took part in the work of a number of commissions, delivered the report of the Commission on the National and Colonial Questions, and also addressed the Congress on other matters. His reports and speeches contained a deep-going analysis of the international economic and political situation and advanced extremely important propositions concerning the general crisis of the world capitalist system brought about by the First World War and the October Revolution. Lenin described this crisis as the period of the worldwide collapse of capitalism, the period of birth of socialist society. He defined the main features of the general crisis of capitalism, the division of the world into two systems, aggravation of economic contradictions and class struggle in the capitalist countries, and crisis of the imperialist colonial system. The point of departure for the communist parties of all countries, Lenin pointed out, was the appearance of the socialist system, the Soviet Socialist Republics. All developments of world politics, he said, hinge on the struggle of the two systems. It was up to the Congress, he went on, to determine the position of the communists in the situation created by this crisis. The main task of the day was to unite the communist forces, establish communist parties in every country and invigorate those already in existence, purge them of opportunist and centrist elements, and step up revolutionary work in the thick of the working class, in the countryside and in the army. The Congress passed the resolution on the role of the Communist Party in the proletarian revolution, which confirmed the role of the Communist Party as the guiding force in the struggle of the working class, the struggle for state power and the triumph of communism, and characterized the principles of party structure and activity. Lenin emphasized that the Communist Party must be truly communist, truly political proletarian party. This was determined both by the composition of the party, whether or not a party is really a political party of the workers, and also by the men that lead it, and the content of its actions and its political tactics. Only the latter determines whether we really have before us a political party of the proletariat. Sharp discussions developed in the Congress commissions on the agrarian and the national and colonial questions. Many delegates had incorrect views, inherited from the Second International, concerning these questions. Lenin took an active part in these debates, criticized erroneous propositions and helped the delegates to adopt a correct standpoint. Lenin's theses on the agrarian question, which the Congress adopted, stressed the necessity for an alliance between the working class and the laboring peasantry, maintained the idea of the leading role of the proletariat, and defined the tasks of the communist parties with regard to the various strata of the peasantry, both in the period of the struggle for the victory of the socialist revolution and after the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin attached enormous importance to the discussion of the national and colonial question. The Great October Socialist Revolution had given a powerful impetus to the national liberation movements in China, India, Indonesia, and other colonial and dependent countries. The period of the awakening of the East in the contemporary revolution is being succeeded by a period in which all the Eastern peoples will participate in deciding the destiny of the whole world, so as not to be simply objects of the enrichment of others. The peoples of the East are becoming alive to the need for practical action, the need for every nation to take part in shaping the destiny of all mankind. Lenin followed developments in the Asian countries very closely. The Chinese Communist Liu Zirong, who was at that time chairman of the Central Executive Committee of the Union of Chinese Workers in Russia, recalls a conversation he had with Lenin in November 1, 1919, "He greeted me as warmly as he had the first time. Throughout our talk I was constantly aware of the fascinating charm of this great man. Lenin questioned me about China, about the Chinese Revolution. I was young and a long way from understanding international politics, and I knew too little about events in China to be able to tell him anything new or interesting. But I brought away many valuable impressions from my talk with Vladimir Ilyich, from whom I heard a number of profound ideas concerning the future of China, the Chinese people's struggle against imperialism, and the importance of bringing together the peoples of China and Soviet Russia." The Indian national liberation movement gathered strength under the influence of the October Revolution. A meeting of Indian revolutionaries was held on February 1, 1920. It passed a resolution, which was sent to Lenin, expressing profound gratitude to Soviet Russia for carrying on the great struggle for the liberation of the oppressed classes and peoples. In his reply to the Indian Revolutionary Association, Lenin wrote, "I am glad to hear that the principles of self-determination and the liberation of oppressed nations from exploitation by foreign and native capitalists, proclaimed by the Workers' and Peasants' Republic, have met with such a ready response among progressive Indians, who are waging a heroic fight for freedom. Calling for close alliance between Muslims and non-Muslims, for solidarity of the working people of the East in the common struggle against the oppressors," he concluded his greetings with the words, "Long live a free Asia." Lenin elucidated a number of important questions regarding the national liberation movement under new conditions in his report to the Second All-Russia Congress of Communist Organizations of the Peoples of the East in November 1919. He branded the policy of plunder and oppression pursued by the imperialist powers in the colonial and dependent countries, and warmly welcomed the national liberation movement in the East. Proceeding from the experience of the Soviet state, which was successfully beating off the armed attack of the powerful imperialist countries, he concluded that the difficult struggle for liberation of the peoples of the colonial and dependent countries would be crowned with complete success. No matter how weak these peoples were, he said, or how invincible the power of the imperialist oppressors with their command of all the wonders of technology and military science seemed to be, the oppressed people's revolutionary war, if it really succeeded in awakening the millions of toilers and exploited, had such potentialities that the liberation of the peoples of the East became quite practicable. Lenin set the communist parties and organizations of the peoples of the East the task of skillfully applying the general theory and practice of communism to the specific conditions of their own countries, where the bulk of the population were peasants and where the vestiges of medieval tyranny were yet to be destroyed. He urged that the communist teaching be translated into a language every people could understand, so that it would rouse to revolutionary activity the most backward peoples, who would merge with the workers of other countries in common struggle. Lenin pointed out to the communists of the countries of the East, you will bathe to bath.e yourselves on the bourgeois nationalism which is awakening, and must awaken, among those peoples, and which has its historical justification. This nationalism has a progressive, democratic content, too, since it is directed against imperialist oppression and serves the oppressed nation's struggle for national independence. At the same time, Lenin warned that, while supporting the progressive content in bourgeois nationalism, one must not lose sight of its social essence, its limited character, and that having driven out the imperialists, one must go on to fight for the liberation of the working people from social oppression. Lenin's theses on the national and colonial questions for the Second Congress of the Comintern were a further development of these propositions. They formulated with exceptional clarity and depth the position and tasks to be adopted by the Communist parties in the national colonial question. The whole policy of the Communist parties in this field, he wrote, should be based on bringing together the proletarians and the toiling masses of all nations and countries for joint revolutionary struggle against imperialism, for the overthrow of the landowners and the bourgeoisie. It is the duty of the communist parties of the metropolitan countries to fight for the liberation of the colonial and dependent peoples from their own imperialist bourgeoisie, to foster among the workers of their country a genuinely fraternal attitude to the working people of the colonies. In the fight against imperialism and feudal relations, the communists of the colonial and dependent countries must support the revolutionary national liberation movements, and enter into agreements and alliances with the bourgeois, primarily revolutionary, democrats in their countries, while maintaining the independence of the proletarian movement. At the same time, Lenin noted the contradictory attitude of the bourgeoisie of the colonial and dependent countries, its tendency towards conciliation with the imperialists and domestic reaction. Communists, Lenin taught, must be in the front ranks of the fighters against colonial oppression. They must rally all anti-imperialist forces. But while expressing the interests of the working people, the communists must not confine themselves only to solving national problems. They must fight for a radical democratic solution of the agrarian question, for social progress of the country. Lenin drew attention to the need for a determined struggle against attempts to give a communist coloring to bourgeois democratic liberation trends in the backward countries. The communists, he said, must expose the petty bourgeois illusion about the possibility of going over to socialism without class struggle. They must marshal the masses under the banner of scientific communism. The working class which exists or is developing in the colonies and semi-colonies will eventually play a decisive role here too, in the zone of national liberation. The alliance between the peasantry and the working class, this, in Lenin's view, was an essential condition for FULL success in the struggle against imperialism for genuine social progress. Lenin pointed out that the emergence of the socialist system greatly facilitates both the winning of political independence by the peoples of the colonies and semi-colonies, and their gaining of economic independence, their progressive social development. The rendering of all-round support to peoples who are fighting against imperialism or have embarked upon the path of independent development is, Lenin noted, the international duty of the socialist state. At the same time, Lenin urged the peoples of colonial and dependent countries and the young national states of the East to become more closely allied with the socialist system, the Soviet Republic. Marx and Engels expressed the idea that backward countries which had not gone through the capitalist stage of development, could make the transition to socialism given the victory of the proletarian revolution in the advanced capitalist countries. Lenin substantiated and concretized this idea in the new historical age and in the conditions of the division of the world into two systems. Basing himself on the experience of the RCP in Turkestan and other nationalries of Russia, he advanced and substantiated most important propositions on the fact that countries which had liberated themselves from colonial rule and in which patriarchal and feudal relations predominated could, with the help of the victorious proletariat of the advanced countries, go over to a truly popular system and through certain stages of development, to communism, without having to pass through the capitalist stage. Lenin emphasized that communists should be able to adapt both the principles of Soviet power and the Communist Party to the level of the peasant countries of the colonial East. This is the crux of the matter. This needs thinking about and seeking concrete answers, Lenin wrote in his notes to the report on the prospects of social revolution in the East. Later, in November 1, 1921, in a talk with a delegation from the Mongolian People's Republic, Lenin developed the proposition on the possibility of the transition to socialism of backward countries. Bypassing the capitalist stage of development in Lenin's theses and speeches at the Second Comintern Congress, the Marxist principles of proletarian internationalism were taken a stage further. Proletarian internationalism demands that the interests of the proletarian struggle in any one country should be subordinated to the interests of that struggle on a worldwide scale. It demands uniri, solidarity and fraternal assistance among the proletariat and the communist parties of all countries. See complete victory over capitalism, Lenin wrote, cannot be won unless the proletariat and, following it, the mass of working people in all countries and nations throughout the world voluntarily strive for alliance and unity. Lenin saw the consistent application of the principles of internationalism as the true criterion of revolutionariness in our age. Lenin's works and speeches contain basic definitions of the principles and character of the relations between countries that have embarked on socialist development. Lenin wrote that it is necessary to strive for the closest possible political, military and economic alliance of the countries in which the proletariat has gained power. He explained that objective laws governing the world socialist system, especially the tendency towards the creation of a single world economy, regulated by the proletariat of all nations as an integral whole and according to a common plan, require the all-round economic cooperation of socialist countries. In our time, when there exists the community of socialist countries of Europe, Asia, and Latin America, the CPSU and other L/I-Marxist-Leninist parties, proceeding from Lenin's ideas and developing them, believe that the main direction in the cause of strengthening the world socialist system is the steady application of the principles of socialist internationalism, the correct combination of national and international tasks of socialist states, and the development of fraternal mutual assistance and mutual support. Internationalism in practice is the solidarity and mutual support of the socialist world system, the international proletariat and the national liberation movement. The most important demand of the internationalist policy of the Communist and Workers' parties, is the all-round defense of the gains of existing socialism, a bulwark of the world revolutionary process after the division of the world into two systems. Here the main tasks fall, first and foremost, to the communists of the socialist republics themselves. At the same time, the defense of socialism is also an important task of all the detachments of the international communist movement, the solution of which is in the common interests of the revolutionary struggle against imperialism for the triumph of communist ideals. Lenin thought it necessary for a party that wished to belong to the Communist International to give selfless support to each socialist republic in its struggle against counter-revolutionary forces. The Congress adopted the conditions of affiliation to the Communist International. These were a striking expression of Lenin's teaching concerning the proletarian party of the new type. The principle of democratic centralism should be the basic principle of the Communist International. The Communist International and its executive committee had to take into account the diversity of conditions under which the different parties worked and fought. The relations between the communist parties should be built on the basis of the equality of the national detachments of the international working class, on the basis of proletarian internationalism, mutual trust, and voluntary cooperation and coordination of effort in the interests of the common goals and tasks and the solidarity of the working people of all countries. The communists of the Soviet land and Marxist-Leninists of other countries have always considered it their internationalist duty to adhere strictly to jointly aimed decisions and statements adopted by the communist parties. Lenin exposed the slanderous allegations made by the bourgeois ideologists and the reformists about the dictatorship of Moscow in the international communist movement, describing them as malicious deception of the workers. Yet Lenin always regarded the Russian Communist Party as one of the advanced detachments of the world communist movement, whose leading role derived from the asterisk 31, p. 210. 371. Fact that it was a model of the proletarian party of the new type. It possessed tremendous experience of struggle that had international significance. Under its leadership, the working class of Russia had been the first in the world to carry out a victorious socialist revolution and to begin building a new society. During the Congress, and after it was over, Lenin met many of the delegates. He talked to William Gallagher, Antonin Zapotocki, Christo Kabachev, Marcel Kakin, Bela Kun, John Reed and others, asked them about the working class movement in their countries, and discussed with them questions concerning the building of communist parties. These meetings with Lenin, and the work with him at the Congress, made an indelible impression on the delegates and played a decisive part in their political development. Many of them later became leaders of communist parties and prominent figures in the international working class movement. At one of the Congress sessions, the delegates resolved to express their thoughts about Lenin in writing. The album with these entries is kept at the Central Party Archives of the Institute of Marxism-Leninism, CCCPSU. Here are some of them. Theoretician and at once a man of action, Lenin is today the biggest figure in the international working class movement, wrote Marcel Kakin. The Russian proletariat has every right to be proud of Comrade Lenin, we read in the hand of Antonin Zapotocki, and can consider it their good fortune that in our evolutionary era, when there was the greatest need for this, they had Lenin. Lenin, simplest, most human, and yet most far-seeing and immovable, wrote John Reed. The delegates of the colonial and dependent countries wrote that Lenin had awakened in the hearts of the peoples of the East new hopes and showed them the way to happiness. The most noble representative of humanity, a delegate from India, stated briefly and expressively *, these notes vividly expressed the feeling of warm sympathy and affection which the working people of the whole world had for the young Soviet state and Lenin. No matter what the bourgeoisie did in its effort to present Lenin in a false light, no matter what slanders the reactionary press tried to heap upon him, the growing influence of Leninism could not be prevented from going beyond the borders of the Soviet land. The truth about Lenin, about his noble ideas, got through to the working people of the capitalist countries everywhere. The communists, who came to Moscow for the Comintern congresses, told the workers of their countries about Lenin. When Marcel Kakin returned to Paris from the Second Congress, he told the workers about it. Over 40,000 people, for whom the Paris Circus building proved too small, thronged the neighboring streets. They greeted Kakin with shouts of "Long live Lenin! London live the Soviets!" The Italian communist, Germanito, wrote that already in the early 20s Lenin's name was known even in the remotest villages of Italy. In some workers' families newly born babies were named Lenin. Lenin became known far and wide in both East and West. Defeat of the interventionists and the internal counter-revolution. The peaceful breathing space which the Soviet Republic had won, turned out to be very brief. In the spring of 1920, the imperialists of France, Britain, and America organized a fresh crusade against the Soviet land. This time they involved bourgeois landowner Poland in their criminal adventure. The Soviet government did its utmost to avert a conflict, but the ruling circles of one Holland, at the will of their imperialist masters, rejected the Soviet peace proposals. At the end of April, the White Polish forces advanced deep into the Ukraine and occupied Kiev. International imperialism also relied on the Tsarist general, Baron Rugel, a hireling of the international counter-revolution, who in June 1920 likewise advanced from the Crimea and threatened the Donetsk coal fields and the Kuban. The Communist Party and Lenin called on the Soviet people once again to concentrate on the military tasks and repulse the imperialists. "We are not defending the right to plunder other nations," said Lenin, "but are defending our proletarian revolution, and will defend it to the very end. The Russia which has been emancipated and which for 2 years has borne untold suffering for the sake of her Soviet revolution, that Russia we shall defend to our last drop of blood." Early in June 1, 1920, Soviet troops launched an attack in the Ukraine, which later developed into a general offensive. The invader was expelled from Soviet territory. Pursuing the retreating enemy, the Red Army continued its operations on Polish territory and approached Warsaw. However, owing to mistakes of a military nature, and for various other reasons, units of the Red Army were defeated on the Vistula at the close of August 1, 1920 and were compelled to retreat. Lenin held that one of the main reasons for the Soviet reverse was the fact that the Polish working class had been unable to support the Red Army, while the Polish peasants and the petty bourgeoisie, deceived by Pilsudski, succumbed to jingoist sentiments and sided with the ruling classes. By the end of August the Polish advance was checked. There was a lull until September 19, when fierce fighting was resumed. A Soviet offensive was planned for the latter half of October. The 9th All-Russia Party Conference was in session from September 22 to 25. In the CC Political Report and in his concluding speech, Lenin made an exhaustive analysis of the Polish War. He showed why the Red Army had suffered defeats and criticized the mistakes of the military authorities, particularly those of Trotsky. Lenin stressed that in spite of the defeats, the Soviet land was capable of carrying the war with Poland to final victory. However, in order to avoid a winter campaign and to spare the workers and peasants new hardships, Lenin pointed out, the country was prepared to offer Poland peace even on terms favorable to the latter. The Conference backed Lenin's point of view and approved the text of the statement, drawn up by the All-Russia Central Executive Committee with Lenin's help, containing proposals for peace with Poland. On September 23, the statement was passed by a session of the Central Executive Committee. It was made public the following day by the Soviet delegation to the peace conference in Riga. An armistice agreement containing provisional peace terms was signed by Poland and the Soviet Republic in October 1, 1920. Soon afterwards the last GT_cups of the interventionists and counter-revolutionaries were mopped up. Only the Japanese interventionists in the Far East remained, but they, too, were expelled in October 1, 1922. The intervention and the Civil War were a stern test for the young Soviet state. For 3 years the imperialists, confident of success, organized one campaign after another against the world's first socialist republic. The bourgeois press maintained that the days of Soviet power were numbered. These hopes were candidly expressed by 380. Robert Wilton, correspondent of THETIMS, when he wrote, "From an economic point of view the continuance of the present regime is an impossibility. From a political standpoint it is equally absurd." The imperialists' calculations, however, fell through. The Soviet people overcame all difficulties and won a complete victory over the combined forces of international imperialism and the bourgeois landowner counter-revolution. In the first open armed conflict between the two systems capitalism was defeated. The Soviet Republic stood its ground and was able to turn to peaceful socialist construction. At the cost of great sacrifices, the Soviet people and the Bolshevik Party honorably performed their internationalist duty, consolidated the victory of the socialist revolution in Russia, and upheld the mighty stronghold of the world liberation movement. The results of the Civil War fully confirmed Lenin's propositions that the character of a war and its outcome depend primarily on the internal policy and system of the belligerent country, that in any war victory ultimately depends on the morale of the masses who have to shed their blood in the field of battle. The workers and peasants of Soviet Russia knew that they were waging a just war. Hence their unprecedented mass heroism and readiness to endure unheard of hardships, which brought them their well-earned victory. A great historic service in the victory of the working people of the Soviet land over the combined forces of international imperialism and internal counter-revolution was rendered by the leader of the party and the Soviet state, Vladimir Lenin, who directed the country's defense. In those critical years, when the fate of the peoples of the Soviet country hung in the balance, his political wisdom and genius for organization showed themselves to the full. Chapter 12. The maker of the new socialist society. NEP Russia will become Socialist Russia. Lenin. After defeating the interventionists and the internal counter-revolution, the Soviet people embarked on a period of peaceful building of socialism. The tasks this involved were truly Herculean. The foreign military intervention and the civil war aggravated greatly the dislocation caused by the preceding 4 years of imperialist war. In 1920, the output of large-scale industry dropped to nearly 1/7 of the 1913 figure, steel production to less than 1/20th, and farm production to a little more than half the pre-war level. The railways were in a very bad state. The population was suffering privation and want, owing to the shortage of bread and many other prime necessities. Lenin compared the condition of post-war Russia to that of a man who had been beaten to within an inch of his life. His heart bled for the workers and peasants. Yet he was deeply convinced that the working folk would raise the country from the ruins, and build socialism. Conversion to peaceful construction. Lenin gave pride of place in all party and government affairs to socialist construction. He addressed meetings of activists in party and government bodies, as well as meetings of workers and peasants, to explain the tasks confronting the party and the people in the new conditions and to urge them to concentrate on economic rehabilitation. On November 14, 1920, Lenin visited the peasants of the village of Koshino near Moscow, who had invited him for the opening of 382. An electric power station built by the local agricultural cooperative. A rousing welcome was given to the distinguished guest in one of the village houses. The village band played the Internationale, after which the peasants installed Lenin in the seat of honor at a table set with simple peasant fare. A lively conversation ensued. The peasants told him how they had built the power plant and what difficulties they had had to overcome. They also spoke of their needs. Lenin listened attentively, taking an interest in the most trifling details and amazing the peasants with his incisive questions and his straightforward answers. He never asked an unnecessary question or missed an essential point, they commented afterwards. After Lenin and Nadezhda Krupskaya, who had come with him, had been photographed with the peasants, an open-air meeting was held at which he said that the country's economy was gradually being put in order, that factories and mills would soon go into operation, that textiles, and even machines, would be available for the peasants. He urged them to maintain strong ties with the working class and to keep in step with it. As we listened to him, Koshino people recall, we had the feeling that each of us was warmed by the bright rays of the sun. During the 3 months breathing space in early 1920, Lenin formulated the task of rehabilitating the country's economy on a new technical basis. After the war ended, he developed and substantiated the program for the building of the foundations of socialist economy, showing the substance and role of the material and technical basis of the new society. He demonstrated the tremendous importance of electrification in the building of socialism and communism. Lenin advanced his famous formula, communism is Soviet power plus the electrification of the whole country. In this curt, yet unusually profound formula, Lenin defined the basic conditions, the political and economic factors for the building of communist society, and underscored that they were closely interconnected. Communism, Lenin explained, presupposes Soviet power as the political instrument whereby the people could control all matters, for without popular control communism is inconceivable. This secures the political side of the building of communist society. As for the economic side of communist construction, the only way to secure it is the country's electrification. Large-scale industry, primarily heavy industry, is the material and technical basis of socialism and communism, Lenin said. It is only on the basis of electrification that an industry conforming to the latest standards in technology and science can be created and developed. Lenin considered heavy industry to be the key to the socialist reorganization of agriculture and the main condition for the elimination of the economic roots of capitalism in the countryside. He pointed out that the production of tractors and agricultural machinery creates the material basis for the conversion from small peasant agriculture to large-scale, collective machine farming, and paves the way for the elimination of kulak farms. In Lenin's opinion, the material and technical basis of socialism, once built, helps to eliminate the antithesis between town and country. Lenin explained that the development of large-scale production based on electrification will be the first important stage on the road to the communist administration of public economic life. The material and technical basis of communism will grow from the material and technical basis of socialism, as its continuation and development, which will enable the country to achieve a level of production in accordance with communist principles to create an abundance of material and cultural blessings, to approach distribution according to needs and to transform gradually the socialist relations of production into communist relations of production. What is necessary is electrification of the whole country, of all branches of industry and agriculture. Lenin tied up the achievement of the world's highest productivity of labor and the task of catching up and surpassing the developed capitalist countries in the economic field, with the building of the material and technical basis of socialism, and then of communism. Lenin pointed out that the successful building of socialism in the Soviet land and the fulfillment of the electrification plan will have an immense international impact and serve as an example for the peoples of other countries when they embark on socialism. Lenin's ideas about the building of the material and technical basis of socialism and the country's electrification became the core of the famous Goal-Row Plan, the first Soviet long-term economic development plan covering a period of 10 to 15 years. The plan for electrifying Russia, framed on the initiative and under the guidance of Lenin, set the imposing task of building a reliable economic foundation for socialist society, of creating new productive forces based on the use of electricity, and of turning Russia from an agrarian country into an industrial one. The scope and audacity of the Goal-Row Plan will be all the more impressive if we recall the ruin, hunger, and poverty that reigned in the country at the time. No wonder that in the prevailing conditions many people regarded Lenin's economic plan as a pipe dream. One of these was the well-known British writer H. G. Wells, who visited Moscow in the autumn of 1920 and had a talk with Lenin. On his return to Britain, Wells wrote his Russia in the Shadows, in which he called Lenin the dreamer in the Kremlin. Wells took a sympathetic view of Soviet Russia. Although he repeatedly emphasized in his book that he was not in agreement with Marxism, he conceded, in spite of the outrageous lies and slander spread by the bourgeoisie, that the people supported Soviet power that the Bolsheviks had embarked upon a tremendous constructive and educational effort. He was deeply impressed by Lenin, and declared that his meeting with this amazing little man, with his frank admission of the immensity and complication of the project of communism and his simple concentration upon its realization had been very refreshing. Speaking with Lenin, he came to realize that communism could be enormously creative. However, Lenin's plan for the electrification of Russia struck him as a utopia of the electricians. Can one imagine, he wrote, a more courageous project in a vast flat land of forests and illiterate peasants, with no water power, with no technical skill available, and with trade and industry at the last gasp? I cannot see anything of the sort happening in this dark crystal of Russia, but this little man at the Kremlin can. He sees the decaying railways replaced by a new electric transport, sees new roadways spreading throughout the land, sees a new and happier communist industrialism arising again. Yes, Lenin with his keen foresight visualized the Russia of the future and was deeply convinced that the courageous electrification plan was realistic and feasible, for it rested on a scientific foundation and the great creative powers inherent in the Soviet system, and the people freed from the yoke of exploitation. The enemies of socialism, the Philistines and the opportunists, ridiculed and sneered at the Goal-Row Plan, claimed it was unrealistic and to prevent first its adoption and then its implementation. Lenin gave a vigorous rebuff to these faint hearts and defeatists. On Lenin's suggestion, the Goal-Row Plan was put on the agenda of the 8th All-Russia Congress of Soviets. The report on the plan was delivered at the Congress by G. Krzyzanowski, chairman of the State Commission for the Electrification of Russia. The ill-clad, half-starved delegates from different parts of the ruined country who filled the unheated, poorly lighted hall of the Bolshoi Theater in Moscow listened with bated breath to the exposition of the fascinating and bold but feasible tasks and prospects of socialist construction delineated by Lenin's genius. The Congress unanimously approved of the plan. The working people of Soviet Russia indeed spared no effort to carry out Lenin's plan of electrification. By the end of 1935 the power output target was surpassed nearly 4 times over. This marked the first step along the path of electrification of the entire country which Lenin charted and along which the party is steadfastly leading the Soviet people. The fight against the opposition. In the early months of 1921, the economic situation deteriorated sharply. Crop failure and decline in cattle numbers meant greater want and destitution for the peasants. The food surplus requisitioning system was causing serious discontent in the countryside. The food situation grew worse. Industrial enterprises that had been set going came to a standstill because of lack of fuel. Hunger, unemployment, and general weariness bred dissatisfaction also among a part of the workers. Considerable difficulties arose in view of the army demobilization. The class enemies took advantage of these difficulties to further their counter-revolutionary aims. Kulak revolts broke out in various parts of the country, and in a number of places the kulaks succeeded in involving in these anti-Soviet actions middle peasants who resented the surplus requisitioning system. In his speeches and articles of that period, Lenin probed the causes of the prevailing situation and, as always, produced a strictly objective appraisal of the facts, characterizing the situation in the country as an economic, social, and political crisis. 386. It was chiefly caused by the objective difficulties related to conversion from war to peace in a war-ravaged peasant country. At the same time these difficulties were not, and could not have been, anticipated by the party. The conversion from war to peace created a large number of tasks and difficulties which the party did not have the experience, training, and resources to overcome. That added to the crisis. Serious errors were made in the autumn and winter of 1920 when distributing fuel and food. But the main thing was that the policy of war communism had ceased to conform to the new conditions. Reason for it was, Lenin said, that in our economic offensive we had run too far ahead, that we had not provided ourselves with adequate resources, that the masses sensed what we ourselves were not then able to formulate consciously but what we admitted soon after, weeks later, namely, that the direct transition to purely socialist forms, to purely socialist distribution, was beyond our available strength, and that if we were unable to effect a retreat so as to confine ourselves to easier tasks, we would face disaster. Lenin was the first to see the danger and to advocate a sharp reversal in the policy of the party. Already by February 1921 he concluded that it was necessary to initiate a new economic policy that would enable the country to overcome the economic and political difficulties, to ensure the restoration of all economic branches and the building of the economic foundation £0 socialist society. In outlining the tasks of the party, Lenin always studied the prevailing facts thoroughly from various materials and personal observations. Lenin worked out this new economic policy on the basis of a profound analysis of the country's economic, social, and political development in 1918-20. He made a very thorough study of the situation in the countryside. Time and again he spoke with peasant delegates and carefully read the letters sent in by peasants. His visits to villages in Moscow Gubomia supplied Lenin with a wealth of information. He took part in a conference held on his initiative of non-party peasant delegates to the 8th Congress of Soviets, and, in his own words, derived very much indeed from their discussion of the most pressing issues of rural life. He sent his notes on the peasants' speeches to members of the Central Committee and the People's Commissars. In January and February 1, 1921, he received peasants from a number of gubernias, nearly all of whom declared they firmly believed that the surplus requisitioning system had to be abolished in order to give the peasants greater material incentives to promote agriculture. These talks gave Lenin an idea of the situation in the various localities and of the mood of the peasants. What makes Lenin great? Wrote 0. Chernov, one of the peasants who visited Lenin at that time. It is this: he listened to me not because he regarded me as some extraordinary personality, but because through me he listened to all the peasants, and through me he sized up the whole complex situation in the villages. Lenin also sought the advice of party leaders and statesmen as well as local party and government workers in the matter of substituting a tax in kind for surplus requisitioning. All this was strikingly characteristic of the way he exercised his leadership. It showed the importance he attached to collective opinion and to practical experience, and how attentively he listened to the voice of the people in working out party policy. In the beginning of February 1, 1921, Lenin wrote his rough draft of theses concerning the peasants, in which he formulated the basic principles to be followed in substituting a tax in kind for the food surplus requisitioning system. Instead of the existing practice of requisitioning all the peasants' surplus produce, he proposed introducing a tax in kind, determined in advance, after paying which the peasant was free to dispose of the remainder of his produce at his own discretion. The conversion from war to peace and then to NEP took place in a situation marked by bitter struggle against opposition groups, which took advantage of the existing difficulties and came out against the party line, using the role of the trade unions as a pretext, although this issue had been discussed and resolved by the party. The Trotskyists and the Bukharites forced on the party a discussion on the role of the trade unions. Lenin was against this, believing it would only divert the party from its pressing tasks and thus play into the hands of the enemies. Lenin regarded Trotsky as the main instigator of the attack by the opposition. Trotsky wanted the management of the trade unions shaken up, the trade unions governmentalist, turned into an appendage of the state Kyakin, and the screws in the trade unions tightened. Trotsky refused to take part in the commission set up by the Central Committee to determine concrete measures to improve the work of the trade unions, formed his own group and attacked the viewpoint of the Central Committee of the party. Lenin described Trotsky's refusal to take an active part in the work of the Central Committee Commission as a breach of discipline and called it bureaucratic, un-Soviet, un-socialist, incorrect, and politically harmful. In so doing, Trotsky damaged the party, the trade union movement, the training of millions of trade union members and the Republic. Trotsky's factional actions were supported by Bukharin, who announced that he was advancing a buffer platform, but in fact sided with Trotsky. Following the Trotskyists and Bukharites, other anti-party groups also attacked the party. In a number of speeches and articles, Lenin gave an exposition of the anti-party substance of the planks of the opposition groups, and the factional nature of their conduct. At the same time, he advanced and developed a number of fundamental propositions on the role of the trade unions in the system of proletarian dictatorship and on their tasks in socialist construction. These became the program for the work of the Soviet trade unions. Lenin emphasized that the essence of the differences with Trotsky on the trade union question lay in a different approach to the mass, the different way of winning it over and keeping in touch with it. The Trotskyists wanted military methods of compulsion against the masses, applied to the trade unions. The party, on the contrary, held that persuasion should be the basic method in approaching the masses, that the trade unions, which were one of the transmission belts leading from the party to the masses, should base their activities on this method. Only by persuasion could millions of working men and women be drawn into conscious creative activity, which was the source of the strength and invincibility of the socialist revolution, of Soviet power. Only on this condition was it possible to build socialism and communism. The greater the scope and extent of historical events, Lenin said, the greater is the number of people participating in them, and, contrariwise, the more profound the change we wish to bring about, the more must we rouse an interest and an intelligent attitude towards it, and convince more millions and tens of millions of people that it is necessary. It was the duty of the trade unions, Lenin pointed out, to rally the workers to carrying out the economic and political tasks confronting the country, to work for higher labor productivity and to strengthen labor discipline, protect the working people's interests, help to improve their living conditions, and take an active part in cultural and educational work and production propaganda. The trade unions are not a state organization, Lenin said, they are an organization designed for education, an organization designed to draw in and to train. It is, in fact, a school of administration, a school of economic management, a school of communism. Being a school of communism in general, the trade unions should be, in particular, a school of management of socialist industry for the whole mass of workers, and eventually for all working people. Their task is to enlist the masses of the working people to take an active part in the work of the economic bodies and government organs connected with the economy, in drawing up economic plans, production programs, wage scales, etc., and to advance and train administrators from among the workers and the working people in general. Lenin made a profound analysis of the relationship between the state, the party, and the trade unions, stressing that Trotsky had radically distorted this relationship. The state, Lenin explained, is a sphere of coercion. It would be madness to renounce coercion, especially in the epoch of the dictatorship of the proletariat, so that the administrative approach and steerage are indispensable. The party is the leader, the vanguard of the proletariat, which rules directly. It is not coercion but expulsion from the party that is the specific means of influence and the means of purging and stealing the vanguard. The trade unions are a reservoir of the state power, a school of communism and a school of management. The specific and cardinal thing in this sphere is not administration but the ties between the central state administration, the national economy and the broad masses of the working people. Lenin gave a most convincing reply to the assertion by Trotsky and Bukharin that he was approaching the question of the trade unions politically, whereas it should be approached from the economic point of view, the viewpoint of the growth of production. This is a glaring theoretical error, he wrote. Politics is a concentrated expression of economics. Politics must take precedence over economics. To argue otherwise is to forget the ABC of Marxism. The only formulation of the issue is, without a correct political approach to the matter the given class will be unable to stay on top, and, consequently, will be incapable of solving its production problem either. The essence of the discussion lay in politics, i.e., politics in relation to the trade unions. The political approach meant, if the approach to the trade unions were incorrect, this could destroy the Soviet power, the dictatorship of the proletariat. This was where Trotsky's line of shaking up the trade unions was leading, because it would have resulted in a split in the proletariat, a split between the party and the working class, a split between the proletariat and the peasantry. The anarcho-syndicalist platform of the so-called workers' opposition group was also leading to the collapse of the power of the working class. This group denied the party's leading role in the system of the dictatorship of the proletariat, in regard to the trade unions in particular, and reduced to naught the role of the state in the building of a socialist economy. In so doing, the workers' opposition group slandered the party and the Soviet state, ranting on about the rule of bureaucracy, the degeneration of the party bosses and their isolation from the masses, and demagogically demanding freedom of criticism, freedom of discussion, etc. Lenin showed that essentially there was nothing truly working class in this opposition, that it was really a mouthpiece of the petty bourgeois element, and that there was a connection between the ideas and slogans of the petty bourgeois, anarchist counter-revolution and the slogans of the workers' opposition. Lenin sharply criticized its basic thesis that the administration of the country's economy be entrusted to an All-Russia Congress of Producers united in trade unions, which would elect the central body in charge of the entire economy of the Republic. Lenin pointed out that by using the term producers, which includes proletarians, semi-proletarians and small commodity producers alike, the workers' opposition had abandoned the Marxist position which calls for a clear-cut demarcation of class lines, and renounced the dictatorship of the proletariat and the leading role of the proletariat in relation to the non-proletarian working masses. Furthermore, he explained, economic development in the transition period could not be divorced from the class struggle against the capitalist elements, from the relations of the working class and the peasantry. And those are questions which only the proletarian state, guided by the policy of the Communist Party, must decide. The workers' opposition, playing up to the mood of the backward section of the working class, declared that it was the trade unions, and not the party, that should lead socialist construction. Lenin resolutely rebuffed the attempts to undermine the leading role of the party. In his speech at the Second All-Russia Congress of Miners he said, "We have been fighting in the party for over 20 years, and have given the workers visual proof that the party is a special kind of thing which needs forward-looking men prepared for sacrifice, that it does make mistakes, but corrects them, that it guides and selects men who know the way and the obstacles before us. It does not deceive the workers. It never makes promises that cannot be kept. If we say that it is not the party but the trade unions that put up the candidates and administrate, it may sound very democratic and might help us to catch AFEW votes, but not for long. It will be fatal for the dictatorship of the proletariat. To govern you need an army of steeled revolutionary communists. We have it, and it is called the party. Only the Communist Party can unite, educate, and organize the working class and the working masses in general, stand firm in the face of the inevitable petty bourgeois vacillation of these masses, the inevitable traditions and recurrence of professional narrow-mindedness and prejudices among the workers, and direct the activities of the proletariat and, through it, of all other working people. The Communist Party, as the highest form of organization of the proletariat, directs the efforts of the entire people, the activities of all government bodies, trade unions, and other public organizations towards the common goal, the victory of socialism. It is not by chance, therefore, that the enemies of socialism do not always wage an open fight against a new system, but are always opposed to the Communist Party playing the leading role in the system of the dictatorship of the proletariat, in building socialism. Communist propaganda, Lenin pointed out, should expose these tactics of the enemies of Soviet power. Today also revisionists and all manner of opponents of socialism campaign under the slogans of democratic socialism and liberalization for democracy, but without the dictatorship of the working class, without the guiding role of the Communist Party, counting on the eventual restoration of capitalism. This is why Lenin's great behest that the leadership of the Communist Party is the prime condition for winning state power and giving effect to the dictatorship of the proletariat is so relevant today. By their action the Trotskyites, Bukharinites and other opposition groups created an acute crisis in the party at the end of 1920 and the beginning of 1921. Serious differences of opinion arose in the Central Committee. A sharp struggle went on in the various organizations of the party. Lenin personally led the fight against the various factions, closely followed the maneuvers of the opposition and showed how pernicious its views were for the party and the working class. He was deeply convinced that the party rank and file would see for themselves who was right. And, indeed, the party organizations endorsed Lenin's line by an overwhelming majority of votes. The opposition suffered a complete defeat in the discussion. The new economic policy. The 10th Party Congress took place between March 8 and 16, 1921, under Lenin's leadership. He made a report on the political activities of the CCP, and reports on the substitution of a tax in kind for surplus requisitioning, on the unity of the party and the anarcho-syndicalist deviation, and spoke also about the trade unions and the fuel question. He drafted the principal resolutions. A sharp struggle ensued between the majority, which supported Lenin, and the opposition. Lenin considered it of the utmost importance to defeat all the anti-party groups ideologically and organizationally. His energy, determination, and optimism infected all the delegates. Summing up the trade union discussion, the 10th Congress adopted a resolution on the role and tasks of the trade unions, basically prepared by Lenin. It outlined measures for the reorganization of all aspects of trade union work in conformity with Lenin's concept of the trade unions as schools of communism. 393. Lenin noted that the discussion had revealed the maturity and strength of the party, and at once exposed the true nature of the opposition as antagonistic to any party line. He stressed that by their factional activities and their demagogic speeches the opposition groups were weakening and undermining the party, and grinding the axe of the counter-revolution. For this reason, Lenin warned, the most trifling impairment of party unity and factionalism of any kind, in effect, helped the class enemies who were striving to restore the power of the capitalists and landowners. Lenin pointed out that once the Communist Party has come to power, its ideological and organizational unity acquires particular importance, it ceases to be a purely inter-party matter and becomes the basis of the solidarity of the working class and all other working people with the party, this being an essential condition for the strength and stability of the socialist state and the victory of socialism. The tasks involved in building the communist society are very varied and complex. They can be realized only if the Communist Party, which is the leading and guiding force, stands firmly united. In order to perform its leading role, the Communist Party must be complete, united, welded together by a single will and iron discipline. It was in this that Lenin saw the main lesson to be drawn from the pre-CORR discussion. The Congress adopted a resolution on party unity. Condemning all factional activity as impermissible and detrimental to the unity of the party, it ordered the dissolution of all factional groups. Non-compliance with this decision incurred immediate expulsion from the party. Lenin regarded unity in the party's leading body, the cohesion and firmness of the Central Committee, as the basic guarantee of the unity of the party as a whole. Hence his insistence that no member of the Central Committee be permitted to engage in factional activity of any kind. On his motion, the Congress empowered the Central Committee to apply all party penalties, not short of expulsion, to any of the CC members who engaged in factional activities. Lenin's resolution on party unity is a most important historical document. As the directive which the party and all its bodies have followed in preserving the unity of its ranks, it played a cardinal role in the subsequent struggle against all anti-party groups. The ideological and organizational defeat of the opposition groups in the trade union discussion was highly important for the future of socialist construction, and for the successful conversion of 394. The party to the new economic policy. It was Lenin's firmness, his intolerance of opportunism and of the most trifling attempts to destroy or weaken party unity, that played the decisive role in defeating the opposition. In both the report on the activities of the Central Committee and the report on the substitution of a tax in kind for the food surplus requisitioning system, Lenin gave a profound theoretical and political exposition of the need to go over to the new economic policy. The question of substituting a tax in kind for surplus requisitioning, he pointed out, was primarily a political question, since, essentially, it boiled down to the attitude of the working class to the peasantry. The key purpose of the new economic policy was to consolidate the alliance of the proletariat and the peasantry, to strengthen the dictatorship of the working class. The forms of the alliance of the working class and the peasantry are shaped by concrete social and political conditions and the tasks confronting the party at each stage of socialist construction. The politico-military alliance of the proletariat and the peasantry, which was of prime importance in the defeat of the internal and external enemies of Soviet power and the defense of the gains of the socialist revolution, took shape, Lenin pointed but, in the crucible of the Civil War. But when the war ended and the country applied itself to peaceful labor, the old form of this alliance proved inadequate. In order to revive the war-wrecked economy and build socialism, an economic alliance had to be established between the working people of town and country, and material incentives had to be given to the peasantry. Tax in kind instead of surplus requisitioning, which gave the peasant an opportunity to dispose of his surplus produce, to sell his products and exchange them for consumer goods, laid the economic foundation for this alliance. True, Lenin pointed out, petty farming and small private industries, coupled with free private trade, would inevitably induce a certain revival of capitalism, rebirth of the bourgeoisie in the towns and development of kulaks in the countryside. This danger should not be slighted. Lenin stressed, however, that a certain stimulation of capitalism was sufferable, without damaging the pillars of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Wielding political power and holding such commanding heights in the national economy as large-scale industry, the land, the banks, the railways, and foreign trade, the working class had sufficient means for keeping the capitalist elements under control, curbing their itch for exploitation, pre. 395. Venting excessive development of bourgeois relations, and restricting and ousting the capitalist elements. The restoration and development of large-scale socialist industry on the basis of agricultural advance would lead to the victory of socialist industry and commerce, and to the socialist reorganization of the countryside. Having heard Lenin's report, the 10th Congress passed a resolution replacing the food supply requisitioning system with a tax in kind, which, in effect, amounted to the adoption of the new economic policy. In this way the Communist Party under Lenin's leadership effected the historic turn from war communism to the new economic policy, a turn in which Lenin's wisdom and foresight, his creative, truly dialectical, APPR, latch to problems of socialist construction, and his courage, skill, and ability to radically change party policy and slogans if the changed conditions demanded it, found full expression. After the Congress, Lenin continued to work on the new economic policy. He explained its substance to the party activists and the people, and directed its implementation. He also dealt with the new economic policy in a number of important works and speeches in the spring-autumn of 1921, such as the tax in kind, 4th anniversary of the October Revolution, the importance of gold now and after the complete victory of socialism, and the report on the new economic policy delivered at the 7th Moscow Governing Party Conference. Lenin analyzed the new economic policy from the standpoint of revolutionary strategy and tactics. The new policy, he explained, signified a transition from the direct and complete breakup of the old, capitalist economic system to its gradual elimination, a transition from the storming of a fortress to laying protracted siege to it. This did not mean that the party had abandoned its positions, that it regarded revolutionary methods to have been a mistake and had taken a reformist stand. It was essential to see the difference between the relation of reform to revolution before the capture of power by the working class and after the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Before the victory of the proletariat, Lenin said, reforms are a byproduct of the revolutionary class struggle. After the victory they are, in addition, for the country in which victory has been achieved, a necessary and legitimate breath. 396. In space when, after the utmost exertion of effort, it becomes obvious that sufficient strength is lacking for the revolutionary accomplishment of some transition or another. War communism, Lenin pointed out, was a necessity imposed by the extremely difficult conditions of the Civil War. It was a temporary measure. It was impossible to go over at once from capitalism to the production and distribution of products according to communist principles. A number of transitional stages were needed in order to prepare for the transition to communism. Lenin emphasized that the principle of distribution according to the quantity and quality of labor, the principle of material incentives in combination with moral stimuli, was on 11 of the most important conditions of socialist and communist construction. Lenin opposed all tendencies to equalize three-coms and pointed out that neglect of the principle of material incentive was rank subjectivism which had nothing in common with Marxist policy. The new economic policy was a further development of Lenin's plan for the building of socialism. Transition to the new economic policy demanded new methods of economic management, that cost accounting be introduced at state enterprises, that the latter be operated without loss, efficiently, that the principle of material incentives be consistently implemented so that the workers, peasants, and intellectuals would take a personal interest in the results of their labor, in promoting production. What was meant were not only personal, but also collective incentives for factory and office workers, so that they would have a vested interest in the efficiency of their establishment. When elaborating the new economic policy, Lenin believed that it was possible to make use of various forms of state capitalism, concessions, mixed companies, etc., with a view to controlling privat capital and to achieving the speediest possible economic revival. However, it became clear in the next 2 or 3 years that the idea of state capitalist undertakings would not work. The foreign capitalists were reluctant to put money into concessions, for they still harbored illusions that Soviet power would soon collapse. What was more important, however, was that economic rehabilitation proceeded much faster than could have been foreseen in 1921. Hence it was no longer expedient to stimulate the Keynesian form of state capitalism. It was Lenin's firm conviction that the new economic policy was of international significance, for it showed the basic and general laws for all countries on their way from capitalism to socialism. He regarded the correct definition and implementation of measures essential for leading the peasantry, ensuring a durable alliance with it and gradually guiding it and other petty bourgeois elements to the path of social production, as one of the most difficult tasks facing the victorious proletariat. This task which we are working on now, for the time being on our own, Lenin said, seems to be a purely Russian one, but in reality it is a task which all socialists will face. Capitalism is dying. In its death throes it can still condemn tens and hundreds of millions of people to unparalleled torment, but there is no power that can prevent its collapse. The new society, which will be based on the alliance of the workers and peasants, is inevitable. Sooner or later it will come 20 years earlier or 20 years later, and when we work on the implementation of our new economic policy, we are helping to work out for this society the forms of alliance between the workers and peasants. History has fully confirmed Lenin's words. The practice of communist construction in the USSR bears out Lenin's idea that some of the main principles and methods of economic management, typical of the period of transition from capitalism to socialism, will survive in socialist society and also during the transition from socialism to communism. In drawing up and carrying out the new economic policy, the Communist Party had to wage an unrelenting struggle against opportunist elements. Refuting the demagogic assertions of the opposition that by going over to the new economic policy the party was neglecting the rehabilitation and development of industry, Lenin pointed out that this policy was inseparably connected with the plan for the electrification and industrial development of the country. It was absurd and ridiculous to think, he said, that the party had renounced its basic aim, the laying of a strong industrial foundation for the economy of the Soviet country. He said that no matter how drastically the party changed its policy, it must never lose sight of the general perspective and must always have a clear view of the road to socialism and communism, and march firmly towards its goal. Further strengthening of the party. Lenin held that successful achievement of the objectives of the new economic policy demanded further organizational and ideological strengthening of the party, improvement of inter-party work as a whole. In an article entitled "Purging the Party," Lenin urged the expulsion of elements who had lost contact with the masses, those who had discredited the party in the eyes of the masses, and dishonest or wavering communists, and Mensheviks. He insisted on stricter rules of admission. Only in this way, he wrote, could the genuinely proletarian nature of the party's membership and its leading role in the battle against the capitalist elements be ensured. The most general of the inter-party tasks, in Lenin's opinion, was not the quantitative extension of the party ranks, but their qualitative improvement, communist education, the raising of the consciousness, activity, and initiative of all party members, and allow the absolute unity of the party ranks on this basis. Lenin made it clear that full development of inter-party democracy implies that members must take an active part in the life of the party, in discussing and deciding all issues pertaining to its policy, and that the methods of collective leadership must be strictly observed. Lenin regarded criticism and self-criticism as an important instrument in the strengthening of the party and the solving of all the tasks of socialist construction. At the same time he always denied the demagogic claims of anti-party, anti-Soviet elements and all manner of politically immature people for freedom of criticism. Lenin pointed out that criticism must promote the strengthening, not the collapse of the Soviet system. Criticism, he warned, must not assume forms capable of helping the class enemies of the proletariat. Anyone who criticizes should remember this and is obliged by his practical work to promote the correction of shortcomings and mistakes. Lenin strongly criticized irrelevant, slanderous criticism. Again and again Lenin stressed that it was essential to apply consistently in the party the principle of democratic centralism, of iron discipline, strict observance of the rules and rigorous carrying out of party decisions. Activity aimed against the party line, against the decisions and directives of the party, he considered incompatible with remaining within its ranks. 399. Lenin repeatedly stressed that to be strong and invincible the party and the trade unions must deepen their ties with the broad mass of the people. Contact with the people, he wrote, meant living in the midst of the people, knowing the people's mood, knowing everything, understanding the people, having the right approach, winning the absolute trust of the masses. The leaders must not lose touch with the people they lead. The vanguard must not lose touch with the entire army of labor. Lenin considered it most important for the communists to work directly at industrial enterprises and in the villages, and for the leading functionaries to report on their work and give topical talks at public meetings of the working people. He sharply condemned the communist conceit, bragging and arrogant high-handedness of those party members who assumed that everything could be accomplished by simply issuing decrees, by mouthing generalities and by political phrase-mongering, and who neglected painstaking educational and organizational work among the masses. A communist, Lenin said, must set an example to the non-party people. He must be in the van of socialist construction, a model in labor, the performance of public duties and in private life. Rehabilitation of the economy. The management and the structure of the state and the party apparatus, Lenin said, should be consistent with the economic and political tasks, and should be tested in practice and continually improved. Whenever it was economically and politically desirable, and called for by the facts, Lenin broke up outdated forms of administration audaciously and paid no heed to various local parochial considerations. At the same time he repeatedly warned against hasty, unjustified and unfounded reorganization. Lenin stressed that economic development and the management of production were of immense political importance and that the proletarian socialist state and the Communist Party should devote most of their efforts to it. Our main policy must now be to develop the state economically, Lenin emphasized in November 1920. This proposition has a strong bearing on the struggle against the modern revisionists, who, in an attempt to belittle the party's leading role, maintain that the party should be no more than a moral factor, a kind of educational organization, that it should not meddle in the practical business of socialist construction, and especially in economic matters. The work of the party bodies was reshaped to facilitate party control of the economy. Comrades who were conversant in economy were taken on the Central Committee staff. The institution of responsible traveling inspectors was introduced. The party took thousands of communists from the Red Army and gave them party appointments in the economy. Party groups at the factories were reinforced. Lenin called on party bodies and party cadres handling economic affairs to study economic matters closely and to manage economy competently. He pleaded that they should handle the organization of production at first hand rather than confine themselves to good resolutions. Lenin said that management necessarily implies competency, knowledge of all the conditions of production down to the last detail and of the latest technology, is required. You must have a certain scientific training. Politics, Lenin wrote, is an endless chain with an endless number of links. It is the art of a communist politician to determine the basic link in good tiny, the one that is the most important at the moment, to single out the central task in the chain of tasks and to concentrate the main forces and main attention on its fulfillment. Lenin was a past master in this art. Time and again Lenin stressed the great importance of science and technology for the building of socialism. Science, he said, must help the masses create a social system without exploiters. Lenin believed that the development of science and its practical application would greatly stimulate the growth of society's productive forces. He wrote that science should keep pace with economic and cultural developments and that its close bonds with life, with production, with the tasks of socialist and communist construction, were a necessary condition for its own fruitful growth. He gave much attention to the requirements of scientific institutions and helped them with his guidance and advice. He held in high esteem the leading Russian scientists who dedicated their endeavors to the Soviet people, men like K. Timiryazev, I. Pavlov, I. Michurin, N. Zhukovsky, K. Tsiolkovsky, I. Gubkin, and M. Bunkbruyevik, to mention but a few, and saw to it personally that they were provided with everything they needed for their scientific work and a decent living. Timiryazev sent Lenin a copy of his book, Science and Democracy, with this dedication, to highly esteemed Vladimir Ilyich Lenin from K. Timiryazev, whose good fortune it is to be his contemporary and a witness of his great work. In his book Timiryazev urged men of science to join forces with the working people and exposed the slander spread by the imperialists against Soviet power and the Bolsheviks. After reading the book, Lenin replied to Timiryazev, "Dear Clementy Arkadievich, many thanks to you for your book and kind words. I was simply delighted to read your remarks against the bourgeoisie and for Soviet power. I shake your hand very warmly and with all my heart wish you health, and health again." Lenin held that the socialist economy must be based on the latest achievements of science and the most advanced technology, and that the Soviet government must constantly promote technical progress. "We must introduce more machines everywhere, and resort to machine technology as widely as possible, he said. While raising the general productivity of labor, work must be made easier, by shifting the burden of heavy labor onto the machines and leaving only the adjusting of machines to the worker. Lenin advocated the study and use of all the latest foreign methods in science, technology and technical organization. He said it was useful to learn from the capitalists, wherever necessary, and to adopt the worthwhile and profitable things they had. The scientists, engineers, and inventors who met Lenin were greatly impressed by his knowledge and his quick grasp of complex scientific and technological problems. Once Lenin and Maxim Gorky went to the Central Artillery Department to see a certain invention. Having listened to the inventor, Lenin asked him highly pertinent questions with such ease as if he were examining him on political subjects. The experts who were present were astounded when they later learned that it was Lenin. "What? You don't say? How does he know so much about it? Why, we took him for an expert. Amazing." On the way back Lenin said to Gorky, "If we only could provide all these technicians with ideal conditions for work, in 25 years Russia would be the leading country in the world." This dream has come true. The Soviet Union today holds an advanced position in technology and science. Lenin showed special concern for the development of the social sciences. In March 1922, Lenin wrote a very important article, on the significance of militant materialism, which was published in the journal, Pod. It was a sort of continuation of Lenin's major philosophical book, Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, and his philosophical notebooks. In this article, Lenin defined the main tasks and purpose of the journal Pod. It expressed the ideology of the bourgeois counter-revolution, which, having been defeated in the open armed struggle against Soviet power, was hoping for the degeneration of the Soviet state and the Communist Party, the peaceful restoration of capitalism in Russia. The tactics of the Smenovik supporters were the so-called enveloping, growing into the Soviet regime, the use of legal opportunities for the purpose of counter-revolution. They advanced the slogan of the emancipation of the Soviets, meaning the divorcing of state bodies from the Communist Party, and aimed at worming their way into the Soviets, changing their composition, and thereby paving the way for bourgeois democracy. In these conditions, together with putting an end to the activity of the counter-revolutionaries, the party's struggle against bourgeois ideology acquired particular importance. We must overcome resistance from the capitalists in all its forms, Lenin stated, not only in the military and the political race, but also ideological resistance, which is the most deep-seated LD the strongest. Lenin fought hard for the Bolshevik Party commitment of the Soviet press, following daily the work of the publishing houses, and newspaper and magazine editorial boards, encouraging good undertakings and criticizing errors and slips. Lenin regarded art and literature as powerful factors in the building of communism. He taught us that they should be closely linked with the life of the people, deeply depict reality, truthfully and with consummate artistry carry the progressive ideas of communism to the broad masses, educate the new man, and call the working people to struggle for a good future. Lenin defined the principles of party leadership in art and literature. It is imperative, he said, while directing the development of art and literature, to take into account all the complex, specific features inherent in them and to refrain from dictating from above, leaving ample scope for artistic initiative, individuality and imagination as regards both form and content. At the same time he emphasized that art and literature are components of the general cause of the proletariat, of party work as a whole, and that it is necessary for the party to exercise leadership over them. He wanted artists to produce works of artistic merit, ideologically sound, comprehensible to the people and corresponding to their healthy aesthetic demands. In a talk with Clara Zetkin, Nadezhda Krupskaya, and Maria Ulyanova, he said, "Nor is it important what art can give to a few hundred or even a few thousand out of the total population of millions. Art belongs to the people. Its roots should go deep down into the midst of the broad working masses. It should be understood and loved by the masses. It should encompass the emotions, thoughts, and will of the masses and uplift them. It should awaken and develop the artists among them while waging an unremitting struggle against artistic trends and influences alien to communism." Lenin gave his full support to progressive Soviet writers and artists. He had the warmest attachment for Maxim Gorky, whom he held in high esteem as a great writer, and the founder of proletarian literature. After the October Revolution he enlisted Gorky's active participation in solving the problems of cultural development, calling him an authority in matters of proletarian art. As we know, there were times when Maxim Gorky lost his sense of judgment and the complex situation, fell under alien ideological influences and adopted an incorrect political position. In letters to the writer and frank talks with him Lenin criticized his errors directly and impartially, but tactfully, and sought to dispel his illusions. With comradely _advice and friendly high-principled criticism Lenin helped the writer to understand the policy of the party and overcome his doubts and hesitation. Eyewitnesses recall how delighted Lenin always was when Gorky came from Petrograd to visit him. Many were the frank, heart-to-heart talks they had. Lenin gave every attention to Gorky's suggestions and requests and showed a constant concern for the writer's health. He took a keen interest in the work of the talented writer, seeing to it that each new book was sent to him as soon as it came off the press, and wanted to know how the books sold. Lenin had a very high opinion of the work of A. Serafimovic. H. also liked Dmian Bedny's verse, which he considered truly proletarian, dear and comprehensible to the workers. At the same time, however, he noted the poet's shortcomings. "He is somewhat crude," he observed to Gorky. "He trails behind his readers, whereas he should be a little ahead." Although he criticized the futuristic tendencies in the work of Vladimir Mayakovsky, Lenin voiced his approval of the poet when he took up a topical issue in the political life of the times and directed the barb of his satire against bureaucracy and endless meetings in the poem Lost in Conference. Lenin's comment and advice played its part in Mayakovsky's development as an artist. The poet assumed a place of honor in Soviet poetry. In the ideological education of the masses Lenin attached much importance to the cinema and the theater. It was thanks to Lenin that the Bolshoi and Malay theaters in Moscow were able to continue functioning through the grimmest years of the Civil War. Lenin had a deep admiration for the art of the actor. With all his time taken up with work, Lenin was rarely able in those years to enjoy art. His visits to the theater were few. The production he liked most was Anton Chekhov's Unkleval, Jala at the Moscow Art Theater. By nature, wrote Krupskaya, Lenin was a lyricist, espit his sobriety. He was very FODO, them, and made a point of ensuring that local functionaries visiting Moscow were supplied with all the information and instructions they needed for their work. Although he believed that local organizations should enjoy wide powers, Lenin at the same time demanded that they be guided in their work by the interests of the state as a whole and strictly observe state discipline. He resolutely checked any tendency towards parochialism, such as, say, manipulations to reduce plans for a gubernia to less than it could fulfill, meeting local needs by neglecting those of the country generally, ignoring instructions from the center, etc. Time and again, speaking and writing. On various points, Lenin stressed the importance of strengthening the ties between the state apparatus and the people, of systematic, planned and extensive work to attract thousands upon thousands of non-party workers and peasants to running the state and building the economy, meaning that they should be elected to various elective bodies, promoted to various offices and appointed to various committees, control and checking bodies. Lenin himself was a wonderful example of how a leader maintained close and continuous contacts with the people. Meetings and talks with workers, peasants, and intellectuals, participation in and speeches at mass meetings and gatherings, at congresses and confer 411 INSAs, and a copious mail connected Lenin by 1,000 threads with the masses. He loved to mix with the people, to visit factories, towns, and villages, for he wanted to see for himself how people lived, he wanted to know and feel the mood and spirit of the workers and peasants for whom he lived and labored. Lenin heeded the voice of the people. He turned to them for advice and respected the experience of ordinary people. Defining the ways and means of improving the state machinery, Lenin wrote, "The primary, immediate task of the present day, and £0 the next few years, is systematically to reduce the size and the cost of the Soviet machinery of state by cutting down staffs, improving organization, eliminating red tape and bureaucracy, and by reducing unproductive expenditure." In particular, Lenin insisted that government workers and institutions give careful attention to communications and letters received from the working people. He regarded complaints from the latter concerning the poor work of one or another institution as control from below. Administrative bodies, he stressed, should be primarily concerned with meeting the vital needs of the working people, and should act immediately on their suggestions. He would not countenance pressure being brought to bear on people who had sent in complaints to him. Lenin considered collective leadership as the highest principle of party and state leadership and consistently adhered to this principle in his activity. He always allotted a decisive role to party congresses and conferences, and plenary meetings of the Central Committee, regarding them as the embodiment of the collective thinking of the party, its tremendous political and organizational experience. He associated with them the solving of basic questions of party policy and prepared for them carefully. Lenin viewed the Central Committee as the supreme collective body of the leadership of the party and the country between congresses. He pointed out that the Central Committee coordinates the activities of all the Soviet and party institutions and all organizations of the working class, uniting and guiding all the work of the Soviet Republic. No import political or organizational question is decided by any state institution in our republic without the guidance of the party's Central Committee. For all his great authority and for all the breadth of his powers, Lenin never took any purely personal decisions on questions that came within the competence of bodies exercising collective leadership and that required collective discussion and solution. He strongly condemned the opinion that he alone decided all the matters in the Central Committee. "You are wrong in saying that I am the C.C., he wrote to Ajov indignantly. This could have been written only in a state of great nervous irritation and overwork. You should not allow yourself to be so nervous as to write such an absolutely impossible thing that I am the C.C. On all important questions Lenin consulted with members of the Central Committee, People's Commissars and other leading officials. When presiding over meetings, Lenin did not claim that his opinion was indisputable, and always listened carefully to the arguments of others. All speakers were able to express their views freely. If there was the slightest divergence of opinion or proposals, he always put the matter to the vote. It sometimes happened that the majority of the Council of People's Commissars adopted a decision with which Lenin did not agree. He would bow to the majority, and in cases where the question was of fundamental importance would submit it for discussion and final decision to the higher party or Soviet body. Lenin never acted only on the strength of his own authority, he sought to persuade others that he was right, and never failed to speak time and time again, to write to comrades who did not agree with him, several letters or notes on one and the same question, advancing more and more new arguments. While pointing to the need for collective leadership, the collective reaching of important decisions and directives, Lenin at the same time attached great importance to i.e. personal responsibility of each worker for the task entrusted to him. The main principle of administration, in the spirit of all the decisions of THIRD-P and the Central Soviet institutions, is the following. A definite person is fully responsible for some specific work. The meetings of the Central Committee and the Council of PEOPLE's Commissars at which Lenin presided were a true school of party and state leadership. He considered that thorough preliminary examination of the matter at hand was the prime guarantee of fruitful deliberation and a correct solution. Before each meeting he would make a detailed study of all the relevant material and discuss the issues in question with the heads of the government departments concerned, and other officials. As for the meetings themselves, he made a point of ensuring that they proceed in a business-like fashion, with the least possible waste of time. Opening the sittings punctually, he would see to it that the speakers did not exceed their allotted turn. He had no patience with generalities unsupported by factual data and concrete suggestions, and insisted that all speakers be brief and to the point. But in spite of his strictness in the chair, the atmosphere was never strained. On the contrary, discussion was free and comradely. It was collective work in the full sense of the word. Often enough there was laughter at meetings of the Council of People's Commissars, with Lenin laughing the heartiest, for he had a good sense of humor. But the outbursts of mirth subsided as the meeting settled down again to the business at hand. For Lenin the adoption of a correct decision was only the starting point, the most important part was its implementation. Any plan, even the very best, can be completely ruined by incompetent and stupid execution, Lenin pointed out time and time again. Through his instructions and directives, both verbal and written, Lenin taught people to work efficiently and to see every undertaking through to the end. His letters and countless notes, many of them written on scraps of paper, contain the most valuable ideas, practical advice, and sometimes entire programs of action. While busy with political matters of cardinal importance, he took a lively interest in hundreds of thousands of seemingly minor questions, for nothing was too trifling to claim his attention if it served a useful purpose. Concrete leadership was the hallmark of Lenin's style of work. Most important for the proper functioning of the administrative machinery, Lenin pointed out, was to select the right people for the right jobs and to check up on the fulfillment of decisions, tasks, and directives. Emphasizing that the party and government cadres should always bear this in mind, he said, test men and verify what has actually been done. This again, this alone is now the main feature of all our activities, of our whole policy. Lenin demanded of the party and government bodies and of all functionaries effective verification of the fulfillment of party and government decisions, of what has actually been done. In scores of cases he personally checked up on whether a decision or directive had been carried out, either by telephoning the persons concerned or inquiring by letter. He did not tolerate formal written replies to his inquiries. He demanded a determined struggle against those who gave false information about the fulfillment of an assignment and Thursdays deceived the party and the state. He saw the guarantee of success in all cases in the proper placing and employment of personnel. It was a question not of reorganizing institutions, but of people, and of checking practical experience. Study people, search for able workers, Lenin wrote, this is now the essence, all orders and decisions without this are dirty bits of paper. For him the main criterion was always a person's political qualifications. Whenever someone was recommended to him merely as a good man, he would grow impatient. What if he is a good man, he would say. I'd rather you told me what his political conduct is like. Of first importance, too, were the technical qualifications of a functionary, his conscientiousness, knowledge of the job entrusted to him, and his ability to organize the work properly. He believed that it was necessary judiciously to team up old, experienced cadres, tempered by struggle, with young people. He considered the promotion and training of new cadres to be one of the most important tasks. Lenin was a very good judge of people. He scrutinized them closely, listened to what they had to say, grasped the crux quickly, and was able to appraise a man from various insignificant trifles. He was well acquainted with the personal qualities of the functionaries and knew how to approach them. He had the knack of spotting their strong points and putting them to use to best advantage. He was the teacher and mentor of cadres. Those who met him personally were always the richer for meeting him, and carried away a new sense of confidence and certainty in the success of the work they were engaged in. Those were difficult times, G. Krzyzanowski wrote. But what a joy it was to forge ahead hand in hand with a leader like Vladimir Ilyich and be able at difficult moments to turn to him for wise counsel. Lenin demanded that all functionaries should have a high sense of responsibility for the work entrusted, show initiative, self-reliance, the ability to grasp the situation as a whole and see the political significance of the questions they dealt with, as well as a business-like, practical approach. Lenin was always sincere and outspoken. Irrespective of the rank of the person concerned, he sharply criticized incompetence, negligence, and a formal approach to work. He would not tolerate intrigues and taught people to subordinate personal considerations to their work. Lenin told people the defects of their work candidly. When necessary, Lenin meted out strict punishment. Time and again, the Council of People's Commissars severely reprimanded various institutions or their heads for failure to fulfill the decisions of the party and government in due time, or for poor organization. But although Lenin was highly exacting, there was nothing irritating or insulting in his treatment of people. When taking someone to task, he never forgot to say a few encouraging words to him. Sharp in his reproof of defects, he encouraged good work. Time and time again, wrote Maxim Gorky about him, I noticed quite clearly marks of sincere admiration for the talent and moral fiber of people he had hauled over the coals the day before, admiration for their persevering hard work in the hellish conditions of 1918-1921. Immersed though he was in his titanic task, Lenin took a paternal interest in the living conditions of the people around him, made a point of finding out their needs, and saw to it that they did not overwork themselves, that they had sufficient rest and attended to their health. There was always more than enough work, Krupskaya wrote later, but I have never heard Lenin say that he had no time when it concerned helping people. Yet in all this, as Gorky rightly pointed out, there was not a trace of the selfish concern which some clever employer might display for honest and capable employees. No, it was the warm consideration of a true comrade, the affection one has for one's equals. Lenin frequently wrote letters or notes to various organizations asking that help be extended to someone, and his oral instructions and requests of this nature were even more numerous. Whenever he noticed someone looking ill or exhausted, he would raise the alarm and have a doctor sent at once. And if doctor's orders went unheeded and the comrade in question refused to take a rest, Lenin would get the organizing bureau or the political bureau of the Central Committee to adopt a special decision granting the sick comrade leave of absence. The latter would then be obliged to submit to party discipline. Here are two of Lenin's notes, showing his touching concern for the welfare of his comrades. Comrade Europa. You look ill. Without loss of time, take 2 months holiday. If you do not promise this definitely, I shall complain to the Central Committee. To the Superintendent of All Russia CEC. Houses. Please be sure to make available a room in the -1st House of Soviets to Comrade Cecilia Cyrilovna Bobrovskaya, whom I know very well as an old party worker. She is now living in absolutely intolerable conditions, and the doctors have ordered her to be transferred at once to one of the houses of Soviets. Inform my Secretariat of Execution. V. Ulyanov. Chairman, Council of People's Commissars P.S. I have known Bobrovskaya since the epoch before 1905, and know that she is capable of living in great hardships and be reticent about it exclusively. That is why she needs urgent help. Here is another fact testifying to the extraordinary consideration Lenin showed to his FELO workers. Noticing that A. Kryushcheva, a member of the Collegium of the Central Statistical Board, never missed a meeting of the Council of People's Commissars which usually ended late, he wrote the following note to his secretary: I am sorry if Kryushcheva lives a long way off and has to come on foot. Tell her tactfully when you get a chance that on days when there are no questions of statistics to be discussed she can leave early or not come at all. Lenin took an interest not only in the living conditions of functionaries, but also in their state of mind. Maxim Gorky came to see him one day and found him writing a letter. Lenin begged to be excused for a moment, and continued writing. I am writing to a comrade in the provinces, he explained. He sounds dispirited, tired, no doubt. I must cheer him up. Good spirits are very important. Asterisk. Lenin was sometimes visited by people who had lost faith in themselves and become discouraged by the difficulties and hardships, exasperated and tired. They invariably left him with their spirits revived and their faith restored. No one knew better than he H0W to inspire them with faith and self-confidence, vigor and enthusiasm. The FEW instances cited above give some idea of Lenin's style of work, Lenin's principles of party and state leadership, his concern for people. All Lenin's activity is a splendid example of good organization and discipline, concreteness and drive, exactingness towards personnel and at the same time a sensitive, attentive approach to them. These are the principles by which the Communist Party and the Soviet government are guided in their activities, in their efforts to perfect the machinery of state. The Peace Champion. The transition to peace and the restoration of the national economy took place in an extremely complicated international situation. The imperialists were unwilling to reconcile themselves to their defeat and were hatching plans for new military ventures against the Soviet land. World reactionaries were eager to obstruct the Soviet people's efforts to restore their shattered economy and did everything in their power to prevent the normalization of relations which had begun between Soviet Russia and other states. Under these adverse conditions the Soviet government, with Lenin at its head, resolutely and consistently pursued a policy of peace and the establishment of business ties with the capitalist countries. Lenin said, "What we prize most is peace and an opportunity to devote all our efforts to restoring our economy." Lenin vigorously advocated the concept that states with differing social systems could and should coexist peacefully, and fought to avert a new world war. Developing his idea on the competition between the two systems, Lenin said that it was a duel between two methods, two political and economic systems, the communist and the capitalist. I am convinced, Lenin added, that the Soviets will overtake and outstrip the capitalists and that our gain will not be a purely economic one. Lenin regarded peaceful coexistence and economic competition between the two opposing systems as a specific form of class struggle between socialism and capitalism. He described the concessions granted to the foreign capitalists as a token of coexistence and competition between the two systems. That was war on a new plane. The war of guns and tanks yields place to economic warfare. Stressing the worldwide impact of socialist economic successes in Soviet Russia, Lenin said, "We are now exercising our main influence on the international revolution through our economic policy. The working people of all countries without exception and without exaggeration are looking to the Soviet Russian Republic. This much has been achieved. The capitalists cannot hush up or conceal anything. That is why they so eagerly catch at our every economic mistake and weakness. The struggle in this field has now become global. Once we solve this problem, we shall have certainly and finally won on an international scale. This Leninist proposition retains its full significance today also. On the economic achievements of the Soviet people depends the defense capacity of the USSR and to a considerable extent of the whole socialist community, the possibility of counteracting the imperialist policy of aggression and war. On these achievements also depend our possibilities of supporting the revolutionary and liberation movement the world over. And on them depends the strength of the example of the new social system, which is becoming the best agitator for socialism with the working people in the capitalist countries and the peoples who have cast off colonial rule. The Soviet government, Lenin pointed out more than once, recognizes the right of all nations to self-determination, independence and state sovereignty. It stands for equality of nations in international relations, and maximum satisfaction of their progressive and just aspirations. He attached particular importance to the establishment and promotion of friendly relations between the Soviet state and the Eastern countries. Early in 192 treaties were signed with Iran, Afghanistan, and Turkey. Lenin carefully followed the negotiations, had long talks with the Afghan mission and received the Turkish and Iranian delegations. On Lenin's suggestion, the People's Commissariat of Foreign Affairs issued instructions to the plenipotentiary of the RSFSR in Afghanistan, which, like the treaties themselves, clearly defined the principles of Soviet policy with regard to the Eastern countries and showed how radically this policy differed from that of the imperialist powers. Our policy in the East, read the instructions, is not aggressive. It is a policy of peace and friendship. You must systematically in all your work lay the emphasis on this fundamental principle, and, in particular, make it the main objective of all your efforts in Kabul to develop our friendship with Afghanistan. Friendship presupposes mutual assistance, and in keeping with our desire to do our utmost to promote the development and the prosperity of a friendly Afghan state, we are prepared in this peaceful sphere to render it every possible assistance. The Soviet government was anxious to establish diplomatic relations with China. The October Revolution and the just foreign policy of the Soviet government in the East were warmly welcomed by broad sections of the Chinese population. However, the reactionary Peking government, under imperialist pressure, refused to sign a treaty with the RSFSR. Receiving the head of the Chinese mission on the eve of the latter's departure, Lenin expressed the hope that ties between China and Soviet Russia would be strengthened in spite of all obstacles. The People's Commissariat of Foreign Affairs also sent a letter to Sun Yat-sen, head of the national government in Canton, tendering fraternal greetings and proposing a resumption of trade between Soviet Russia and China. In his reply, Sun Yat-sen expressed the hope that friendly relations between Soviet Russia and China would be established as soon as the reactionaries in China had been dealt with. He ended his letter with best wishes to my friend Lenin and to all who have done so much for the cause of human liberty. Soviet foreign policy in the East was a powerful moral and political support to the peoples of the colonial and semi-colonial countries in their fight for freedom and independence. In this connection, Lenin pointed out that the Soviet government was acting not only as a representative of the workers of all countries, but also as a representative of the oppressed peoples, that the Bolsheviks were creating a completely new type of international relations that would give all enslaved people the opportunity to free themselves from the imperialist yoke. An example of the new and unprecedented type of relations between countries in which the people held the reins of government. 420. Was the establishment, in 1921, of fraternal relations between Soviet Russia and Mongolia, whose working masses, with the help of the Red Army, had defeated the foreign interventionists and feudal reactionaries and set up people's democratic government. During the treaty negotiations in November 1921, Lenin received a delegation from the People's Party and the Government of Mongolia, headed by Cccp, the leader of the Mongolian people. Lenin warned the delegation of the danger of imperialist encroachment on Mongolia, saying that the only correct thing the working people of Mongolia could do was to fight for state and economic independence in alliance with the workers and peasants of Soviet Russia. Normal relations were gradually established with the capitalist countries. Lenin believed that economic ties and the development of mutually advantageous trade were principal factors in promoting peaceful coexistence between the states with different social systems. He said that the capitalist countries, too, would gain from establishing and strengthening commercial relations with Soviet Russia, that they were impelled to do so by a force greater than the desire, the will, and the decision of any hostile government or class. This force, he said, was the general worldwide economic relationship. I know of no reason why a socialistic commonwealth like ours cannot do business indefinitely with capitalistic countries, Lenin said in an interview with a foreign correspondent. We don't mind taking their capitalistic locomotives and farming machinery, so why should they mind taking our socialistic wheat, flax, and platinum? Socialistic corn tastes the same as any other corn, does it not? Asterisk. Lenin devoted a good deal of attention to the negotiations of a trade agreement with Britain, signed in March 1921. Somewhat later a temporary trade agreement was also concluded with Germany and trade talks were held with Italy. On Lenin's initiative, the Soviet government took steps to establish trade and diplomatic relations with the United States of America. In 1920, a U.S. businessman and journalist, Washington Vanderlip, came to Soviet Russia to negotiate concessions, and was received by Lenin. Lenin later smilingly related that Vanderlip had told him that people in America believed Lenin bore the brand of Satan and that he ought surely to have horns. Vanderlip added that he would have to tell them as an eyewitness that this was not true. By that time the more far-sighted and sober-minded U.S. capitalists realized that whatever nonsense the bourgeois press might write about the Bolsheviks, one could and should negotiate with them. However, at that time the United States rejected the Soviet government's offer to establish trade relations. Lenin wisely guided the Iran policy of the Soviet state. Chicherin, the then People's Commissar of Foreign Affairs, writing about this aspect of Lenin's activities, tells us, Vladimir Ilyich always made a most brilliant analysis of the diplomatic situation, grasping the essence of every question at once and giving it the broadest political elucidation. His advice might serve as a model of diplomatic skill and flexibility. Lenin's perspicacity and his profound understanding of the balance of forces on the international scene were clearly manifested during the International Economic Conference in Genoa in 1922. He was appointed chairman of the Soviet delegation to this conference. He intended to go to Genoa to present the Soviet position in person, but pressure of other government duties and the unsatisfactory condition of his health prevented him from going. However, the Central Committee directives written by Lenin, and his letters and telegrams to Chicherin defined in detail the tasks and the behavior of the Soviet representatives at the Genoa conference. Lenin pointed out that the Soviet delegation had a twofold mission: firstly, to fight for peace and economic cooperation among the nations, and, secondly, to secure the establishment of business relations between Soviet Russia and the capitalist countries. Accordingly, Lenin worked out a set of proposals, which the Soviet delegation submitted to the conference. A statement read by Chicherin at the first plenary sitting of the conference pointed out that the present historical epoch made the parallel existence of the old system and the burgeoning new social system quite possible. The conditions for the peaceful coexistence of the states with different social systems, it said, were, non-interference in internal affairs, non-aggression, complete equality, mutual advantage, resolution of conflicts by peaceful means and economic, political, and cultural cooperation. The proposal for a general reduction of armaments was the most important point made in the Soviet declaration, which was worked out on Lenin's instructions. The Russian delegation, Chicherin told the conference on April 10, 1922, intended to propose a general reduction of armaments and to support any other proposals aimed at alleviating the burden imposed by militarism, provided the armed forces of all states be reduced and the existing rules of warfare be supplemented by a total prohibition of its most barbarous forms, namely, poison gases, aerial warfare, etc., and especially the use of weapons of destruction against the civilian population. Russia, he said, is naturally prepared to effect a reduction of her own armaments on terms of full and unqualified reciprocity and on the provision of corresponding guarantees against any attack or intervention in her internal affairs. Such was Lenin's platform of struggle for peace, the noble traditions of which have been and still are continued by Soviet foreign policy. The Soviet delegation at the Genoa Conference, wrote Lenin, should not insist on presenting its broad program in the form of an ultimatum. You do not want an extensive one, let's have a narrower one. We shall accept even the narrowest one, but we shall not accept anything disadvantageous. We shall not submit to ultimatums. If you want only to trade, let's have it, but we shall not buy a pig in a poke, and will not make any deal without calculating any claims to the last kopeck. Warning the Soviet delegation that any fundamental concessions or curtailing of the rights of the Soviet state were out of the question, Lenin wrote, "We are not the least bit afraid of a breakdown, we shall have an even better conference tomorrow. Isolation and blockade will no longer intimidate us, nor will intervention." The imperialist governments at the Genoa Conference demanded that the Soviet state pay all the debts of the Tsarist government and return to the foreign capitalists the factories nationaliste after the October Revolution. What they actually wanted was the restoration of private ownership of industrial enterprises, and the abolition of the state ownership established in Russia. Acting on Lenin's instructions, the Soviet delegation repelled the imperialist incursions on the sovereignty of the Soviet state and rejected their impudent demands, which were aimed at the economic and political enslavement of the Soviet Republic, abolition of the Soviet power and reduction of Russia to a semi-colonial appendage of world capitalism. Moreover, by pursuing a firm and at once flexible policy, the Soviet delegation was able to take advantage of the deep-going contradictions within the imperialist camp to prevent the capitalist states from forming a united front against the Soviet Republic. In the course of the conference, a Soviet-German treaty providing for restoration of normal diplomatic relations between the RSFSR and Germany and the development of mutually advantageous economic relations, was signed at Rapallo. Noting that the Treaty of Rapallo was founded on the principle of peaceful coexistence of the two systems, Lenin drew the important conclusion that such peaceful, business-like relations based on equality between states with different social systems offered the only correct way out of the international difficulties, the chaos and danger of war. Striking evidence of the peaceful policy of the Soviet state was Lenin's proposal to include in the agenda of the third session of the All-Russia Central Executive Committee in May 1922 the question of reducing the Red Army. Characterizing the general line of Soviet foreign policy, Lenin told Stalin in August 1922. "Our path is the correct one, we stand for peace and agreement, but we are opposed to shackles and shackling terms in agreements. We must grip the helm firmly and steer our own course, submitting neither to flattery nor intimidation. The socialist state," Lenin said, "can and must, if necessary, make compromises with the bourgeois states in foreign policy. The important thing is that a compromise made by a socialist state should benefit socialism and meet the common basic interests of the international liberation movement, the interests of progress and peace. A compromise implies reciprocal considerations. While recognizing political concessions on our part, Lenin noted that these should not be made unless we receive in return more or less equivalent concessions from the international bourgeoisie to Soviet Russia, or to the other contingents of the international proletariat which is fighting capitalism with the object of peaceful coexistence. The socialist state is prepared to make certain concessions in its relations with the capitalist countries. It stands to reason, however, that these concessions should not affect the principles of communism, the foundations of proletarian power, and that they should not injure the sovereignty of the socialist state. In view of the famine in Russia, Lenin considered it necessary for the country to take advantage of every possible opportunity to obtain food from abroad. But the Soviet government repulsed the attempts of U.S., British and French capitalists to undermine Soviet sovereignty and interfere in the domestic affairs of the Soviet Republic under the guise of help to the hungry. Lenin referred indignantly to the foul American traitors of the American Relief Administration 65 and pointed out that they should absolutely refrain not only from political but also from administrative interference. The Soviet government also firmly rejected the demand of the International Aid Russia Committee of the Supreme Allied Council to control distribution of the food it sent and to dispatch a committee of experts to Soviet Russia. Lenin described this as an attempt to set up a cloak and dagger committee and was deeply annoyed by the Allied demand. There can be no question of yielding here, he wrote to the Political Bureau, and suggested sending in reply a sharply worded note of refusal. Such a note was, indeed, dispatched. Lenin proceeded from the fact that recognition by communists of the need and possibility of the peaceful coexistence of the two systems does not exclude but presupposes the struggle between socialism and capitalism, exposure of imperialism and an irreconcilable struggle against bourgeois ideology, the socialist state's support of national liberation movements and the class struggle of the working people in capitalist countries. In Lenin's opinion, peaceful coexistence depended not only on the attitude of the Soviet government, but also on that of the capitalist governments. Peaceful coexistence of the two systems would be enduring only if the policy of peace were mutual. Lenin warned the imperialist governments that the Soviet Republic would never submit to diktat or pressure, that it was not afraid of threats. Lenin called on the party and the working people to strengthen the defensive might of the Soviet state, since there were influential parties, politicians, and financial magnates in the capitalist countries who wanted war and were planning to launch a new attack against the Soviet Republic. Lenin denounced unjust imperialist wars. He described world wars as a foul crime and a betrayal of civilization and culture. He warned that the use of powerful technological gains for the annihilation of millions of people and the employment of the productive forces for war would inevitably undermine the very foundations of human society. What Lenin said applies doubly to our time, when the scientific and technological revolution, actuated in the military field by the development of thermonuclear weapons, has created the threat of total destruction to entire countries and nations if the imperialists should start a new world war. Lenin never tired of urging vigorous struggle against imperialist wars. He stressed the need for the greatest possible number of the simplest and most obvious decisions and measures that would certainly lead to peace, if not to the complete elimination of the war danger. Lenin pointed out that the masses played the decisive role in the prevention of war. Lenin said that the victory of socialist revolution in a few countries would create the one possibility of preventing world wars. Developments have borne out Lenin's conjecture. World war has ceased to be inevitable since socialist revolutions have triumphed in a number of European and Asian countries, a world socialist system has arisen and grown stronger and a powerful peace movement has developed all over the world. In our time, world war can be prevented. Acting on Lenin's ideas, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Soviet government have advanced a program of general and complete disarmament under strict international control as the most radical way of securing lasting peace. True to Lenin's principles, the Soviet Communist Party holds high the banner of peace and international friendship. Third Congress of the Communist International. The Third Congress of the Communist International was held in the latter part of June and the beginning of July 1, 1921. Lenin was elected its honorary chairman. The key item on the agenda of the Third Congress was the question of the ways of the further development of the communist movement, the strategy and tactics of the Communist International. Lenin gave a profound analysis of the balance of class forces at the international level. Firstly, international imperialism had proved incapable of strangling Soviet Russia and had been compelled to recognize or half recognize it, to enter into commercial relations with it. The Soviet Republic was exerting a powerful influence on the developments of the international liberation movement of the working people. Secondly, the working class of the capitalist countries had already set up communist parties everywhere, which are growing, making steady progress towards winning the majority of the proletariat in each country. Thirdly, the working masses of the colonial and semi-colonial countries, which form the vast majority of the Earth's population, are now acting as independent revolutionary factors. In these countries a great deal of combustible material had accumulated, and it was quite likely therefore that insurrections, great battles, and revolutions may break out there sooner or later, and very suddenly too. Lenin attached special importance to the attaining of an alliance of the working class with the peasantry in the capitalist countries, in the colonies and semi-colonies, and also on a worldwide scale, in the form of an alliance of the whole international working class with the peasantry of the colonies, semi-colonies, and young national states that had freed themselves from imperialist rule. Today, when the mighty scientific and technological revolution is in progress, the result of which in the developed capitalist countries is a rapid reduction in the size of the rural population and, at the same time, a rise in the numbers and role of the intelligentsia and the middle strata, revisionists maintain that for the majority of these countries Lenin's proposition on the alliance of the working class with the peasantry has lost its significance. This is not true. The working peasantry remains the main ally of the working class. Here it must be noted that Lenin, in speaking of the peasantry, also had in mind petty bourgeois strata in general. Thus, in drawing attention to the fact that the need for ensuring a firm alliance of the working class with the peasantry is one of the most difficult tasks of the proletarian revolution and socialist construction, which will confront all capitalist countries with, perhaps, the sole exception of Britain, Lenin explained. However, even in regard to Britain it must not be forgotten that, while the small tenant farmers there constitute only a very small class, the percentage of workers and office employees who enjoy a petty bourgeois standard of living is exceptionally high, due to the actual enslavement of hundreds of millions of people in Britain's colonial possessions. Hence, from the standpoint of development of the world proletarian revolution as a single process, the epoch Russia is passing through is significant as a practical test and a verification of the policy of a proletariat in power towards the mass of the petty bourgeoisie. With regard to the intelligentsia, Lenin frequently stressed the need to draw it into the emancipation struggle of the proletariat. In a letter to Charles P. Steinmetz, the famous American specialist in power engineering, Lenin remarked that in all the countries of the world there is growing more slowly than one would like, but irresistibly and unswervingly the number of representatives of science, technology, art, who are becoming convinced of the necessity of replacing capitalism by a different socio-economic system. As Lenin pointed out in his speeches at the Third Congress, the changes in the world that had taken place since the last Congress, such as the capitalist offensive against the working class, the defeat of the revolutionary actions of the proletariat in a number of countries in 1920–21, and the clear indications of a slowing down in the development of the revolutionary movement as a whole, called for a radical modification of tactics on the part of the communist parties. By the time of the Third Congress, the number of communist parties had grown substantially. The Congress was attended by delegates from 48 parties. But this army of communists, Lenin wrote, was still poorly organized and poorly versed in the art of revolutionary leadership. It was necessary to reorient the work of the communist parties, placing the accent on struggle to win over the masses, to rally them around the working class vanguard, to win over the majority of the proletariat. However, left elements underestimated the need for systematic, persistent day-to-day work among the masses and instead preached the so-called theory of offensive, the substance of which was that the party should always adhere to offensive tactics regardless of whether the necessary objective conditions for revolutionary action existed or whether the party had the support of the broad working masses. Discussion of the question of tactics at the Congress centered on the theses drawn up by the Russian delegation, which took account of the opinions of other delegations. Lenin's speech at the Congress in defense of the theses on the tactics of the Communist International is an example of the art of persuasion. Everywhere Lenin waged the ideological struggle in differentiated form. It was one thing when it was directed against the class enemy, against the ideological henchmen of capitalism. And another thing when it concerned the struggle of ideas within the communist movement. In this case Lenin saw it as his task not only to fight against mistaken and harmful views, but also primarily to draw back to correct positions in the movement comrades who had temporarily strayed. Here he regarded comradely polemics as the main method. The congresses of the Communist International were characterized by free, democratic discussion of problems, collective drafting of documents, and truly comradely, equal cooperation of the representatives of the communist parties. Today also the CPSU and its Central Committee are guided by these Leninist principles in their mutual relations with fraternal parties and in their activity at international meetings of communists. Lenin completely demolished all the arguments of the lefts. The tactics of the communist parties, he said, had to be based on the fact that the first wave of revolution was on the ebb and the second had not yet risen. The communists had to realize that the PCTCE of revolutionary development had slackened. They had to learn from the experience of defeats and prepare for the new revolutionary upsurge. The principal task of the communist parties in the capitalist countries was to win over the majority of the working class, of all working people, to the side of communism, and anyone who failed to understand this was seriously damaging the communist movement. Subjecting the notorious theory of offensive to annihilating criticism, Lenin pointed out that this theory was nothing but a petit bourgeois view on revolution, which was fraught with disastrous setbacks for the communist parties and the working class, and which at the same time placed a dangerous weapon into the hands of the reformist, right-wing opportunist elements. It was not a question of whether revolutionary action was permissible or not. This could not be questioned by a revolutionary party. It was a question of whether the conditions were ripe for revolutionary action, of whether such action was desirable and timely in a given 429 situation. In order to win the revolution and to retain power, Lenin taught, the party must have the majority of the working people behind it, meaning not only the majority of the working class, but also the majority of the exploited and the oppressed. And to gain the support of the majority of the working people, it is necessary to work out the right tactics in the fight to win the masses, to learn to lead the revolutionary movement. Lenin's speech convinced the wavering delegates of the need for the Communist parties to turn towards the masses. The theses on the tactics of the Communist International were adopted by the Congress. The agenda of the Congress included the question of organization, of the methods and content of the work of the Communist parties. 0. Lenin was assigned the task of drafting the theses on this question. This task, Lenin wrote later, was carried out partly on the personal advice of Comrade Lenin, and partly by drawing on the plentiful direction in articles he had previously written. Lenin read the draft and made a number of remarks, suggesting among other things, that the draft deal in greater detail with the need for everyday revolutionary work on the part of every party member, and with the work of the communist parties among the masses of the unorganized and organized proletariat, and also the non-proletarian sections of the working people. After the draft had been edited with the participation of the German communist Wilhelm Koenen, the theses were submitted for discussion to the Congress and adopted. Many of the delegates at the Congress had never seen Lenin, and now, after hearing him speak and having a chance to talk to him, were all struck by the fact that they had never met anyone like him before. The French communist, Paul Vaillant-Couturier, wrote, Vladimir Ilyich was and still is the personification of ceaseless activity, and at the same time a Marxist from head to foot. Contact with him had the effect of a gust of wind sweeping into a stuffy room. It refreshed the mind burdened, by prejudice and formal doctrines. Lenin, the intellectual, could think like a worker. Lenin, the orator, spoke without rhetoric or bombast. The man who had shaken the whole world, whose mind was constantly absorbing all that constituted the living breath of that world, this man to the end of his life preserved a remarkable ability to feel and to think like a Chinese coolie or a Negro porter. The oppressed Annamite or Hindu were as much an open book to him as the Leningrad metal worker, the Paris textile worker, the miner from New Virginia. Lenin was the perfect type of the new man, he was for us the prototype of the future. Lenin elaborated the idea of the United Working Class Front adopted by the Communist parties. The purpose and sense of the tactics of the United Front, wrote Lenin, consist in drawing more and more masses of the workers into the struggle against capital, even if it means making repeated offers to the leaders of the 2 and 2/2 International 66 to wage the struggle together. At Lenin's suggestion and in line with his precepts, the Executive Committee of the Communist International worked out the theses on the United Working Class Front and on the attitude to workers belonging to the Second, 2.5, and Amsterdam Internationals, as well as to workers supporting anarcho-syndicalist organizations. The question of the United Front came sharply to the fore in the beginning of 1922 in connection with the preparations for a conference of the three internationals, the Second, the 2.5 and the Communist. Lenin held that this conference would give the Communists an opportunity to extend the struggle for working class unity, and expose the erroneous political position of the right-wing socialists. Briefing the Comintern delegates to the conference, he pointed out that for the sake of reaching agreement, discussion should be confined to the least controversial questions. In the articles New Times and Old Mistakes in a New Guise and Notes of a Publicist, in letters to members of the working class movement and the communist parties of different countries to Thomas Bell, German communists and Polish communists, and also in other documents, Lenin explained the importance of the decisions of the Third Congress of the Communist International, questions of the building of truly communist, truly revolutionary parties of a new type, their strategy and tactics. Lenin again stressed the need for a struggle on two fronts, both against petty bourgeois reformism concealed behind democratic and socialist phraseology, and against petty bourgeois revolutionism manacking, blustering and boastful in words, but a mere bubble of disunity, disruption, and brainlessness in deeds, taking account of changes in the forms of right-wing and left-wing opportunism in a given concrete situation. In January 1922, the first Congress of Revolutionary Organizations of the Far East was held in Moscow, attended by delegates from China, Japan, Indonesia, and Mongolia. Lenin, whose health did not permit him to be present at the Congress, invited delegates to his home. As Sen Katayama, founder of the Communist Party of Japan, subsequently related, Lenin spoke to each of the delegations in turn, so that all of them heard each other's questions and Lenin's replies to them. He discussed with each delegation the specific questions of interest to the given country and problems relating to the Far East as a whole. Above all, he stressed the need to unite the revolutionary forces of all countries in the struggle against imperialism. Lenin, writes Sen Katayama, was very attentive to everyone who spoke to him. He was also a very good listener. His answers satisfied and encouraged everyone. We all felt perfectly at ease with him. He was a fine conversationalist and all of us were interested in everything he had to say. Comrade Lenin gave many useful suggestions and advice to each delegation in this brief but extremely important talk with the Congress delegates. Strong, indissoluble links bound the Soviet people and the working people of the whole world. Lenin's party really has done the utmost possible in its country for the development, support, and awakening of revolution in all countries. In their turn, the popular masses of the capitalist, colonial and dependent countries have selflessly supported the world's first socialist republic. The Soviet people's efforts to restore their devastated economy and build a new society evoked the greatest admiration, sympathy, and support of working people the world over. We do not believe what is in the subsidized capitalist press against Russia, and you, an American worker, named S. Kane, wrote in a letter to Lenin. We believe that it is no more a paratus in Russia, for the parasites, exploiters, and other crooks and scoundrels, like here in this country, but it dawns here sure. It takes a while, till the masses are educated, where their interests are. Ignorance of the masses is the great curse, whereby the capitalist scoundrels and their hirelings, are able to exist yet. Keep on, in the good work, for a free world for the workers, we are, the workers, with you, and do our best, for the good cause. A movement to aid Soviet Russia in her fight against famine and economic dislocation had been started at that time among the workers in the capitalist countries. A number of groups of foreign workers came to Russia to help restore the national economy. Lenin deeply appreciated this tangible manifestation of proletarian internationalism and stressed the significance of the fraternal support which the workers of the whole world were rendering the Soviet country in building up its socialist economy. Economic retreat ends. 11th Congress of the RCP. Lenin worked strenuously, with nearly no rest. Though he himself constantly urged his comrades to take proper care of their health, he brushed aside all appeals made to him to take a good rest himself, insisting that for the time being what he called current repairs would suffice. By the end of 1921, however, his health deteriorated. The years of underground work and emigration, extreme overwork and, especially, the effects of the serious wound in 1918, took their toll. On December 6, 1921, he was given a vacation and moved to Gorky. "I am terribly tired. I've got insomnia. I am going away." For treatment, he wrote to Maxim Gorky. On several occasions he went for a brief holiday to the village of Kostino, where he stayed in a peasant cottage. He rose early and went for walks. One of his favorite routes led to a grove of century-old oaks not far from the cottage. Sometimes he would take a shovel and clear of snow the paths around the house. Occasionally he went out shooting. But nothing could take his mind off his work. He liked to meet and talk with the peasants. Every day he received a large package of newspapers, letters, and documents of all kinds from Moscow. All this kept him busy, and the light in the window of his cottage would burn deep into the night. At the end of December, the 11th All-Russia Party Conference and the 9th Congress of Soviets were held. Lenin was unable to attend the conference, but came to the Congress and took an active part in it. On December 3, the Political Bureau of the Central Committee adopted a decision granting Lenin 6 weeks leave, which was subsequently extended until the 11th Congress of the party. But in all these months Lenin continued to examine all important matters. He wrote articles and drafted directives and decisions, took part in the meetings of the Political Bureau and plenary meetings of the Central Committee, gave instructions over the telephone, and met leading party and government functionaries. Lenin prepared vigorously for the 11th Congress of the party. He took part in drafting decisions on the basic questions and drew up an outline for the Central Committee's political report. In submitting this plan to the plenary meeting of the Central Committee, Lenin asked that he be excused from attending it on grounds of ill health, adding that if his presence were required for elucidating the plan he would certainly appear at 2 or 3 hours' notice. This is another of the many instances demonstrating Lenin's deep respect for the Central Committee as a collective organ of leadership. The Congress opened on March 27, 1922. Lenin delivered the opening speech and the political report of the Central Committee. He said that the results of the first year of the new economic policy had fully confirmed its worth. He advanced a new task to halt the economic retreat and pass over to preparations for a decisive offensive against the capitalist elements. Lenin noted that a desperate struggle was going on between socialism and capitalism in which the question, who will beat whom, was being decided, and expressed his deep conviction that the socialist element would prove the stronger and would inevitably beat the capitalist element. The new economic policy fully guaranteed, both economically and politically, the possibility of building the foundations of a socialist economy. The iron thing now was to learn how to run the economy properly in order to defeat private capital. The fate of Soviet power, the fate of socialism itself, depended on it. In the political report of the Central Committee and in his summing up, Lenin revealed and sharply criticized the shortcomings in the conduct of the new economic policy, the party's guidance of the economy, and the work of the government machinery. He said that the party is invincible when it is not afraid of criticism and self-criticism, does not cover up its shortcomings and rectifies them. The proletariat, he said, is not afraid to admit that certain things in the revolution went off magnificently, and that others went awry. All the revolutionary parties, 434, that have perished so far, perished because they became conceited, because they failed to see the sour ce of their strength and to discuss their weaknesses. We, however, shall not perish, because we are not afraid to discuss our weaknesses and will learn to overcome them. The Congress approved the political and organizational policy of the Central Committee, which guaranteed the party's unity in solving the basic problems of the revolution. Continuous ill health prevented Lenin from ending his leave of absence. He suffered from severe headaches, which his doctors believed to be due to the bullets still lodged in his body since the attempt on his life in 1918. It was decided to remove one of the bullets. On April 23, 1922, the operation was performed. On May 20, on the insistence of his doctors, who felt that he was in need of a period of convalescence and medical treatment, Lenin moved to Gorky. On leaving, he asked the heads of the central institutions to keep him informed of the most important affairs, the fulfillment of the principal decisions, campaign plans and other matters. But shortly afterward his health deteriorated sharply. Sclerosis of the brain brought about his first severe attack of illness. His right hand and right leg were almost paralyzed and his speech partially impaired. The best doctors were called to his bedside. Toward the middle of June, his condition improved. In July, his doctors permitted him to receive his closest associates, read books, and later on, newspapers. He asked for books, resumed his business correspondence and gradually took a hold on current affairs. On October 2, 1922, he returned to Moscow and set to work. His return to work was a source of great joy to the party and to the working people generally. In letters of greeting to him, the workers and peasants begged him to take good care of himself and to follow doctors' orders. At the insistence of the doctors, his working hours were now limited. He was permitted to work from 1 a.m. to 2 p.m. and from 6 to 8 p.m., provided he took a day off in the middle of the week for a complete rest. But Lenin fed under these restrictions. El Fosheva, his secretary, tells us that he would come to his office at 9:30 in the morning, and when the secretaries looked in to see what he was doing, he would smile and say, "I'm not working, I'm just reading." At 11:15 he would summon his secretary, listen to her report on documents received and issue a few instructions. By 1 o'clock, when his legal working day began, he would be working as intensively as usual. During the afternoon break, and sometimes at the end of the day as well, he would take a folder -0 papers home with him, returning them the next day with notes and comments. As a matter of fact, his so-called rest days differed but little from his working days. His mind worked constantly at high tension, wrote Nadezhda Krupskaya. I remember when his last fatal illness was approaching, the doctors insisted on a strict routine, ordering him to lie down for 2 hours after dinner. Ilyich at first submitted to their orders, but was skeptical about the doctors' demands. "They can't prevent me from thinking," he once said. And indeed, whether he was lying in bed, or out walking, or simply conversing on ordinary everyday subjects, his mind was constantly occupied with the cause to which he had dedicated his whole life, all of his energies, his every living minute. **** For 2.5 months after his return to work, before the second attack in December 1922, Lenin worked essentially at the same high pressure as before. The following brief secretarial note on his work from October 2 to December 1 has been preserved. Wrote 224 business letters and notes, received 171 people, and presided at 32 meetings and conferences of the Council of People's Isars, Council of Labor and Defense, the Political Bureau and various commissions. In this period Lenin continued to study problems arising from the new economic policy, directed economic and cultural development, and handled numerous problems related to industry, agriculture, finance and trade, public education, the work of the government bodies and the foreign policy of the Soviet state. In 1921, Lenin had laid the accent on trade and agriculture. Now that some progress had been made in these spheres, he concentrated attention on developing industry, primarily heavy industry, as the basis for the building of socialism and building up the country's defense potential. Lenin considered that the financial aspect was the most difficult problem of socialist industrialization. In the capitalist countries, he pointed out, heavy industry was usually developed with the help of loans. But the imperialists did not want to grant the Soviet country loans or credits. Nor did the foreign capitalists agree to lease concessions. The boycott of the Soviet Republic by the entire bourgeoisie and all the governments was still making itself felt. The Soviet people had only their own resources to rely on. In Lenin's opinion, industrialization could be financed by drawing on incomes from foreign and domestic trade, profits from light industry and taxation, primarily taxation of the netman, and also by reducing the administrative apparatus and economizing stringently. Thanks to the new economic policy, the Soviet state had been able to accumulate its first 20 million gold rubles, which were to be used exclusively for the restoration and expansion of heavy industry. Lenin attached great importance to the foreign trade monopoly as a lever of socialist development. He regarded it as a crucial economic factor, and pointed out that nothing but foreign trade monopoly, coupled with planned government regulation of imports and exports, could safeguard the as yet weak Soviet economy from an invasion of foreign capital, secure the rehabilitation and development of domestic industries, and obtain the profits and gold necessary for the country's industrialization. He stressed that the monopoly on foreign trade was particularly important in view of the new economic policy, and the fierce attacks made on it by the foreign imperialists and capitalist elements at home. Formation of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Questions relating to the national policy of the party occupied a prominent place in Lenin's activities. The transition to peaceful socialist construction brought out a number of new problems in this sphere. The 10th Party Congress decision charged the party with the task of doing away with the inequality of the formerly oppressed peoples, drawing them into the work of building socialism, helping the working people of the non-Russian nationalities to develop and consolidate the Soviet system in their own areas, and ensuring the promotion of their economy and national cultures. Lenin supervised the practical implementation of the Communist Party's national policy, directing the activity of the party and state bodies in the Union and autonomous republics and concerning 437. Himself with the welfare of all the peoples of the Soviet land. Pointing to the need for winning the confidence and trust of the formerly oppressed peoples, Lenin emphasized the tremendous international significance of the correct solution of the national question in the Soviet land. This is a worldwide question, and that is no exaggeration, he wrote. It will have an effect on India and the East, it is no joke, it calls for exceptional caution. The tasks of socialist construction that faced the country after the war called for the further consolidation and development of the Union of Soviet Peoples. Of socialism, Lenin pointed out as early as the end of 1919, require complete confidence and close alliance between the working people of different countries and nations. Capital is an international force. To defeat it, the workers need international alliance and fraternal international solidarity. The communists, he said, oppose national enmity, national strife and national exclusiveness. They are internationalists and strive for close unity among the workers and peasants of all nations. While striving for international unity, Lenin warned, communists should, however, be cautious, patient and flexible with regard to the survivals of national mistrust. We want a voluntary union of nations, Lenin stressed, a union which precludes any coercion of one nation by another, a union founded on complete confidence, on a clear recognition of brotherly unity, on absolutely voluntary consent. Such a union cannot be effected at one stroke, we have to work towards it with the greatest patience and circumspection, so as not to spoil matters and not to arouse distrust, and so that the distrust inherited from centuries of landowner and capitalist oppression, centuries of private property and the enmity caused by its divisions and redivisions may have a chance to wear off. In 1920-21, the Soviet republics extended and strengthened their federal ties. The RSFSR, Ukraine, Belarus, and the Transcaucasian Soviet republics concluded treaties with one another, which besides the unification of armed forces provided for economic cooperation. In the new situation, however, during the all-round development of socialism, relations along these lines between the Soviet republics were no longer adequate. It was before the October Revolution that Lenin first broached the idea of creating a united federative state when power in the multinational country would be seized by the working class. He elaborated on this idea exhaustively after the revolution. Lenin made a profoundly reasoned stand in favor of integrating the independent Soviet republics in a union. He summed up the basic provisions on this score in the summer of .1920 in his preliminary draft theses on the national and the colonial questions. In the first place, he wrote, without the closest alliance between the Soviet republics it would be impossible to safeguard their existence under the conditions of capitalist encirclement. Secondly, a dose economic alliance between the Soviet republics is necessary, otherwise the productive forces which have been ruined by imperialism cannot be restored and the well-being of the working people cannot be ensured. Thirdly, such an alliance would make it possible to create a single socialist economy developing according to a common plan. The union of the Soviet republics, he said, should be achieved through federation. The feasibility of federation, he wrote, has already been demonstrated in practice both by the relations between the RSFSR and other Soviet republics, and by the relations within the RSFSR. In recognizing that federation is a transitional form to complete unity, it is necessary to strive for ever closer federal unity. An imperative condition of such federation, he stressed, was mutual confidence and the voluntary consent of the republics joining it. The foundation of a multinational socialist state was dictated by the objective years of historical development. The tasks of building socialism and strengthening defense capacity, the common interests of the working people of the different nationalities, and their striving to unite their efforts and to fraternal cooperation, all these circumstances demanded the unification of the Soviet republics into a single united state capable of ensuring external security, economic prosperity, and freedom of national development for the peoples. The broad popular masses supported the further strengthening of the Union of Soviet Republics. The main exponent of the tendencies towards unification, and the driving force of this process was the working class. This genuinely democratic, unifying movement was led by the Communist Party. Expressing the hopes of the popular masses, the central party organs of the Ukraine, Belarus, and the Transcaucasian Federation in the spring and summer of 1922 raised the question of the need for settling the mutual relations between these republics and the RSFSR with the aim of developing and strengthening their federative links. Basing himself on the principles of Soviet federalism which he had worked out earlier, and summing up experience of national development in the country, Lenin defined the specific form of union, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, based on the voluntary unification of equal and independent Soviet republics. This was a major contribution to Marxist theory and to the practice of socialist construction. He conceived of a new type of multinational state and, at once, a new type of federative proletarian state, a united multinational socialist state, a voluntary union of equal and sovereign nations governed by the principles of proletarian internationalism. Lenin's idea of the formation of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics was warmly supported by the working class, the laboring peasantry, and the progressive intelligentsia. The masses of the working people of all nationalities expressed the iron will and determination to ally their forces and resources for the attainment of the common aim, the building of socialism and communism. Decisions on unification were taken at the congresses of the Soviets of all the republics. On December 30, 1922, the first All-Union Congress of Soviets was held. Lenin was ill and did not attend it. But all the work of the Congress, which elected Lenin as its honorary chairman, was the embodiment of his ideas. The Congress approved the Declaration and the Treaty of Union. The voluntary joining together of the Soviet republics in the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics was a striking expression of their socialist sovereignty and became its really able guarantee. Thus, under Lenin's leadership, a multinational socialist state was created, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The formation of the USSR in terms of political significance and socio-economic consequences holds an outstanding place in the history of the Soviet state. This historic event is a convincing victory of the ideas of proletarian internationalism, the fruitful result of the implementation of Leninist national policy of the Communist Party. The formation of the Soviet Union was one of the decisive factors that ensured favorable conditions for the reorganization of society on socialist principles, the upsurge in the economy and culture of all the Soviet republics, and the strengthening of the defense capacity and international position of this multinational state of the working people. 440. The 5th anniversary of the October Revolution. The 4th Congress of the Commander M.Unist International. The 4th Congress of the Communist International opened on November 5, 1922, on the eve of the 5th anniversary of the October Revolution. The opening was held in Petrograd, after which the Congress continued its work in Moscow. Lenin did a great deal of work on preparing for the Congress. As head of the Bureau of the R.C.P. delegation, he was in charge of all its activity and took an active part in drafting the most important Congress decisions. He prepared carefully for his speech at the Congress, drawing up 2 plans of his report, in Russian and German. On November 13, Lenin delivered a report to the Congress, entitled, 5 Years of the Russian Revolution and the Prospects of the World Revolution. The delegates who thronged the Grand Hall of the Kremlin Palace waited eagerly for Lenin to appear. The Congress was attended by 408 delegates, representing 58 communist parties, as well as several other parties and international organizations. A thunderous ovation broke out when Lenin entered the hall. The delegates rose to their feet and the Internationale rang out in many languages. At last Lenin mounted the rostrum and the audience settled down to listen to his speech. Lenin's thoughts, the well-known Danish writer Martin Andersen Nexø, who was present at the Congress, subsequently recalled, flowed limpid and clear, even when he touched upon great human problems and showed with a clarity comprehensible to one and all that the future is inevitably and assuredly developing out of the present. He seemed to be living all these human lives himself. "This is a real man," a Norwegian worker beside me whispered. "He looks like any of us, yet he sees 1,000 times farther." In his speech, Lenin summarized the 5 years of development of the socialist revolution in Russia, explained the essence of NEP and what it had accomplished, and outlined the tasks confronting the communists of the Soviet land. The successes of Soviet power, Lenin said, showed that the policy of the Bolshevik Party was correct and proved that the Soviet state was capable of developing trade, maintaining a strong position in agriculture and industry, and moving steadily forward. Speaking of the prospects of the revolutionary liberation movement and the tasks of the communist parties, Lenin drew the attention of the delegates to the need for a creative, not a dogmatic, approach to the experience of the Bolshevik Party and the lessons of the Russian Revolution. The communists of all countries must learn in order that they may really understand the organization, structure, method, and content of revolutionary work. Lenin's speech made a profound impression on the Congress delegates and guests. When L finished speaking, they rose as one man to applaud and cheer the leader and teacher of the working people of the world. Shouts of "Long live our comrade Lenin!" were heard on all sides in different languages. The Congress agenda contained an item on the program of the Communist International. In the discussion of the draft programs, the question of transition and limited demands as a way of leading the masses to socialist revolution aroused lively debate. Lenin considered that the Congress should strongly condemn both the attempts to represent the inclusion of limited demands in the program as opportunism, and any attempts to use limited demands to obscure and sidetrack the basic revolutionary task. The general program should clearly state the basic historical types of transition demands of the national parties depending on cardinal differences of economic structures, as for example, Britain and India, and such like. Lenin's ideas formed the basis of the Congress resolution on the program of the Communist International. During the Congress, Lenin met a number of delegations from different communist parties. He talked with the German delegation about the formation of a workers' government in Germany and its character. I vividly remember that talk, recalls Walter Ulbricht, and how Lenin at once grasped the essence of the matter. He would not be diverted by secondary questions. Nothing of any importance escaped his attention. He talked to us with his customary Vervour but, at the same time, patiently and convincingly. We were particularly impressed by the ease and friendliness of his attitude towards all the comrades. Our talk with Lenin gave us fresh courage and confidence, and showed us how to draw conclusions for practical work after a thorough appraisal of the situation. ****. In his talk with the delegates of the Italian Communist Party, Lenin asked them about their party work, from what towns and provinces they came and how the workers lived. Speaking of the methods of fighting the fascists, who had seized power in Italy, he drew attention to the need for skillful united front tactics and emphasized that in order to win over the masses the Italian communists should also work in the fascist trade unions. Somewhat later, in connection with the Second Congress of the Trade Union International, Lenin had a talk with G. Monmassiau and P. Simard, leaders of the French General Confederation of Labour. They discussed the question of drawing the broad masses of the workers into the revolutionary trade unions, strengthening ties between the Communist Party and the trade unions and making the French Communist Party a mass party. Lenin's talks with representatives of the fraternal parties, like his report to the Fourth Congress of the Communist International, were permeated with the firm belief that the international communist movement would continue to grow, and that the future belonged to it. On November 20, 1922, Lenin addressed a joint plenary session of the Moscow Soviet and all the district Soviets of the capital. This was Lenin's last public appearance. Lenin's speech was imbued with deep, indestructible faith in the strength of the Communist Party and the people. He stressed forcefully once again that the party was able to cope, and would cope, with the most important tasks of socialist construction, and that the communists had to live up to, and would surely live up to, the trust put in them by the people. Difficult as this task may be, Lenin said in conclusion, new as it may be compared with our previous task, and numerous as the difficulties may be that it entails, we shall all not in a day, but in a few years all of us together fulfill it whatever the cost, so that NEP Russia will become Socialist Russia. These remarkably prophetic words were met by a storm of applause expressive of the Soviet people's profound love for Lenin, their confidence in him, in the Communist Party and its policy. Cccp Ter 13. Last year of Lenin's life and work. Indeed, the power of the state over all large-scale means of production, political power in the hands of the proletariat, the alliance of this proletariat with the many millions of small and very small peasants, the assured proletarian leadership of the peasantry, etc. Is this not all that is necessary to build a complete socialist society? Lenin. The high tension at which Lenin had been working again affected his health in the latter half of November 1922. The doctors insisted that he restrict his working hours. But he was in the center of things all the same, guiding the party and the country. The last letters and articles. The political test at EJ.ent. The Central Party Archives of the Institute of Marxism-Leninism, CCCPSU, preserves the Journal of Lenin's Duty SEC Rhetorize from November 2, 1922 to March 6, 1923 ***. It contains revealing facts about the last period of Lenin's life, showing how courageously Lenin resisted his grave illness day after day and devoted all his strength to the cause of the party and the working class. It is a most moving account. On December 7, on his doctor's advice, he went for a FEW day's rest to Gorky. But he did not stop working. He examined draft decisions of the Political Bureau and dictated the draft of a decision to provide schools with bread, the proposal for the plenum regarding the Politburo standing order, and proposals concerning the work routine of the deputy chairman and the chairman of the C.P.C. He also wrote a letter to Constantino Lazzari, a prominent leader of the Italian Socialist Party, and drew up the plan of his report to the forthcoming 10th All-Russia Congress of Soviets. The plan indicates that he intended to deal with issues he later discussed in some of his final articles: cooperatives, machinery of state, etc. On December 12, Lenin returned to Moscow. In the morning of December 1, Lenin had 2 consecutive attacks, and doctors were summoned to his bedside. Lenin was deeply alarmed at the deterioration in his health. It says in his medical record that it was very difficult to prevail on Lenin not to speak at any sittings and to stop work for the time being. Finally he agreed and said he would begin winding up his affairs at once. For a few days Lenin worked at home. He dictated letters, issued instructions, and received various comrades, trying to finish the most urgent business. In the evening of December 15, Lenin dictated a letter to Stalin for the information of the members of the CC concerning his speech at the forthcoming Congress of Soviets, in which he opposed procrastination in the discussion of the foreign trade monopoly at the plenary meeting of the Central Committee. He also dictated a letter to Trotsky about Trotsky's speech in support of the foreign trade monopoly at the coming plenary meeting. In his letter to the members of the Central Committee, Lenin wrote, "I have now finished winding up my affairs and can leave with my mind in peace. Only one circumstance still worries me very much, it is that it will be impossible for me to speak at the Congress of Soviets. My doctors are coming on Tuesday and we shall see if there is even a small chance of my speaking. I would consider it a great inconvenience to miss the opportunity of speaking, to say the least." Lenin asked that provisions be made for him to speak at the Congress, but that someone else should prepare to speak in case he could not be there. However, there was a further deterioration in Lenin's health, and he was unable to take part in the Congress of Soviets. On the night of December 15, he had another severe attack, which lasted over 30 minutes. In spite of this, before the doctors arrived, Lenin dictated to Krupskaya one more letter about the work of the deputy chairman of the Council of People's Commissars and the Council of Labor and Defense. In the evening, Krupskaya telephoned the secretariat of the CPC on Lenin's behalf and asked them to inform Stalin that Lenin would not be able to speak at the Congress of Soviets. In the next few days Lenin's health deteriorated still more. His right arm and leg would not function. He could no longer examine current affairs. But he continued working all the same. He dictated letters and articles, and prepared for the 12th Party Congress. Asterisk. 33, p. 460. 445. Subsequently, Krupskaya described Lenin as a very alert, persevering and self-controlled man. An optimist. His usual, dominant state of mind was one of tense concentration, she wrote. He controlled himself superbly, was critical of what he did and very exacting, but hated agonizing self-analysis and was a real fighter, bold and courageous. Lenin was his own self even when very ill. His mind was lucid, his willpower strong, his optimism at its peak. He did not waste time reflecting on his illness. He was concerned for the present and future of the Soviet land, the prospects and the ways of building socialism in Russia, for the party and the means of strengthening it, and for the world revolutionary movement. Lenin knew perfectly well that his illness was dangerous and told his doctors time and again that he realized it could end fatally at any hour. Knowing that he could any day become incapacitated, he made up his mind to dictate some letters and articles in order to record ideas which he considered of the utmost importance. He wanted to sum up the great gains of the Bolshevik Party, the Russian working class, the Soviet people, and the international proletariat, and to examine the outlook for socialism, for the liberation of the working people and of the peoples oppressed by the imperialists. The fact that he suspected these letters and articles would be his last, makes them, in a way, Lenin's political testament. On December 23, Lenin asked his doctors for permission to dictate for 5 minutes because a certain matter troubled him and robbed him of his sleep. When they complied, he summoned M. Odicheva, his stenographer, and said, "I want to dictate a letter to the Congress. Please take it down." For 4 minutes Lenin dictated the first part of a most important document, Letter to the Congress. He dictated quickly, but was obviously ill, Odicheva wrote in the secretary's journal. After he stopped dictating he asked me what day it was. He also asked me why I looked so pale and why I was not at the Congress. 67 He regretted having kept me from attending it. I received no other instruction. On the following day, Lenin asked to be allowed to continue dictating. The doctors objected, but according to his sister, Maria Ulyanova, he threatened to refuse all medical treatment unless he was permitted to dictate his diary, as he called his notes, for at least a short time every day. Work was life for him, and idleness was death, said Professor Förster, under whose care Lenin was. After consulting the doctors the following decision was taken. 446. 1. Vladimir Ilyich may dictate daily for 5 to 10 minutes, but what he dictates should not be correspondence and he should not expect any replies. Visitors are forbidden. 2. To avoid giving him food for thought and alarm, neither his friends nor members of his family should tell Vladimir Ilyich any political news. On December 24, Lenin dictated the second part of his letter to the Congress, warned that what he had dictated was absolutely se_crit. He then added another order. Much later, in 1929, Odicheva revealed that he had in that instruction directed her to indicate on the wax-sealed envelopes in which he wanted his notes kept that they could be opened only by V.I. Lenin or, in the event of his death, by Nadezhda Krupskaya. On December 25 and 26, Lenin continued dictating his letter to the Congress. On December 29, he dictated a reference addition to the section on increasing the number of CC members, and on January 4, 1923, an addition to the notes made on December 24. During December 27 to 31, Lenin dictated the letters granting legislative functions to the State Planning Commission and the question of nationalities or autonomization. Between January 2 and February 9, 1923, Lenin dictated a number of articles, namely, pages from a diary, on cooperation, or revolution, how we should reorganize the workers and peasants inspection, and better fewer, but better. 68 While working on his articles, Lenin asked for books on cooperatives, the scientific organization of labor, foreign relations, imperialism, and other matters, and also requested specific information. Lenin's work on his last articles and letters was a truly heroic achievement. It is hard to tell what effort it cost him. At first, he was allowed to dictate for 5 to 10 minutes, and later for not more than 30 to 40 minutes a day. So he had to hurry if he wanted to say all he had to say. Besides, he was unaccustomed to dictating to a stenographer, for as a rule he wrote his letters and articles himself. Lenin said he was accustomed to seeing his manuscript in front of him, stopping, pausing to think over difficult passages, in which he had got stuck, walking up and down the room, even running away to take a walk somewhere, that even now he often felt like seizing a pencil and writing or introducing corrections himself. Asterisk dictating called for additional effort. Lenin had to consider asterisk 42, pages 489 to 90. 447. Beforehand what he wanted to say, for he could not afford to waste any time while dictating. But his perseverance surmounted these difficulties. Odicheva wrote in the Secretary's Journal on February 2, dictates, as always, excellently, without halts, seldom at a loss for words, speaks, gesticulating, rather than dictates. Will of iron, and his awareness of the responsibility that rested on him, his concern for the future of Russia and the further development of the Soviet land, gave him strength to overcome pain. And to achieve more than seemed humanly possible. In something like 6 weeks Lenin produced a number of important works. Like all his other writings, his last letters and articles are strikingly deep, lucid, logical, down to earth and to the point. He was content with what he had written. The pertinent entry in his medical record says that after reading what he had dictated on December 3, it was a letter entitled The Question of Nationalities or Autonomization, Lenin was pleased with his work. On February 9, after reading the concluding part of his article, Better Fewer, but Better, which he had dictated the day before, he said to Odicheva, "I think I've made a good job of it." I had the impression, Odich.Heva wrote, that he was very pleased with that part of his article. Lenin's last articles and letters are invaluable. They are integrally connected, develop ideas contained in previous works and speeches, and really represent a single work setting forth in general outline the program of the socialist transformation of Russia in the light of the general prospects of the world liberation movement. They are imbued with fatherly concern for the interests and needs of the Soviet working people and the building of a happy life for the ordinary people of the world. Socialism shall win in the USSR. The future of socialism in the Soviet Union was the basic question on which Lenin focused attention. In his article, Our Revolution, he exposed the dogmatism and pedantry of the leaders of the Second International and the Mensheviks, who argued that Russia lacked the objective requisites for socialist revolution, that it had not yet attained the level of the productive forces and of culture that made socialism possible. That the Bolsheviks had carried out the socialist revolution contrary to the laws of historical development, etc. Lenin showed that they had completely departed from Marxism, that they did not understand its substance. He considered it essential to demonstrate that their arguments were absolutely untenable. Although they called themselves Marxists, the right socialists, Lenin stressed, did not understand the fundamental feature of Marxism, namely, its revolutionary dialectics. Being cowardly reformists and afraid to break with the bourgeoisie, they recognized only one path of development, the path taken by Western Europe. They completely failed to understand the fact that, while world history as a whole is governed by general objective laws, it is by no means unlikely, but, on the contrary, presumed, that certain periods of development may have peculiarities either in form or the sequence of this development. A case in point was Russia, where the First World War created a revolutionary situation and where, in spite of the country's technical and economic backwardness as compared with the other capitalist countries, the conditions matured for the victory of the socialist revolution. The situation that had arisen enabled the Bolsheviks to combine the working class movement with the peasant war of which Marx had spoken in his time. By their anti-popular, imperialist policy the bourgeoisie had brought the people and the country to the brink of catastrophe, and the only way out for the workers and the peasants was a socialist revolution and the transfer of power to the proletariat. The situation multiplied the strength of the working people, intensified their hatred for those responsible for the war and fired their revolutionary enthusiasm. At the head of the working class of Russia marched the tried and tested Bolshevik Party, which was able to appreciate the requirements of the historical moment and knew in what direction to lead the masses. As Lenin pointed out, the subsequent revolutions in the countries of the East, which had a greater diversity of social conditions, would introduce in the history of the liberation movement of the working people even more peculiar features than had the Russian Revolution. Lenin rejected utterly the bourgeois Menshevik thesis that it is reckless to undertake socialist reconstruction of society in a country still culturally and economically backward. Lenin's criticism of the contention that the victory of socialism was impossible in Russia was aimed not only at the West European reformists and the Mensheviks, but also at the sceptics and opportunists inside the party. It was the time, 1922, when Trotsky wrote that socialism could not be built in one country, within the national confines of one state, that the working class of Russia, having assumed power, would inevitably come into hostile collision with the peasantry, and that the creation of a socialist economy in Russia would not be possible until after the victory of the proletariat in the leading countries of Europe. In his last writings, Lenin denied these defeatist and essentially Menshevik conclusions of the Trotskyists. In his article on cooperation, he again stressed that Russia had all that is necessary to build a complete socialist society: 1. A proletarian state, large-scale production in the hands of the Soviet state, the alliance of the working class and the peasantry, and the leadership of the working class in this alliance. It is still not the building of socialist society, wrote Lenin, but it is all that is necessary and sufficient for it. This important proposition was of tremendous historical significance. When Soviet Russia was taking her first steps in building a new society and many did not yet clearly see how the country would advance towards socialism, Lenin opened for the party and the people broad vistas and charted the right course that would bring them to the victory of socialism. He drew attention to the great difficulties that attended the building of socialism in the USSR. The imperialist powers organized intervention and blockade of the Soviet Republic. They did all they could to throw the country back economically. They took advantage of the civil war in Russia to ruin the country as much as possible, reckoning that if they could not destroy the Soviet system they could at least make its progress towards socialism more difficult. In the circumstances, Lenin taught, it should be the policy of the Communist Party and the Soviet government to safeguard the existence of the Soviet Republic and prevent the imperialists from crushing it, preserve peace as long as possible and accomplish the socialist transformation of the country. To achieve this it was necessary to consolidate the proletarian power, strengthen the alliance of the working class and the peasantry and the leading role of the working class in it, transform Russia into a highly developed industrial power, switch the peasantry to the path of large-scale socialist farming, steadily raise the material well-being and cultural level of the people, improve the machinery of state, guard the unity of the party, and pursue a correct, flexible foreign policy. This, Lenin said, is the general plan of our work, of our policy, of our tactics, of our strategy. Lenin held that the Soviet land would become the base of the socialist reconstruction of the life of all mankind. He was certain that once the Russian proletariat, allied with the peasants, will have built socialism, this would be an inspiration and model for all working people of the world. Lenin's plan of building socialism and its implementation were aimed at the creation of a fully developed socialist society. It was a comprehensive plan, a plan of economic and social development. In his last articles and letters Lenin developed further the teaching on the building of socialism. He left us a conclusive plan for the building of socialist society and the advance to the approaches of communism. He elucidated questions related to the building of the material and technical basis of socialism and defined the fundamentals of economic administration. He attached immense importance to the economic problems of socialist and communist construction. Lenin considered that the planning agencies had to play a big part in the framing of party and government economic policy and were to become a scientific center handling the basic questions of the country's economic planning. Lenin again drew attention to the need to introduce scientific organization of labor, in particular administrative work, and urged party and state officials to master the fundamentals of management. In his last articles Lenin again stressed that the country's industrialization, with priority development of heavy industry, was of decisive importance in building socialism. The working class must create a large-scale industry on the basis of an enduring alliance with the peasantry, while steadily improving the well-being of the working people of town and country. This, he said, could not be done by colonizing and ruining the small commodity producer, as the Trotskyists proposed. Lenin's program of the socialist reconstruction of agriculture was an important part of his plan of building socialism. He demonstrated that two forms of socialist enterprises, state farms and collective farms, were the most suitable in the socialist transformation of the countryside in a country with a more or less numerous class of small producers. We owe it to Lenin that he charted ways and means for the solution of the most difficult task of the proletarian revolution, second only to the conquest of political power by the working class, that of drawing millions of peasants, who were both petty proprietors and laborers, into socialist construction, and getting them to convert from small individual farms to large-scale collective farming. He pointed out that the way to do so was to organize the small peasant farms into cooperatives. In his wonderful article on cooperation, Lenin summed up the development of cooperatives and the founding of the first collective peasant farms in Soviet Russia, and drew up his cooperative plan for the reconstruction of peasant life along socialist lines. In that period many of the party's practical workers did not understand, and underrated, the role of cooperatives in socialist construction. The Trotskyists and other opportunist elements rejected in general the possibility of using the cooperatives as the principal means of switching the peasantry to the path of socialism. Lenin opposed these views and wrote about the vast, exceptional importance of cooperation in building a socialist society. He explained that under conditions of the dictatorship of the working class, when the economic commanding heights were in the hands of the proletarian state, cooperative enterprises did not differ from socialist enterprises. Lenin assigned the leading role to public, or state property, which he described as being consistently socialist, i.e., the most perfect form of socialist property, since it represented a higher form of socialization of production. At the same time, he emphasized that the cooperative form of property was also socialist and that, in conjunction with public, state property, it constituted the economic basis of socialist society. Lenin explained why cooperation was the only right way of bringing the bulk of the peasantry to socialism. First, cooperation combined the personal interests of the peasant with public interests, with control of these personal interests by the state and their subordination to the interests of society. Second, the application of various forms of cooperation first in marketing and supply, and later in production made it possible to introduce gradually the principles of collectivism in farming. Cooperation was therefore the simplest, easiest, and most acceptable to the peasant way of going over to a new system, to collective production. And this was the most 452. Important thing, for socialism had to be built in such a way that every small peasant could take part in it. If the whole of the peasantry had been organized in cooperatives, Lenin wrote, we would by now have been standing with both feet on the soil of socialism. He estimated that it would take a whole historical era, 1 or 2 decades, to accomplish this task, for the necessary material and technical basis had to be created first and the cultural level of the peasants had to be raised considerably before the bulk of the peasants could be organized in cooperatives. Outlining the tasks of the party and the Soviet state in promoting the cooperative movement, Lenin emphasized that the transition from small peasant farming to large-scale social production must not be haphazard and spontaneous. This transition was possible only if the proletarian state provided all-round assistance and guidance to the cooperatives, if the town assists the countryside, and if all sections of the working class joined in the socialist reconstruction of the countryside. Lenin's cooperative plan was an important step in the development of Marxism, in the development of Lenin's teaching on the victory of socialism in the USSR and the building of communism. It became the concrete program of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in its further efforts of reconstructing agriculture along socialist lines. Lenin's cooperative plan is of international significance, for it is the only way the socialist reconstruction of small commodity production CA11 be accomplished. In the countries of the socialist community, the Communist and Workers' parties creatively apply the principles of Lenin's cooperative plan to the concrete conditions of their countries and are successfully coping with the task of the socialist reconstruction of agriculture. In his last articles, Lenin laid special emphasis on the Cultural Revolution, one of the basic tasks of socialist construction, on universal literacy and the development of a people's intelligentsia and of science. In his article, Pages from a Diary, Lenin expressed confidence that the problems of cultural development would be successfully solved, because the people of Russia were very interested in real culture and because the Soviet state handled the problems of culture with deep insight. The social system in the Soviet Republic, Lenin pointed out, is based on the cooperation of two classes, workers and the peasants. It was the crucial task of the party, he said, to maintain the leading role of the working class with respect to the peasants and to retain the TRNST of the peasants with respect to the workers, for this was what the fate of the Republic depended on. He considered the relationship between town and country to be a fundamental political question of decisive importance for socialist revolution. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, the towns were introducing into the countryside up-to-date machinery, effecting a fundamental improvement in the condition of the working peasants, drawing theory into active public and political life, and bringing them advanced culture. All this could be amplified and extended, Lenin said, by introducing deliberate planning and regularity. It was vital, he added, to establish close contact and comradely relations between the LITY workers and the village laborers, close contacts between urban and village party cells. This, he emphasized, was one of the basic tasks of the working class after it won power. Lenin attached immense importance to the establishment of correct relations between the peoples inhabiting the USSR, devoting to this problem his letter The Question of Nationalities or Autonomization. Lenin said that further consolidation of the USSR was a most important task. Firstly, he wrote, we must maintain and strengthen the union of socialist republics. Of this there can be no doubt. The union of republics, he said, was necessary most of all to protect the gains of socialism from the imperialist intrigues. It was necessary, too, for the whole world liberation movement. Secondly, Lenin noted that the centralism on a country-wide scale should be combined with the sovereignty of every Union republic and described this as a necessary condition for the unification and fraternal friendship of the peoples of the USSR. Lenin emphasized strongly that the equality of nations should not be merely legal and formal, but also factual. The internationalism of the big nations that previously oppressed others should consist not only in observing the formal equality of nations, but also in selfless assistance to the previously oppressed smaller nations in achieving factual equality by raising the level of their economic and cultural development. He always condemned every departure from the principles of proletarian internationalism both towards dominant nation chauvinism and towards local nationalism. As far back as 1919, Lenin wrote that the Russian communists should severely punish the slightest manifestation of Great Russian nationalism in their own midst. He pointed out that, being essentially a betrayal of communism, Great Russian nationalism did untold harm, disuniting the Russian communists and communists of other nationalities, and thereby grinding the axe of their class enemies. Lenin also emphasized the danger of local nationalism, of national egoism, of the propagation of national exclusiveness, of the tendency of disrupting or weakening the close alliance and friendship of the non-Russian and Russian nations, of disrupting and weakening the political, military, and economic alliance of socialist republics. The best way of building confidence among communists of different nations, Lenin pointed out, was to battle jointly, shoulder to shoulder, for the dictatorship of the proletariat and the building of socialism and communism, against nationalism of all hues. Full equality, sincerity, mutual respect, friendship, fraternal cooperation and mutual assistance, this is what must characterize relations between nations. In the concluding part of his letter, Lenin pointed out once again that the proper conduct of the national policy in the USSR was incalculably important not only for the Soviet land, but for the world communist movement as a whole, and for the many millions of Asians who would in the near future come to the forefront on the international scene. The morrow of world history, Lenin wrote, will be a day when the awakening peoples oppressed by imperialism are finally aroused and the decisive long and hard struggle for their liberation begins. Acting on Lenin's instructions, the Communist Party has solved the national question in the best possible way. It has secured consolidation of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, fraternal friendship of the peoples, and the flowering of their economy and culture. It has combined comprehensive development of every nation and the extension of the rights of the national Soviet republics with measures aimed at closer cooperation between them, at mutual assistance, and at the coming together of the peoples. The Communist Party is determined to maintain the principles of internationalism in the relations between different nationalities. It acts always on Lenin's proposition that the proletariat cannot support any consecration of nationalism. On the contrary, it supports everything that helps to obliterate national distinctions and remove national barriers. It supports everything that makes the ties between nationalities closer and closer, or tends to merge nations. To act differently means siding with reactionary nationalist Philistinism. Every Soviet republic, says the program of the CPSU, can prosper and develop only in the great family of the fraternal socialist nations of the USSR. Cherish party unity. In his articles, How We Should Reorganize the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection and Better Fewer, but Better, Lenin outlined and substantiated a number of measures for improving the machinery of state. He proposed utilizing the party's best forces, enlisting the advanced workers and trained, educated personnel for this very important and urgent matter. Disclosing the defects in the work of Soviet institutions, he advanced the task of reducing our state apparatus to the utmost degree of economy, removing from it all traces of extravagance, tirelessly securing an improvement in the machinery of state, from the higher state institutions to the lower local bodies, placing its entire activity on a scientific basis. Lenin considered that the workers' and peasants' inspection, the organization and work of which had to be radically changed, was to play a great role in improving the state apparatus. He proposed the establishment of a united control body which would secure competent and effective supervision and strengthen the bonds between the party and the state machinery, on the one hand, and the masses, on the other, greatly improve the administration machinery, the implementation of party policy, and promote the success of socialist construction. The 12th Congress of the RCP acted on Lenin's suggestion and set up a joint Central Control Commission and Workers' and Peasants' Inspection, which played a great role in the struggle to strengthen the unity of the party, in improving the Soviet state apparatus, and in the successful solving of the tasks of socialist construction in the country. Lenin's last articles and letters show that he was strongly dedicated to the idea of strengthening the party's ideological and organizational unity. He regarded the party as the guiding force of Soviet society, capable of uniting the people and leading them in socialist construction. These matters were uppermost in his mind, and it is no accident, of course, that the letter to the Congress, which dealt with the party, was the first program document he dictated after he fell ill. In his letter to the Congress and the related articles, How We Should Reorganize the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection and Better Fewer, but Better, Lenin examined the basic problems of the party, its unity, the role of its Central Committee, the need for collective leadership, and the bonds between the party and the masses, the distribution of leading functionaries. These were all questions of paramount importance for the future of the party, its efficiency and, consequently, the future of communist construction. The early years of Soviet power had demonstrated, Lenin pointed out, that the stability of the proletarian dictatorship and the successful accomplishment of its tasks depended on the strength and unity of the Communist Party, the vanguard of the working class. He pointed out that the stability and cohesion of the party's leading body, the Central Committee, was an essential condition for party unity, because the minute the party leadership showed instability, this would be sure to affect the situation within the party. As one of the measures designed to remove the danger of a possible split because of differences between party leaders, Lenin proposed that the number of Central Committee members be increased to several score, even as many as 100, chiefly by inducting experienced, politically active workers. This was necessary to prevent conflicts between small sections of the GC from acquiring excessive importance for the future of the party. The greater number of members would, at the same time, add to the prestige and role of the Central Committee as a collective body guiding the party and the country. It would help train more party cadres and improve the party apparatus. In the article How We Should Reorganize the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection, Lenin suggested enlarging the Central Control Commission and connecting its work with that of the Central Committee. Members of the Central Control Commission should take part in the regular plenary meetings of the Central Committee. and a certain number of the former should also attend sittings of the CC. Political Bureau. This, Lenin believed, would make the work of the Central Committee smoother and more systematic. In his letter to the Congress, Lenin also examined party stability from the standpoint of the personal qualities of some of the Central Committee members, drawing special attention to their shortcomings and mistakes. Lenin pointed to R. Trotsky's non-Bolshevism, mentioned his struggle against the Central Committee, and wrote that Trotsky was a person who has displayed excessive self-assurance and shown excessive preoccupation with the purely administrative side of the work. Trotsky's fierce struggle against the Bolsheviks before 1917 and his opportunist, splitting activity after joining the party, his demand to postpone the armed uprising till the Second Congress of Soviets, his treacherous behavior during the conclusion of the Brest Peace Treaty, his belittling the role of the Communists in the Red Army, and his attempts to withdraw military organs from the party's control, his anti-party stand in the trade union discussion, his repeated attacks on the C.Cs. policy and decisions, and Lenin's theory of a socialist revolution. All this proves Lenin's words about Trotsky's non-Bolshevism. In his letter, Lenin also characterized Stalin. Considering him as a prominent party leader and pointing to his shortcomings, Lenin wrote, Comrade Stalin, having become general secretary, has unlimited authority concentrated in his hands, and I am not sure whether he will always be capable of using that authority with sufficient caution. Lenin suggested that the comrades think about a way of removing Stalin from that post and appointing another man in his stead who in all other respects differs from Comrade Stalin in having only one advantage, namely, that of being more tolerant, more loyal, more polite, and more considerate to the comrades, less capricious, etc. Lenin wrote the letter for the 12th Party Congress. The first part of it, dictated on December 23, 1922, in which he dwelt on the need of enlarging the number of CC members, was dispatched to Stalin on the same day, which fact is recorded in the register of Lenin's letters, notes, and instructions. The notes made on December 24 and 25, 1922, and on January 4, 1923, containing character sketches of CC members, were, according to Lenin's will, turned over by Nadezhda Krupskaya to the Central Committee after Lenin's death, on May 18, 1924, a few days before the opening of the 13th Congress of the RCP. Krupskaya wrote in the minute on the handing over of these documents, I have turned over the notes which Vladimir Ilyich dictated during his illness from December 23 to January 23. There were 13 separate notes. This does not include the notes on the national question. Some of these notes have been published. The notes dated December 24 and 25, 1922, and January 4, 1923, are among the unpublished ones and contain character sketches of some Central Committee members. It was Vladimir Ilyich's express wish that these particular notes be submitted to the next Party Congress after his death. N. Krupskaya**. On hearing the communication of the commission appointed to study Lenin's papers, a plenary meeting of the Central Committee, held on May 2, 1924, adopted the following decision. In accordance with Lenin's wish, the said documents shall be put before the Congress. They shall be read separately to the delegations with the provision that they are not to be reproduced. The documents shall be read to the delegations by members of the commission which studied Lenin's papers. At the 13th Party Congress, which met in May 1924 during the acute aggravation of the struggle against Trotskyism, Lenin's letter was discussed by the Congress delegations. Bearing in mind the important role of Stalin in repulsing the Trotskyite attacks on Leninism and his authority in the party, and trusting that he would take into account Lenin's critical remarks, the delegations expressed themselves in favor of Stalin retaining the post of General Secretary of the Central Committee. Lenin's proposals on enlarging the CC and other measures designed to secure party unity and collective leadership were taken * Central Party Archives of Institute of Marxism-Leninism. 459. into account by the Central Committee when preparing for the 12th Congress in its S-special theses on the reorganization and improvement of the party's governing bodies. Trotsky opposed Lenin's plan of reinforcing the CC and increasing its membership. As the documents show, he sent a letter to members of the Political Bureau on February 13, 1923, in which he based his objections on the plea that if the party's leading body were enlarged to 50 members it would be deprived of the necessary organizational form and stability. Trotsky's objections were overruled by the plenary meeting of the CC in February 1, 1923, but he continued to insist on his own proposal, which was the very opposite of Lenin's. However, all his efforts were rejected by the Central Committee. Lenin's suggestion to increase the membership of the CC became a law for the Communist Party. The enlargement of the Central Committee was highly important. It enhanced the role of the Central Committee in the guidance of the party and country and helped to crush the anti-party groups which emerged after the death of Lenin and launched a bitter struggle against the party line. The solid Leninist core in the Central Committee repelled all opportunist attacks on Leninism. The Communist Party won a complete victory over the opposition groups. In a long and bitter struggle against the enemies of Leninism, it forged the solid unity which is a characteristic feature of the party's internal organization. True to the behests of Lenin, the Central Committee and the whole army of communists guard the unity of the party, resolutely repulsing the slightest attempt to weaken this unity and rallying the party to put into practice Lenin's general political line. Development of the World Revolution. The immense historical significance of Lenin's last writings lies in the fact that they substantiated the general line of the Communist Party in building a developed socialist society in the USSR, and thoroughly analyzed the question of the paths the world liberation movement of the working people would follow, the question which was most pressing at the time. In 1918-20, when a sharp revolutionary crisis developed in the West, Lenin thought that the prospects of world socialism depended in the main on the victory of the revolutionary movement in the principal European countries. 460. The course of events showed that the development of the world liberation movement was more complicated and slower than had been expected. The revolutions in Germany and Hungary and the revolutionary actions of the proletariat in a number of other countries had been defeated. Lenin wrote that the ruling circles of the capitalist victor countries took advantage of their victory in the First World War to make AFEW concessions to their oppressed classes. These concessions, insignificant though they are, nevertheless retard the revolutionary movement in those countries and create some semblance of class truce. A big part in saving the sinking ship of capitalism was played by the reformists and revisionists of Marxism, who helped the reactionary forces to suppress the revolutionary movement of the working people. They intimidated the proletariat of Western Europe with talk about the price of revolution and argued that the capitalist system could be improved and that socialism could be achieved through the peaceful evolution of capitalism. The reformists described the difficulties and economic dislocation in Soviet Russia as the price of revolution, and glossed over the fact that these difficulties had been caused primarily by the imperialist war, foreign military intervention and the fierce resistance of home counter-revolution. Lenin emphasized that the slowing down of the revolutionary movement in the West European countries did not mean, as the reformists and revisionists alleged, that the Bolsheviks had made a mistake when they advanced the proposition that socialism would inevitably triumph on a world scale. The West European capitalist countries, Lenin went on to say, were moved towards socialist revolution not by the gradual maturing of socialism in them. At the same time India, China, and other countries of the East have been completely jolted out of the rut. Their development has definitely shifted to general European capitalist lines. A proletariat had come into being in those countries, the democratic forces had grown stronger and more united, the national consciousness of the peoples had increased. There began the general European effacement. As Lenin wrote, a 1905 of its own was irresistibly and rapidly approaching in the East. Lenin demonstrated the immense impact the national liberation movement had on the final victory of socialism throughout the world. In 1921, he wrote that the First World War and the establishment of Soviet power in Russia had definitely converted the working people of the colonial and semi-colonial countries into an active factor in world politics and in the revolutionary destruction of imperialism. It is perfectly clear, he wrote, that in the impending decisive battles in the world revolution, the movement of the majority of the population of the globe, initially directed towards national liberation, will turn against capitalism and imperialism and will, perhaps, play a much more revolutionary part than we expect. Enlarging on T thesis in his last article, Better Fewer, but Better, Lenin wrote that the countries of the East have been drawn into a process of development that must lead to a crisis in the whole of world capitalism. The breakup of the colonial system would mean the collapse of imperialism's positions in the rear, the loss of its reserves. It would mean that the imperialists would be deprived of the opportunity to siphon out, through the plunder of their colonies, the enormous super profits they used for the reformist corruption of a certain secession of the proletariat in the capitalist countries. This would inevitably lead to a sharpening of class contradictions and intensify the working class struggle in those countries for the victory of socialism. Lenin pointed out time and again that for a number of reasons it would be harder to begin socialist revolutions in the developed Western capitalist countries than in Russia. But he was certain that they were inevitable. Noting the great role of the national liberation movement in the development of world revolution, Lenin considered that it would be ridiculous to exclude the proletariat of Europe and America from the revolutionary forces. He attached decisive importance to the working class, the international working class movement. The main thing, as Lenin constantly pointed out, was the creation of a united revolutionary front of the international working class and national liberation movements. He stressed the correctness of the slogan advanced by the Communist International, "Workers of all countries and all oppressed peoples, unite," remarking that it corresponded to the new historical conditions. The rallying of the main revolutionary forces the socialist system, to which belongs the decisive role in the world revolutionary process, the international working class, the national liberation movement, and the unity of action of the communist parties of all countries on the basis of Marxism and the principles of proletarian internationalism. This is the only true path, pointed out by Lenin, to victory in the struggle against imperialism for peace, national independence, social progress, democracy and socialism. This, in general outline, is the content of Lenin's last articles and letters. In wealth of ideas and importance of the theoretical propositions advanced in them, they occupy an outstanding place in Lenin's ideological legacy. These works illumined for many decades ahead the path of the Soviet land to communism and the prospects for the development of mankind as a whole. They were and still are of vital importance for our party, for the communist and workers' parties of all the socialist countries, and for the international communist movement as a whole. At Gorky, Lenin hoped that he would be able to take part in the coming 12th Congress of the party and planned to address it. On March 10, 1923, however, he had another and the most severe attack, which led to a loss of speech and further paralysis of the right arm and leg. On March 14, a government communication was published stating that the health of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin had deteriorated sharply. In view of this, the government deemed it necessary that medical bulletins on the condition of his health be published. In April 1, 1923, the party held its 12th Congress. This was the first Congress since the October Revolution that Lenin was unable to attend. However, the preparation for the Congress and the Congress itself took guidance from Lenin's last articles and letters. On February 2, the CC plenary meeting examined the theses on the national and organizational questions and decided not to publish them until Lenin sees them. If Lenin disapproved of them, an emergency plenary meeting could be called to re-examine them. Lenin's articles How We Should Reorganize the Workers and Peasants Inspection and Better Fewer, but Better were discussed in the press and by party organizations, and approved by the Communists. 463. This shows that the claims of bourgeois writers that Lenin was no longer able to work and no longer influenced party and government affairs in the latter period of his life were absurd and malicious inventions. Here is what Wybumazny, secretary of the Bryansk Gubernia Party Committee, said on this score in his speech at the Congress. Comrades, I think the debate on the CC report should first deal with Comrade Lenin's articles, because Comrade Lenin has done almost as much for the 12th Congress as he did for the previous Congresses in the way of preparation. I would go so far as to say he has done more, and not only in the sense of preparing for it, but also in shaping its decisions, because, considering Lenin's recent condition, his articles are, in effect, a political report and have outlined the immediate tasks facing the party, Soviet power, and the Communist International. Lenin's sturdy constitution resisted the ailment stubbornly. In the first half of May 1, 1923, his condition improved somewhat, and on May 15, a fine sunny day, he was taken by car to Gorky. At his request he was put in the room which he had occupied before his illness, the most simply furnished one in the house. Fresh air and good care had a beneficial effect, and towards the end of July, Lenin began steadily to recuperate. He slept more soundly, his appetite improved. He was able to sit up, and before long he could walk and take daily airings in the park in his wheelchair. His state of mind, Krupskaya wrote later, changed completely. He joked a lot, and laughed, and even hummed the Internationale and other revolutionary songs. During his illness Lenin was sustained by the deep love and fond care of the party and the people. At their meetings, workers, peasants, and Red Army men never failed to inquire about Lenin's health. Every piece of good news from Gorky was received with joy by the working people. Thousands of letters and telegrams wishing Lenin rapid recovery were received by the Central Committee, the Council of People's Commissars, the press, and Lenin personally. Many of the letters contained all kinds of medical advice. Their writers said they would gladly donate their blood for their beloved leader. Communists and non-party people alike wrote, "We are ready to give our lives that he may get well and be able to work." The doctors said of Lenin that he was a most remarkable patient. With the willpower and persistence typical of him, Lenin strove to conquer his illness. This is one of the reasons he improved in health so markedly towards the close of 1923. Lenin's principal object in those months was to regain his speech and to learn to write with his left hand. He applied himself to the task with extraordinary tenacity and, much to his joy, made steady progress. A speech specialist said he was sure Lenin would talk again. Lenin's desk stood beside a window. He liked to look at Gorky. He had good contacts with the peasants there, and saw to it that electricity was installed in the village and that the peasants were supplied with seeds and machinery. All this time Lenin kept his attention focused on the affairs of the country, the work of the party and people. He insisted on being given Pravda and Izvestia. After a look at the headlines he would ask Nadezhda Krupskaya to read the editorials, news items, and articles to him. Lenin also kept abreast of new publications. Usually, he examined the packages of books that came to Gorky, selecting those which interested him most, such as literature dealing with the scientific organization of labor, the magazine Pod, Namenum Marxisma, reference books, and atlases. In the evenings Nadezhda Krupskaya would read fiction to him. Saul Tykov-Shchedrin was one of the authors. Lenin liked Gorky's book My Universities. He always inquired after Maxim Gorky and was very much upset on learning of his illness. Lenin also greatly enjoyed poetry, the verses of Demyan Bedny, Berenger and other revolutionary poets. As I read to him, Krupskaya recalls, he would look pensively out of the window at the setting sun. I recall the verse ending with the line, "The communards will never, never be slaves." I read as though vowing to Ilyich that we should never, never surrender the gains of the revolution. Lenin enjoyed watching newsreels, particularly Soviet ones. He was keenly interested in the All-Russia Agricultural Exhibition. On his request the assistant manager of the Gorky State Farm went to the exhibition and then told Lenin about his impressions and also about the work of the State Farm. When 2 tractors were brought to the farm Lenin watched them at work. Afterwards, well pleased with their performance, he shook the hand of their driver. On October 1, 1923, Lenin decided to visit Moscow. Nadezhda Krupskaya and Maria Ulyanovna accompanied him. He was in high spirits during the trip. When they drove into the city, he removed his cap and waved it in greeting. In the Kremlin, he went to his apartment, looked into the meeting hall of the Council of People's Commissars, and then went to his office. On the following day he drove through the city, visiting the agricultural exhibition. In the Kremlin, he took a few books from his bookcase and returned to Gorky. This was Lenin's last visit to Moscow. Even when very ill, Lenin showed concern for his relatives and friends and the people around him. He was very fond of Nadezhda Krupskaya and Maria Ilyinichna, and watched over their health. He saw to it that there was absolute quiet in the house after lunch, when Nadezhda Krupskaya had her afternoon rest. He always asked the doctors and the rest of the medical personnel how they were and inquired whether visitors from the city had been given a meal. He was very fond of children. When a party was arranged for the children of Gorky on New Year's Eve, Lenin sat in the hall watching them at play, enjoying their concert and sharing in their merriment. When his relatives thought the noise might tire him, he said the children should not be interrupted in their games. Krupskaya wrote to Maxim Gorky about Lenin's last weeks. Up to his death, he was the same, a man of tremendous willpower and self-control, who laughed and joked and was tenderly solicitous of others. In the latter half of October 1, 1923, Lenin's health deteriorated again, although he felt well enough to continue his daily routine. Krupskaya read the papers to him every day. He followed closely the discussion which Trotsky and his supporters forced on the party in the autumn of 1923. The Trotskyists slandered the Central Committee, demanded freedom for factions and groups in the party, and urged economic concessions to foreign capital. The party rebuffed the Trotskyists firmly. The 13th Party Conference held on January 1, 6-18, 1924, condemned Trotskyism as a petty bourgeois deviation and an attempt to revise Leninism, and endorsed the Leninist line of the Central Committee. During the discussion, Lenin familiarized himself with the Principal documents published in Pravda and literature dealing with it. There is every reason to assume that Krupskaya opposed the Trotsky line with Lenin's knowledge. After the conference opened, Lenin wanted the account of it read to him from beginning to end. When Lenin appeared excited on Saturday, Krupskaya wrote later, "I told him the resolutions were passed unanimously. We spent Saturday and Sunday reading them." Lenin listened very attentively, and asked questions from time to time. It appeared that Lenin was on the road to recovery. He was even expected to be lip and about by summer. When opening the 11th All-Russia Congress of Soviets on January 19, 1924, Mikhail Kalinin informed the delegates that the leading specialists attending Lenin hoped that he would return to government and political work. The delegates received this news with stormy applause and cheers. The death of Lenin. But the hopes that Lenin would recover were dashed on January 21, 1924, when a sharp deterioration set in suddenly. At 6:50 p.m., Lenin died. The medical report stated that Lenin had suffered from cerebrosclerosis caused by mental overstrain. The direct cause of death was cerebral hemorrhage. Superhuman exertion and incessant work had cut short Lenin's life prematurely. On the night of January 2, the Central Committee of the RCP called an emergency plenary meeting. On January 22, at 6 a.m., the radio announced the sad tidings to the country and the whole world. The government communication on Lenin's death said, "He is no longer with us, but his cause lives on." Acting on the will of the masses, the Soviet government will carry on the work of Vladimir Ilyich and will advance along the path charted by him. The Soviet state stands firmly at its post, on guard over the gains of the proletarian revolution. 6-9 On the following day, the Central Committee of the RCP published an appeal to the party, to all working people. It enumerated Lenin's historic services to the party and the country, to the world proletariat and to all progressive mankind. It stressed the immortality of Lenin's cause and called on communists and all working people to follow Lenin's behests, to unite even more closely round the Communist Party. Never since Marx, the appeal said, has the history of the great liberation movement of the proletariat produced such a titanic figure as our departed leader, teacher, and friend. All that is truly great and heroic in the proletariat a fearless mind, a will of iron, unbending, persistent and able to surmount all obstacles, so. 467. A burning, undying hatred of slavery and oppression, a revolutionary passion that moves mountains, boundless faith in the creative energies of the masses, vast organizational genius this found splendid embodiment in Lenin, whose name has become the symbol of the new world from east to west, from __ north to south. But his physical death is not the death of his cause. Lenin lives on in the heart of every member of our party. Every member of our party is a part of Lenin. The whole of our communist family is the collective embodiment of Lenin. The death of our teacher, a heavy blow, will unite our ranks even more closely. We are marching against capital in a solid militant chain, and no force on earth will be able to prevent our ultimate victory. This victory will be the finest monument to Comrade Lenin, to the man whom, as their best friend, the masses called their Ilyich. Long live our party, and may it ever be victorious. Long live the working class. On January 23, the Executive Committee of the Communist International issued an appeal which ended with the words: "We address the millions of our comrades in struggle in all parts of the world with the appeal, follow the behests of Lenin which continue to live on in his party and in everything he created in his lifetime. Fight the way Lenin fought, and like Lenin you will be victorious." 70 On January 2, 1-23, members of the Party Central Committee and of the government, delegations from the 11th All-Russia Congress of Soviets and from the working people of Moscow went to Gorky to bid farewell to Lenin. They were joined by the peasants from the surrounding villages. On January 23, Lenin's body was brought by special train to Moscow and placed in the Hall of Columns of the House of Trade Unions, where the people came to pay tribute to Vladimir Ilyich. Workers, peasants, Red Army men, intellectuals, students, people of diverse nationalities, delegations of working people from all over the world moved in an endless stream past the bier in solemn silence, broken from time to time by restrained sobbing. Each of them slowed down by the bier to take a last look at Lenin, to commit his precious features to memory. All the streets adjacent to the House of Trade Unions were filled with slowly moving columns of people, who had come, in spite of the bitter January frost of 30 degrees C, to bid farewell to their great leader. Fires were built in the streets at which the people, standing in the queues, warmed themselves. They queued for hours in order to have 2 or 468. 3 minutes in the Hall of Columns to bid a final farewell to Lenin. Over 900,000 people passed through the Hall of Columns during the 4 days and nights that Lenin lay in state. At memorial meetings held at all enterprises, military units, institutions, and in the countryside, workers and peasants, Red Army men, men of science and art expressed their deep grief over the premature, irreparable loss and assured the Communist Party of their absolute trust in it. They promised the Central Committee and the Soviet government that they would devote all their energies to carrying out Lenin's behests. The Second All-Union Congress of Soviets opened on January 26. It was dedicated to the memory of the great leader and teacher of the working people. Opening the Congress, Lenin, chairman of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR, said that the Soviet government would steadfastly follow the directives of Lenin in its home and foreign policy. The Second Congress of Soviets unanimously passed a decision to perpetuate the memory of Lenin and addressed an appeal to the workers of the world. It emphasized that wide circulation of his works would be the best monument to Lenin, for it would bring the ideas of communism within the reach of all. It entrusted the Lenin Institute with the publication as soon as possible of a popular edition of Lenin's selected works in millions of copies and in various languages, and also with the preparation for publication, on a strictly scientific basis, of his collected works. The Congress likewise resolved, in Complia NCE with the request of the Petrograd Soviet supported by the workers of the city's factories and plants, to rename Petrograd, the cradle of the proletarian revolution, into Leningrad. Meeting the wishes of the working people, the Congress also decided to preserve Lenin's body in a mausoleum to be specially built for the purpose near the Kremlin Wall in Red Square, beside the common graves of the fighters of the October Revolution. Soviet scientists, in response to the wishes of the people, solved a most difficult problem. They developed a method of embalming which would make it possible to preserve Lenin's body over the years. On the morning of January 27, 1924, Lenin's body was transferred from the House of Trade Unions to the Red Square and placed on a Spedali-built platform, past which IHE-1G people of Moscow and numerous delegations from all parts of the Soviet Union marched. At 4 o'clock the coffin was installed in the Mauso. 469. Liam to the accompaniment of solemn music and thousands of FAC-tory whistles and gun salvos. Motor vehicles and trains came to a 5-minute standstill, work stopped at plants and factories in the Soviet Union as Vladimir Ilyich Lenin was laid to rest. On the day of Lenin's funeral the workers in many capitalist countries declared a 5-minute work stoppage. In deep sorrow the working people of the whole world bade farewell to their teacher, their best friend and protector. Communist parties abroad sent letters of condolence to the Central Committee of the RCP in which they expressed their grief and declared their adherence to the principles of proletarian internationalism and their steadfast determination to follow the behests of Lenin. Memorial meetings and manifestations were held in Berlin, Paris, London, New York, Prague, Warsaw, and in many other cities. No repressions or persecutions could deter the workers and the ordinary folk from expressing their solidarity with the Soviet people. Lenin's death came as a heavy blow to the working masses of the oppressed East, which was awakening to a new life. The news of his death was received with profound grief by the Chinese people. A mass meeting was held in Peking. In Canton, then the revolutionary center of China, 3 days mourning was declared. Speaking at a memorial meeting, Sun Yat-sen said, "Through the ages of world history thousands of leaders and scholars appeared who spoke eloquent words, but these remained but words. You, Lenin, were an exception. You not only spoke and taught us, but translated your words into deeds. You created a new country. You showed us the road of joint struggle. You, great man that you are, will live on in the memories of the oppressed peoples through the centuries. Large sections of the population of India, Afghanistan, Mongolia, Korea, Indochina, Indonesia, Turkey, Iran, the Arab countries and the countries of Latin America expressed their grief at the death of Lenin. The imperialists, whites, and reactionaries of all hues made no attempt to conceal their joy. They reckoned that the death of the leader of the Communist Party and the Soviet people would result in a split in the party and the collapse of the Soviet system. However, the expectations of the enemies of the Soviet Republic did not materialize. Although the party and the people were overwhelmed by grief, the death of Lenin did not cause panic or confusion in their ranks. 470. On the contrary, in those days of profound distress, the working people of the Soviet land displayed exceptional firmness, courage, and self-control and united even more closely round the Communist Party and its Central Committee. A mass movement arose among the working people to join the Communist Party. Over 240,000 new members were admitted to the party. They were the foremost section of the working class, the most class-conscious, devoted and disciplined. This was the historic Lenin enrollment. Under the banner of Leninism, under the leadership of the Central Committee, the Communist Party has confidently guided the Soviet people towards the fulfillment of Lenin's behests and towards the victory of socialism and communism. Chapter 14. The triumph of the great ideas of Leninism. The victory of communism is inevitable. Communism will triumph. Lenin. Lenin, the brilliant continuer of the teaching of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, has gone down in history as the great leader of the October Socialist Revolution, the organizer and guide of the major revolutionary accomplishments of our age, which marked the turning of mankind to socialism and communism. The life and activity of Lenin will serve always as an inspiring example to revolutionary fighters for freedom, democracy, socialism, and the happiness of the working people. Today we have every reason to apply to Lenin's teaching the same words that he used to describe the teaching of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. It is an all-powerful teaching, because it is true. The victory of the October Revolution and the hopeful course of world history over subsequent decades prove irrefutably that history is developing in accordance with the laws discovered by Marxism-Leninism. Leninism. Marxism. Of the modern age. At the turn of the century, capitalism entered its last, imperialist stage. The revolutionary transition from capitalism to socialism became an urgent need of social development. The Great October Socialist Revolution, the main event of the 20th century, which changed radically the political and socio-economic face of Russia, raised the international 1:1 movement to a new, higher level. Began a new age, about which Lenin wrote. Shortly after the Great October Revolution, the abolition of capitalism and its vestiges, and the establishment of the fundamentals of the COM 472. Communist order comprise the content of the new era of world history that has set in. Asterisk. The Communist Party has developed Lenin's definition of the age in relation to modern conditions. The CPSU program states, our epoch, whose main content is the transition from capitalism to socialism, is an epoch of struggle between two opposing social systems, an epoch of socialist and national liberation revolutions, of the breakdown of imperialism and the abolition of the colonial system, an epoch of the transition of more and more peoples to the socialist path, of the triumph of socialism and communism on a worldwide scale. Lenin stood at the sources of the new epoch in world history. From the standpoint of creative Marxism, he revealed the fundamental laws and perspectives of social development, enriching revolutionary theory with new conclusions and theses of world historic importance. In the new historical conditions, he developed creatively the Marxist teaching on the world historic mission of the working class, the hegemony of the proletariat, the socialist revolution and the Soviet state, the proletarian party of a new type, and the class allies of the proletariat in the struggle for democracy and socialism. Lenin's theory of the world revolutionary process, his theses on the principles of the peaceful coexistence of states with different social systems and on the defense of the socialist homeland are a most important contribution to Marxism. The summit of Lenin's scientific creative work was his teaching on the ways of building socialism and communism. He elaborated theories on the agrarian and national questions and on the indissoluble link of social and national liberation, and created the scientific foundations for the national policy of the Communist Party, the principles of proletarian internationalism. By his writings, Lenin enriched all the component parts of Marxism, philosophy, political economy, and scientific communism. He developed the fundamental propositions of dialectical and historical materialism, philosophically generalizing the achievements of the natural sciences in the late 19th and early 20th century and the new phenomena and processes of social development. Of tremendous importance is Lenin's teaching on imperialism as the highest and last stage of capitalism, and his creation of the principles of political economy of socialism. Lenin profoundly analyzed the problem of the unity of revolutionary theory and revolutionary practice. Marxist-Leninist theory is the philosophical and methodological basis of the policy of the CPSU, a mighty weapon of the revolutionaries of all lands. It provides the main principles, without which scientific analysis of the concrete historical situation and the reaching of correct political decisions is inconceivable. Marxism means being able to determine what policy to pursue in what conditions, Lenin wrote. Leninism, the Leninist stage in the development of revolutionary theory, is rightly called the new, higher stage of Marxism, the Marxism of the modern age. Marxism-Leninism is an eternally alive, integral, and creatively developing teaching that generalizes the historical experience of the working class and the peoples of all countries. Loyalty to Marxism-Leninism, the great, single, international teaching, is a guarantee of the further successes of TE communist movement throughout the world. The Leninist stage in the history of Marxism is not confined to Lenin's lifetime. Lenin's ideas are creatively developed by the CPSU and the fraternal parties, the whole collective thinking of the world communist movement. Leninism is the most progressive and influential ideology in the modern world. Lenin's writings are the most widely disseminated on our planet. They are published in over 130 languages, 367 translations of his works were made in various countries in 1981. Their editions run into hundreds of millions of copies. People in all the countries read them and learn from them how to live and fight. In the modern age, Marxism-Leninism is intensifying its resolute struggle against bourgeois ideology. Overcoming the fierce resistance of its enemies, Marxism-Leninism emerges victorious from each skirmish with the foe. The progress of Marxism, Lenin wrote, the fact that its ideas are spreading and taking firm hold among the working class, inevitably increase the frequency and intensity of these bourgeois attacks on Marxism, which becomes stronger, more hardened and more vigorous every time it is annihilated by official science. Lenin constantly warned that bourgeois ideology and revisionism would penetrate the ranks of the workers' parties and cause vacillation among the unstable elements, and that such a phenomenon was inevitable until capitalism collapsed. History and the present day confirm that Lenin was right to urge Marxists to be vigilant and to fight irreconcilably against bourgeois ideology, revisionism, and opportunism. Modern bourgeois ideologists, opportunists, and revisionists lay the main stress in the struggle against Marxism-Leninism on depriving the latter of its revolutionary content. They seek to remove from Marxist-Leninist teaching the idea that the working class is the leading force of the revolutionary struggle, of the world liberation movement. Revisionists of all stripes penny the need for socialist revolution and the establishment of the power of the working class and its allies, and oppose the transfer of the most important means of production to public ownership and the leading role of the Communist Party. In their efforts to disarm the working class ideologically and organizationally, to disorganize and paralyze its struggle for the social transformation of the world and to set it on the path of capitulation to imperialism, the revisionists attempt to deny the international importance of existing socialism. Lenin always fought against the ossification of thought, against revisionism and dogmatism, for a creative approach to revolutionary theory. Dogmatists and pedants regarded the creative development of Marxism as a departure from revolutionary traditions. Replying to them, Lenin wrote, "The need to maintain revolutionary traditions demands at the same time an analysis of the conditions of their application, and not the simple repetition of revolutionary slogans which are meaningful special conditions *. Modern bourgeois falsifiers and revisionists are particularly subtle in their attempts to undermine the unity, the integrity, of Marxist-Leninist teaching by contrasting Lenin with Marx. They seek to resent Marx as an objectivist who relied on the spontaneous course of history and denied the need of revolution for the transition from capitalism to socialism. Lenin, unlike Marx, is portrayed as a subjectivist, blanquist, and voluntarist 71 who allegedly believed that the revolutionary, violent actions of a small conspiratorial group were the main driving force of the historical process. This distorted interpretation of Marxism and its higher stage, Leninism, is a malicious slander of Marxism-Leninism. Today Leninism is at the very center of the ideological struggle. Bourgeois ideologists and revisionists seek to portray Leninism as a purely Russian phenomenon and thereby deprive it of its international importance. Lenin's main arena of activity was Russia. No one will deny this. But as a Marxist, Lenin was a consistent internationalist. He viewed the main problems of Russia in the light of world history, taking into account its experience and lessons, and the workers' movement in Russia as part of the international revolutionary workers' movement. Lenin fought for a socialist Russia, but he saw the revolution in Russia as a component part of the Warlaw revolutionary movement. Lenin's THIRD, said Leonid Brezhnev, incorporated everything that had been produced by mankind's best minds, generalizing and fusing into a single whole the worldwide experience of the working people's class struggle. The great international significance of Leninism lies in the fact that, having emerged on the firm base of Marxism, it generalized the experience of the three revolutions in Russia, which played a great role in the destiny of the peoples of the country. These revolutions, particularly the Great October Socialist Revolution, which laid the foundation for the transition from capitalism to socialism, were of immense international significance and strongly influenced the development of the revolutionary movement in all the countries of the world, substantiated the main lines of the advance of the masses towards socialism, and armed the Communist Party with a plan for socialist construction. A model of the scientific, comprehensive, and realistic approach to solving a task of world historical importance, this plan provides for the development of productive forces, the creation of the material and technical base of socialism, the transformation of social relations, and the remolding of people's spiritual world, teaches people to adopt an internationalist attitude to the expense of existing socialism, that is, to be able to distinguish what is general and international in the experience of building socialism in each individual. Try and d_make cxedy.se of this in concrete historical conditions. Lenin pointed out that the general plays a decisive role, but it always manifests itself through the concrete and particular in this or that historical situation. He believed that all nations would come to socialism, but not all in exactly the same way. Each would contribute something of its own, new and nationally specific, showed in practice the way to create a multinational socialist state as the main instrument of building socialism, the experience of which is an example to all fighters for social and national liberation, revealed fully the importance of the unity of the international and national tasks of the working class and of all working people, generalized in the new historical epoch the experience not only of the Russian, but also of the international revolutionary movement, substantiated the need for an organic interrelation between the main streams of the world revolutionary process, existing socialism, the workers' and communist movement of the non-socialist countries, and the national liberation and de-revolutionary democratic movements, provided an ideological basis for the education of communists, the working class, and all working people in the spirit of loyalty to the cause of socialism and communism, proletarian internationalism, and the noble principles of international solidarity in the fight for the peace, security and freedom of the peoples and for democracy and social progress. Lenin's rich ideological heritage, reads the resolution of the Central Committee of the CPSU on the LLOTH anniversary of the birth of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, the revolutionary critical spirit of his teaching, his consistency and firmness in the defense of the basic principles of Marxism against opportunist distortions, the whole of his life serve as an inexhaustible source of revolutionary thought and revolutionary action for the modern international communist, workers, and national liberation movements. The victory of socialism in the USSR, the embodiment of the ideas of Leninism. The victory of socialism in the USSR is a victory of Lenin's great ideas, the result of the creative activity of the working class, of all the working masses, led and inspired by the Communist Party. In advancing the thesis of the possibility of the victory of socialism in the land of the Soviets, Lenin elaborated concrete ways and forms of the transition from capitalism to socialism, and outlined a scientifically based program for the building of the new society. Lenin's forecasts, daring dreams, and wise, noble ideas and behests were realized in the Soviet Union in an unprecedentedly short time, in spite of the most difficult conditions. Socialism has opened up unlimited prospects for the development of productive forces and the growth of the creative activity of the masses in the building of the new life, for raising the material and cultural level of the working people. The industrialization of the country, the collectivization of agriculture and the Cultural Revolution raised the USSR to a higher level of historical development and helped the Soviet people to perform an immortal feat in the name of socialism in the Great Patriot War. Under the leadership of the Communist Party they not only defended their own independence, but by defeating Hitler's Germany and Japanese militarism, saved the peoples of the world from the threat of fascist enslavement. As a result, favorable conditions developed for the formation of a world socialist system. The victory of the Soviet people over fascism in the Great Patriotic War had an immense revolutionizing influence on the fate of all mankind. In accordance with Lenin's prevision, the Soviet Union became the first country in history to pave the way to socialism. Today many peoples of the world are advancing along it. The decisions of the 25th and 26th CPSU Congresses were a new and striking expression of the triumph of Leninism. Their conclusions and substantiated program represent Leninism in action, Leninism successfully applied in the modern conditions of building communism. The main trend in the development of socialism has always been and remains the service of the working people. Lenin recommended that everything necessary be done to ensure full well-being and free, all-round development for all the members of society. Such is the noble aim of socialism. It is being successfully attained and has already yielded more fruit in a few decades than the whole of preceding history has and could have done. The main source of all our victories lies in the indestructible unity of the party and people, in the ability of communists, as Lenin put it, to draw close to and to a certain extent merge with the broad mass of the working people, to enhance their energy, heroism, and enthusiasm, concentrating their revolutionary efforts on the most important immediate tasks. The party acted in this Leninist way during the building and defense of socialism in one country, which was in hostile capitalist encirclement. It acted thus in the creation of the world's first society of developed socialism. And it will continue to act thus. The Leninist Party the guiding force in the building of socialism and communism. In creating a party of a new type, Lenin saw it as the advance guard and guiding force of the working class and all working people in the struggle to overthrow Tsarism and the capitalist system and to build socialism and communism. We see in the independent, uncompromising Marxist Party of the revolutionary proletariat the sole pledge of socialism's victory, Lenin said. The party is successfully performing its leading and guiding role in the development of socialist society. In labor and in battle, in days of joy and days of bitter ordeals, our party is always together with the people. By its selfless devotion to the people, the party has won their love, gratitude, and trust. Its authority among the people is unlimited. Lenin's words that the party exercises its political leadership by virtue of authority, energy, greater experience, greater versatility, and greater talent, have been fully confirmed. The historical experience of the CPSU and other far-eternal communist parties of the socialist countries shows that in the process of building a new society the guiding role of the Marxist-Leninist Party does not decrease but constantly increases. This is one of the most important laws of socialist society, a most reliable guarantee of the successful building of socialism and communism. The enemies of socialism, imperialist ideologists, and all manner of revisionists are bitterly attacking the Communist Party. Their attack is spearheaded at the ideological and organizational foundations of the party, its strategy and tactics, its policies, and the Leninist principle of democratic centralism. The revisionists allege that the Communist Party should guide the struggle of the proletariat only up to the victory of the socialist revolution, and after this victory the guiding role of the party becomes superfluous and the party itself should be kept only for performing educational functions. Such revisionist arguments aimed at liquidating the party are readily supported by all anti-socialist elements. As the dimensions of communist construction increase and its tasks become more complex and an ever broader mass of the people is drawn into it, the role of the Communist Party, the guiding and directing force of society, naturally grows. The CPSU and its Central Committee are steadily taking steps to improve the forms and methods of their activity, to ensure observance of the Leninist norms of party life and principles of party leadership, the all-round development of democracy within the party, higher demands on each communist, and the strengthening of the unity and solidarity of the party ranks. The CPSU stands on this position and defends it in the struggle against various forms of revisionism on the question of the guiding role of the party in socialist society. This fundamental position of the CPSU, its uncompromising struggle for the purity of Marxist-Leninist teaching on the party, is of international importance and gives communists and millions of working people a correct orientation. A most important, invaluable contribution to the creative development of Marxism-Leninism is made by the international communist movement. And this is only natural. Lenin remarked that revolutionary theory develops from the sum total of the revolutionary experience and revolutionary thought of all the countries of the world. The innovatory activity of the Marxist-Leninist parties found expression in the policy documents of the international meetings and conferences of Communist and Workers' parties of 1957, 1960, and 1969, and also in the decisions of the meeting of Communist parties of Latin America and the Caribbean Basin, the Conference of European Communist and Workers' parties, the meeting of European Communist and Workers. 480 parties, and the documents and decisions of congresses of Marxist-Leninist parties, and the writings of their leaders. The CPSU and the fraternal parties pay great attention to the study and generalization of the experience of the international communist, workers' and national liberation movement, and the development of young states which have freed themselves from colonialism, the study of the forms and methods of their struggle against imperialism. The CPSU greatly values the achievements of Marxist-Leninist thought in the fraternal communist parties and seeks to take them into account in its theoretical and practical activity, supports the constant exchange of experiences, opinions, and views, and creative, widespread discussion of the most important questions of the present day. The international significance of the building of communism in the Soviet Union lies in the fact that it reveals in practice the main trend of world social development, showing all mankind the way to communism, the most progressive society on earth. The world community of socialist countries, the triumph of the ideas of Leninism. The classics of scientific communism taught that only after the victory of the socialist revolution would the proletariat be able to destroy national isolation and establish international brotherhood between the different nations. History has confirmed this theoretical conclusion of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. For the peoples to be able truly to unite, they must have common interests. And in order that their interests may become common, the existing property relations must be done away with, for these property relations involve the exploitation of some nations by others. The birthplace of the October Revolution was the first country where the victory of socialism was attained. The Mongolian People's Republic embarked on the path of non-capitalist development, and then of socialist construction. Then the number of countries building socialism increased considerably. The defeat of German fascism and Japanese militarism in the Second World War, in which the Soviet Union played a decisive part, created favorable conditions for overthrowing the power of the capitalists and landowners by the peoples of a number of countries. Today socialism has become a reality in a large group of countries of Europe, Asia, and Latin America, the population of which amounts to hundreds of millions. There can be no doubt that the course of the popular democratic and socialist revolutions in these countries, a decisive factor in their victory was the leadership of the Marxist-Leninist parties in the revolutionary struggle of the masses on the basis of a scientifically substantiated strategy and tactics, the loyalty of communists to Marxist-Leninist teaching, their ability to develop and apply it creatively to the concrete historical conditions of this or that country. Following Lenin's behests, the one CPSU. And the other fraternal parties pay unflagging attention to underscore the further all-round development of cooperation, the strengthening of the friendship and alliance of the socialist countries. The stronger the solidarity of the sovereign fraternal states, the more comprehensive and profound their interaction, the more actively socialism influences the course of world development. THEWORLD socialist community, allied on the basis of Marxism-Leninism and socialist internationalism, is the decisive factor of world history. It is the vanguard of social progress, TLZE most dynamic, stable economic and political FORCE, a bulwark of the peace and security of the peoples. It plays a leading role in world politics and is the striking embodiment and triumph of TLZE ideas of Marxism-Leninism. The growing power and example of world socialism are promoting the international revolutionary and liberation movement. The victorious revolution in Cuba has led to the formation of the first socialist state in Latin America. The historic victory of the Vietnamese people and the reunification of the country into the Socialist Republic of Vietnam is an important milestone in the struggle for peace and progress in Asia. As a result of the successful operations of the patriotic forces in Laos, the family of socialist states has received yet another new member. The forces of progress and democracy have triumphed in a number of other countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and they have embarked on the path of non-capitalist, socialist-oriented development. The world community of the fraternal peoples of the socialist countries has strengthened perceptibly. Allied by a close unity of aims and ideals under the banner of Marxism-Leninism, it has become a powerful factor in the solution of the most complex constructive tasks in each country. The power and vitality of this new type of international alliance stems from loyalty to the great ideas of Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels and Vladimir Lenin, class solidarity, ideological and political unity, and the close cohesion of the Communist and Workers' parties. An example of this solidarity is the cooperation of the fraternal countries within the framework of the Warsaw Treaty Organization and the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, based on the Leninist principles of international solidarity. In their relations, the countries of the socialist community are guided by the Leninist principles of the cooperation of socialist nations. They coordinate and unite their efforts in the most important spheres of economics, politics, and culture. This cooperation is based on full equality of rights of both large and small countries, non-intervention in one another's internal affairs, respect for national sovereignty and territorial inviolability, and performance of international duty for the purpose of maintaining and strengthening the world socialist system. The implementation of Lenin's principles has powerfully accelerated social progress, which opens up broad prospects for new successes of each country and of the socialist community as a whole in the building of socialism and communism. The countries of the socialist community have accumulated a wealth of experience in building socialism and communism that demonstrates the triumph of the ideas of Marxism-Leninism. This experience is constantly increasing and has become an international possession. In these conditions of goodwill and mutual assistance to one another, and strictly observing the principle of full equality, the fraternal countries are increasingly extending their cooperation in all spheres and exchanging experience. The comprehensive program of socialist economic integration, aimed at the all-round progressive development of the fraternal countries and the increasingly extensive use of such a powerful factor as the combining of the advantages of socialism with the achievements of the scientific and technological revolution, is being implemented more and more successfully. The ideological cooperation of the parties of the fraternal countries is constantly expanding and improving, particularly in the struggle for the purity of Marxist-Leninist teaching, a.g., I.Inst. Bourgeois ideologists and all manner of revisionists. The foreign policy activity of the community of socialist countries, which is the key factor of modern world development, the main bulwark of peace, democracy, and social progress, is acquiring ever greater international importance. The fraternal countries have successfully solved the task of laying the foundations of socialism. Most of them have already entered the period of struggle for the building of a developed socialist society. The successes scored by the countries of the socialist community are the living embodiment of the ideas of Marxism-Leninism, and are of major historical importance for the world. Leninism, the great banner of the people's struggle, FORP.es and socialism. This path of ours is the right one, for it is the path which, sooner or later, all other countries must inevitably take. These prophetic words of Lenin's are being fully confirmed by life itself. The cause of the revolutionary renewal of the world, begun by the October Revolution and embodied in the victory of socialism in the USSR, has been successfully continued by the victories of socialist revolutions in a number of countries in Europe, Asia, and America. The workers' movement is gaining new victories in the capitalist countries. Under the blows of the national liberation movement, the colonial system of imperialism has collapsed. The anti-imperialist struggle of the working masses of the whole world is spreading. All this is striking proof of the truth and invincible strength of Leninism, which has become the banner of the peoples of all lands in the struggle for peace, democracy, and socialism. Imperialism can neither regain its lost historical initiative nor reverse world development. The main direction of mankind's development is determined by the world socialist system, the international working class, all revolutionary forces. The development of socialist revolutions and the building of socialism in different countries takes place on the basis of general laws. Profound understanding of these laws and they are creative application in practice with due account of the national features of individual countries, and the search for more expedient forms and methods of building the new society. This is the position of Marxists-Leninists. These general laws have been scientifically substantiated by Lenin, specified and developed by the CPSU and the fraternal communist parties, and tested by the experience of the USSR and other socialist countries. Lenin pointed out that the experience of the Great October Socialist Revolution and the building of socialism in the land of the Soviets was influencing all countries, and would continue to do so. It is the Russian model, he wrote, that reveals to all countries something highly significant of their near and inevitable future. At the same time Lenin warned against automatically transferring the experience of the socialist revolution in Russia and considered it essential in applying the general laws of the transition to socialism to take into account the unique and special features of the development in each country. The experience accumulated in the socialist countries shows that given the general laws of the building of the new society, its forms and methods are very diverse. They are being improved and deepened, and changed in accordance with new conditions and new requirements. However, the improvement of the forms and methods of socialist construction or their replacement by new ones, far from excluding general laws, leads only to their wider and fuller use. In spite of historical experience, some revisionist theoreticians seek to prove that each country must have its own path to socialism, a path not determined by laws common to all countries. In an effort to belittle and discredit the practice of socialist construction in the USSR and other countries, the revisionists argue that each country must have a kind of national model of socialism. However, no matter what high-sounding phrases the inventors of such models may use to disguise their real intentions, they are in fact attacking Marxism-Leninism, denying its international importance, exaggerating national peculiarities, and in fact adopting the position of gradual deformation of the socialist system and restoration of the capitalist order. The change in the balance of forces on the world arena in favor of socialism shows that the dreams of the bourgeoisie to restore their former dominion in the world have been shattered. State monopoly capitalism, which seeks to adjust itself to modern historical conditions, cannot get rid of the contradictions which are becoming more acute and causing an upsurge of the anti-monopolist struggle. In this struggle, which is assuming increasingly broad dimensions and uniting many millions of working people, the working class is acting as their leading and main force. The CPSU is consistently pursuing a policy of unity, international solidarity with the workers' movement in the capitalist countries. The great vital strength of Lenin's teaching is vividly demonstrated by the growth of the international communist movement, which has turned into a truly worldwide political force, the most influential one of the present time. Today tens of millions of communists in the ranks of more than 90 communist and workers' parties are living and fighting for the happy future of mankind, for the triumph of Lenin's ideas. For this great army of communists, Leninism is an indispensable weapon in their activity. The growth in the forces of communism is an objective historical law of the world revolutionary process. Overcoming all the obstacles on its path, communism will inevitably emerge victorious throughout the world. The main and irreconcilable enemy of Marxism-Leninism is the ideology of the imperialist bourgeoisie, its various economic, political and philosophical theories. The bourgeoisie and its agents are making use of their old, poisonous weapon nationalism in the struggle against Marxism-Leninism. A characteristic feature of modern right-wing and left-wing revisionism is its renunciation of proletarian internationalism and its going over in fact to the position of nationalism. No matter how much the revisionists of this or that country try to mask their nationalistic position, it leads to the undermining of the unity and solidarity of the socialist countries, the Marxist-Leninist parties, and all revolutionary forces. Therefore a relentless struggle against revisionist sallies and nationalistic tendencies, for the strengthening of the unity of the international communist movement and the consolidation of the friendship and solidarity of the socialist countries, the international solidarity of the working people, is the most important guarantee of thwarting the imperialist policy of aggression, violence, and war, and a true pledge of a successful struggle under the banner of Leninism for the establishment of communism. The Marxist-Leninist parties counterpose to nationalism and chauvinism in all their manifestations the socialist international idea of the brotherhood and friendship of nations. Lenin taught that correctly understood national interests do not contradict international socialist interests. On the contrary, only the consistent practical application of the principles of proletarian, socialist internationalism makes it possible to guarantee the national interests of this or that. 486. People, this or that country. There is one, and only one, kind of real internationalism, Lenin wrote, and that is working wholeheartedly for the development of the revolutionary movement and the revolutionary struggle in one's own country, and supporting this struggle, this, and only this, line, in every country, without exception. *INR de the attitude to the principles of proletarian, socialist internationalism is an indicator of the correctness of the policy of each communist party and its loyalty to the teaching of Marxism-Leninism. The CPSU is waging a struggle for the unity of the socialist countries and the international communist movement on the principles of Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism, for the strengthening of peace throughout the world. Today, in spite of the real achievements in strengthening peace, the struggle for maintaining and deepening of the process of détente is encountering difficulties, a growing resistance on the part of imperialist forces. Militaristic and reactionary circles in imperialist countries are activizing their attacks on détente and seeking to change the balance of forces in the world in their favor. They are stepping up the arms race, blatantly interfering in the internal affairs of other countries, and organizing all manner of ideological diversions with the aim of whipping up hostility towards the Soviet people, the ideas of socialism, and the national liberation movement. The USSR, the socialist countries, and all peace-loving forces the world over are fighting resolutely for freedom, progress, and a lasting peace, for universal disarmament to make détente the leading tendency in international relations and to thwart the plans of aggressive circles. Lenin's idea of the alliance of the working class of the advanced countries and the peoples of the dependent states is being successfully put into effect. His forecast that the movement to socialism in the world would take place by means of combining the growing power of the socialist countries, the proletarian revolution in the capitalist countries, and the national liberation struggle is coming true. The powerful national liberation movement in Asia and Africa, as a result of which the colonial system of imperialism has collapsed and dozens of independent national states have emerged, and also the struggle for the free national development and social progress in the countries of Latin America are yet further proof of the correctness of Lenin's scientific conclusions on the ways of development of the world revolutionary process. The fact of the existence of the Soviet Union, its successes, and the growth of the forces of the world socialist system are having a profound influence on the development of the national liberation movement. The progressive transformations in the countries that have thrown off colonial rule taking place amid bitter skirmishes with imperialists who attempt to direct the young states along the capitalist path. But the peoples of these countries are becoming increasingly aware that the complete victory of the national liberation revolution and the abolition of age-old backwardness can be achieved, as Lenin taught, only by following the non-capitalist way of development, which envisages the building of socialism. The historical experience of the previously backward peoples of Russia shows that with the support and aid of the more developed socialist nations they have succeeded in bypassing the painful stage of capitalism and building socialism. This experience is of international significance. Guided by the teaching of Lenin, the Soviet Union is steadily applying the principle of internationalism, while greeting the liberation of peoples from colonialism and rendering them friendly disinterested assistance in developing their industry, technology, and sciences, and promoting their cultural growth. All the experience of world socialism and of the working class and national liberation movements has confirmed the world significance of Marxist-Leninist teaching. The victory of the socialist revolution in a group of countries, the emergence of the woeflowed socialist system, the gains of the working class movement in capitalist countries, the appearance of peoples of former colonial and semi-colonial countries in the arena of socio-political development as independent agents, and the unprecedented upsurge of the struggle against imperialism, all this is proof that Leninism is historically correct and expresses the fundamental needs of the modern age. Socialism brings mankind salvation from war, the terrible scourge of the peoples, inherent in all exploiter societies, particularly in the age of imperialism. To put an end to wars and establish a lasting peace on earth, this is the program aim of communists. Building communism, the Soviet people is vitally interested in preserving PEAs. All our politics and propaganda are directed towards putting an end to war and in no way towards driving nations to war. Lenin stressed the principle of the peaceful coexistence of states with different social systems, advanced and substantiated by Lenin, is finding increasing application in practical relations between states and in the successful implementation of the peace program drawn up by the 24th Party Congress and further developed in the decisions of subsequent CPSU Congresses. Yet the desire to unleash new wars is inherent in imperialism. Lenin's thesis that as long as imperialism survives there will be soil for aggressive wars remains valid today. As Lenin said, whoever forgets about the danger that is constantly threatening us and will never cease as long as world imperialism exists, whoever forgets about this forgets about our working people's republic. He showed constant concern for increasing the defense capacity of the Soviet state. We live in an age when there are powerful forces guarding peace. The concerted actions of the Soviet Union, the other socialist countries, the international working class and all the working people who defend the cause of peace can avert a world war. To curb the aggressors and liberate mankind from imperialism is the mission of the working class. All the anti-imperialist forces fighting for peace, democracy, national independence and socialism. From the very first days of its existence the land of the Soviets has consistently fought for peace. During the days of the October Revolution, Lenin declared, "We promise the workers and peasants to do all we can for peace. This we shall do." The CPSU is faithfully carrying out Lenin's behest, tirelessly fighting for peace throughout the world. Lenin's cause is invincible. Mankind has now entered a significant period of history when the process of revolutionary transformations is taking place at a rapid pace. No matter how imperialist circles seek to impede the liberation struggle of the peoples, no one can prevent the advance of mankind to socialism. Lenin's activity, his great, noble ideas, have influenced and will increasingly influence the course of world events, the destiny of all mankind. The advance of the peoples of the world along the path of progress, liberation from social and national oppression and destructive wars, and the struggle of the peoples for peace and socialism are indissolubly linked with the name of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. All the major revolutionary events of the 20th century are associated with his name and his teaching. Under the influence of Leninism there have grown up generations of communists selflessly devoted to the working class, the working people and the communist cause. The name of Lenin lives on in the hearts of the workers, among the broad mass of working people and progressive people the whole world over. Lenin's great liberating ideas are spreading ever more widely on our planet. The name of Lenin is known and loved in all parts of the world. Millions and millions of people are striving to live and fight like Lenin, to build life according to Lenin's behests. The giant figure of Lenin towers in the history of mankind as that of the greatest of the men of our epoch, the man who showed all the peoples of the world the road to genuine freedom and happiness. The brilliant genius of Lenin, the great teacher of the working people of the world, illumines mankind's road to communism. Lenin's ideas shape the destiny of generations. The immortal image of Lenin, his great, high-minded ideas inspire the people in their struggle against the sinister forces of recession, evil and oppression, for the establishment and consolidation of society upon a groundwork of true justice, true equality of men, a society in which free, all-round development of the individual, the full satisfaction of people's material and spiritual requirements will be secured. It is the highest ideal of the contemporary generation to work and build a new life as Lenin taught. Lenin's great ideas, creatively developed by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and other Marxist-Leninist parties, are being put into practice, and are win/G immortality. Their triumph throughout the world is inevitable, because they reflect the objective and progressive march of history. Heralding the bright future to /V all mankind is advancing. Lenin's name and his teaching will live down the ages. Lenin's cause is invincible.